In the fierce and unrelenting war between monsters and humans, a hero emerged after defeating the Demon King in another world. He became the savior who brought peace to the entire continent. Standing proudly on the podium of glory, Yu Juyan beamed with a radiant smile, a smile of fulfillment and relief. At last, he thought, I can return to my original world. And then, God appeared. That was when God spoke to him. Holding Juyan gently in the palm of his hand, God praised him, well done. Once again you chose to save the world. It seemed, however, that Juyan never really had a choice at all. Everything felt predetermined, orchestrated by God from the start. So Juyan responded, you always act like I had a choice, but every time I just throw myself into it because of all these resets. What else could I have done? Anyway, you are really going to send me back to my world this time, right? This time, God agreed to send him home. Yes. I will send you back. But Juyan wasn't ready to let it go so easily. He wanted compensation for all he had been through, 2 decades of unpaid labor for a god. You took someone from another dimension and forced them to work for 20 years. Don't I get anything in return? He even offered a few suggestions like, could I at least keep my memories? Or maybe just one spell or something. But it turned out God had planned for everything from the start. The moment Juyan left his homeworld, God had frozen it in time, both the world and Juyan's own timeline. While you were here, God explained, time in your world was completely frozen. Your time too. So in reality you haven't lost anything. Upon hearing this, Juyan clenched his jaw in frustration. Despite everything he'd done, he wasn't getting what he truly wanted. In the end, all he could do was lower his head and sigh. Whatever, just send me back already. God, acknowledging all that Juyan had done for him over the years, did offer him a final grace. Don't worry. You will be rewarded for all the time and effort you've given here. That's a promise. But of course there was a condition. Of course you won't be able to remember it. A fragment of divine power. That was the gift God had chosen for him. God believed this would aid the young mage in the future, once he returned to his world. Here. I will grant you a portion of my power. Your choices will shape the flow of dimensions, and your will can reshape entire worlds. Juyan accepted the gift in silence, bowing his head without revealing any emotion. Fine. At the very least, he asked, can you give me a hint? God refused him without hesitation. No. That made Juyan angry. He couldn't understand why God always kept him in the dark. Seriously. Why are there so many things you won't let me do? Can't I at least keep my memories of this continent? But God didn't answer. Instead, he gently pressed a single finger against Juyan's chest. Now go. Juyan wasn't ready. He still had things to say. Wait, I'm not done. But before he could finish his sentence, God had already begun casting the spell from the center of his palm. God already knew Juyan would return to his world, and he intended to keep watching him from afar. I will continue to observe your journey, back to the world where it all began, and where your fate will ultimately be decided. Slowly, Juyan began to fall into a vast, empty void on his way home. As he dropped, he couldn't stop screaming. His eyes were wide open at first, but then he squeezed them shut, as if bracing himself for whatever was about to come. And then, the protagonist truly did return to his world. He found himself lying in his familiar bed, sunlight shining straight into his eyes. It was blinding. Ugh, it's too bright. Juyan sat up, clutched his chest, and let out a deep, satisfying yawn. He reached for his phone. The screen was flooded with unread messages. Confused, he muttered, "Huh? Why do I feel weirdly refreshed?" Every single message was from his manager. Huh? He scrolled through them. They were all sent about 2 hours ago, and the tone became increasingly urgent. Juyan, you're on your way, right? Juyan? Are you asleep? You do remember your morning shift starts at 7 a.m., don't you? Text me the second you see this. Realizing what was happening, Juyan immediately bolted out the door, sprinting like his life depended on it. All the while he cursed under his breath, damn it. I'm late. His store manager was furious and didn't hold back. He even threatened him, Juyan, if you keep showing up late like this, I really can't keep you around anymore. Bowing repeatedly, Juyan apologized nonstop. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Right now only one wish echoed in his head. Just once, just one day, why can't I be rich? Why does my life always have to be this hard? A boxed lunch sat on the counter, looking surprisingly appetizing. But Juyan couldn't enjoy it. His head was spinning with worry about his overdue rent. He let out a hopeless sigh. There's no way I can pay rent on time with just 1 or 2 part-time jobs, and it's not like I can keep doing this forever. If only I had awakened. And then something clicked in his mind. Wait, huh? Right in front of him, a system window appeared out of nowhere. A message lit up: unique trait, Skill Master X is now activating. His eyes widened in disbelief as he read the glowing text. What? A new skill had awakened within him, awakening. This same skill had awakened countless others, individuals now known as users. It had been 5 years since the event known as enhanced reality had enveloped the world, like something ripped straight from a fantasy novel. With the appearance of battleground zones across the planet, the global economy began to revolve around the newfound resources discovered within them. Countless monsters now roamed the earth, and it became the mission of users to conquer these monster-filled war zones. Even the smallest tasks on the battlefield paid extremely well, which was why everyone aspired to become a user. But as with everything, there was a darker side. People knowingly faced the unknown, driven by pure desperation, because the rewards were sweeter than the risks. But of course, not every user struck it rich. Some people were lucky, born with rare, high-level unique traits from the moment they awakened. Others weren't so fortunate. At the very top stood one man, the world's #1 ranked user. The first to ever reach level 70. The only person to possess the SS rank unique trait known as Dragonblade. His name was Muhammad Al. News about this man had exploded across the internet. One day, Muhammad Alabama uploaded a video to his personal channel, and out of sheer curiosity, people clicked on it. That video quickly went viral. Everyone had seen it at least once, and the view counts soared into the millions. Even school-aged kids were captivated by him. They couldn't take their eyes off the screen, not even for a second. Muhammad had the strength to confidently face down any monster in this world. His weapon radiated an overwhelming, almost immeasurable power. He was everyone's idol, the dream of every aspiring mage. This lone black man could take on hordes of giant monsters by himself, wielding a type of magic that any fantasy novel reader would kill to see in real life. The students watching his video got chills down their spines, completely awestruck. Meteor shower. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. No way, I never thought I'd see something like this with my own eyes. This is insane. Is this seriously an A-rank battlefield? Even at level 70, could this be possible? And he did it alone. The battlefield and everything it touched had been scorched. Massive falling stars had erased everything in their path. Even monsters capable of leveling entire cities stood no chance. After all, how could anything survive the fury of nature itself? And at the very end of the video he spoke. Muhammad pressed his finger to his lips and declared, "The skill you just witnessed was the SS rank meteor shower. Starting from the day this video goes live, you have 1 week." He opened his palm, revealing a ring that lay in the center of his hand. "If anyone can show me a spell more powerful and beautiful than this, I'll give them this item as a reward." The internet exploded. Everyone knew this was the ring everyone dreamed of possessing. The elemental ring, the first and only SS rank artifact ever made public. Every user with a unique magic type trait had fantasized about touching this stunning accessory, even if just once. The moment that ring appeared, the comment section beneath the video lit up with excitement. "Wait a second, isn't that the one and only ring Muhammad Alabama owns?" Another user couldn't hold back their excitement. "The elemental ring." Elsewhere, someone placed their phone down and sneered. "What a show-off." The dark-haired man beside them added with a smirk, "I mean, just offering that up as a prize is already a big deal." But the girl next to him didn't see it that way. She genuinely believed, still it kind of feels like he doesn't actually want to give it away. She picked up her phone and pointed at it angrily. "Where in the world are you going to find something better than an SS rank skill? And look, he even said it has to be a magic spell just so he doesn't have to give it up." Muhammad held the ring out in front of him and calmly declared, "I'll review it and decide." Using that as ammunition, Haiji immediately exposed his ploy. And the judgment is entirely subjective. He has no intention of actually giving away the elemental ring. Fuming, she slammed her hand on the table and cried out, That lucky bastard. I'm so jealous. This is so unfair." But really, this only highlighted one truth: those who saw it could do nothing but watch and envy. Streaming platforms everywhere began rebroadcasting Muhammad's video, under various titles: a deep dive into the world's 1SS rank meteor shower skill. Muhammad Al's shocking announcement. The elemental ring on the line. The video became a hot topic for days. It also sparked a flood of related videos: Korea's top monster slayer, Cho Young's 30 greatest battles. And of course it didn't take long before scammers jumped on the hype. Using the elemental ring as bait. Was the elemental ring scam real? Is it actually not SS rank? In the end, no one could claim it. It became just another story from another world. On a field of soft, green grass, someone slowly approached a small fox. The fox took one look at the figure and darted away in fear. Julian, it seemed, had also been thinking a lot about that ring. He stood in silence, deep in thought. Or maybe I just seem interested, he mumbled to himself. Then, raising both hands, he began to cast a spell. Suddenly, countless fireballs came raining down from the sky. The moment they struck the earth, the ground shattered violently. The entire area around him was left in ruins except for the spot where Julian stood, untouched and pristine. Looking down at his feet, his eyes widened in surprise as he muttered, "Oh, meteor shower." It turned out Julian had just replicated the exact same technique Muhammad had showcased in his viral video, and he'd pulled it off flawlessly. With admiration, the mage raised a thumbs up toward the sky. "Muhammad Al, your skill is insane." Julian uploaded the video of himself performing the move onto social media, clearly labeling it as his entry in the Elemental Ring Challenge. It didn't take long for the video to blow up. Viewers were stunned, jaws dropping at the spectacle Julian had pulled off. The comment section exploded. Everyone wanted to know about the mysterious mage behind the move. User after user flooded the post with curiosity and questions. It didn't take long before the internet reached a collective conclusion: Julian had won. Voices united across the platform. Muhammad Alabama lost. But despite all the hype, Julian's identity remained hidden from the public eye. This only deepened the mystery, and soon one user typed what everyone else had been wondering: but who is he? In this world, every person possesses a unique ability. Once someone awakens, they're granted a special power. These abilities enhance the effectiveness of certain skills. Essentially, they function like character classes in a video game. But that's not all. There's a wide variety of abilities, and among them, 4 are considered iconic. The most famous ones across the globe are Dragon Tongue, Miracle, Rebirth, and Execution. Someone who possesses Dragon Tongue can become a mage even more powerful than a dragon. Each ability has a unique purpose. Those gifted with Miracle are healers capable of reviving even the dead. Abilities also reflect a person's core traits. The Rebirth type typically belongs to tank-class fighters, ones who can regrow limbs and keep fighting without pause. And those who awaken with Execution possess the power to instantly bring down any enemy. Which means, when Julian learned about these 4 abilities, he was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "So, what about Skill Master?" Eager to know more, he jumped online to research these special powers. Staring intently at his computer screen, he genuinely wanted to understand everything, every last detail. The first thing people look at when evaluating an ability is its rank. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect. Higher ranks also tend to come with more secondary abilities. Julian dug deep, gathering all the information he could on ability rankings. But the data was limited. Right now, known ability ranks range from F up to SS. Then suddenly, a system window popped up in front of him. Status window. Julian blinked in surprise. Huh? A special ability I've never seen before? EX rank? The full display of his status appeared: name, Julian, level 1, special ability, Skill Master, X rank, current skills 0 SP, 0. Seeing his real ability, Julian's widened in disbelief. This is broken. This is straight up cheat level stuff. But when he scrolled down to view his stats, his excitement vanished. Strength 1, agility 1, stamina 1, magic 1. His jaw dropped. Utterly deflated, Julian slumped over the desk, struggling to understand what had just happened. Wait a minute. A high-ranked ability is supposed to boost your base stats, isn't it? Even normal people don't have all ones like this. What the hell? Whatever. I haven't looked at the actual ability yet. The status window then presented him with a description of his passive ability: Skill Master X can use all passive income skills at level 1. But to Julian, that wasn't all that impressive. And the more he thought about it, the more underwhelmed he felt. That's it. Only 2 passive skills. And besides, any user can learn skills from skill books anyway. He rubbed his chin while staring at the screen, thinking aloud. What even is SP? Is this ability strong? Or weak? Then, a set of tutorial quests appeared in the system window. Tutorial Quest 1. Try copying a skill. Skill activated, copy skill X reward. 20 SP, unlock event video copy skill X. Description allows the user to copy one skill. The copied skill disappears at 12 AM every day. Level 1. Template restores 1 copy cost. 500 SP. Juyeon stared at the screen, puzzled. I've never heard of anyone getting a quest right after awakening. The young mage waved his hand to dismiss the status window, then began tapping his fingers nervously on the table. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he muttered to himself, so if I want to copy someone's skill, I actually have to go out and fight. With all my stats at 1. That's basically suicide. Still, he hesitated for a moment, then sighed. But I should test a few skills, who knows? I might find something useful. Suddenly a spark lit up in Juyeon's eyes, as he recalled a move he had seen Muhammad perform in a video. A sudden idea hit him like lightning. Determined, Juyeon reopened his status screen, aiming to understand that devastating move from the dark-skinned man. Meteor Shower SS summons 20 meteors. Each meteor requires at least 10 magic stat points. Wide area attack. Mana cost 1,500. Damage increases by 50% if the user possesses an S-rank ability or higher. Special ability type magic. Tutorial event. Link to Tutorial Quest 1. The tutorial map will open once. Only copied skills can be used in this map. All base stats are temporarily increased by 999 during the tutorial. Would you like to copy the SS rank skill Meteor Shower? Staring at the status window, Juyeon gasped in disbelief. It worked. I can copy skills straight from videos? That's how Juyeon managed to replicate the exact same move Muhammad had shown in his video. Far away, Muhammad happened to be watching the very video Juyeon had posted. He swirled a glass of wine in his hand and hummed softly, looking calm and unbothered. Then someone suddenly picked up the remote and turned off the TV. The screen went black in an instant. It was Suyeon who had switched it off. She stood in front of Muhammad, questioning him directly. Is that elemental ring really that important? Muhammad looked down into his wine glass, lost in thought. Many questions were swirling in his mind. That skill only showed up less than a week ago, and it's already been discovered. What are the chances someone managed to get their hands on it? Suyeon remained composed as she replied. Maybe someone else has a similar skill. Muhammad glanced up at her, then offered a more specific theory. But if it really is S rank, same name, identical effects. Suyeon furrowed her brow and countered, there's no solid evidence. But yes, it's probably SS rank. Still, it might just look the same. So far no battlefield has shown that kind of aftermath. At the very least, the user's ability would need to be on an SS level scale. He lifted his wine glass again. Reflected in the deep red liquid was the irritated face of the woman before him. At minimum, that's one of the defining traits of an SS rank skill. Despite all this, Muhammad didn't seem hostile. He actually wanted to send Juyeon the reward ring. But Suyeon was already tracking Juyeon's movements. Send him the ring along with a business card, he said. But don't approach too closely for now. He might be on guard. Then, flashing a warm smile, the dark-skinned man added, tell him it's a gift from someone who wants to be friends. Meanwhile, Juyeon was back at his part-time job at the convenience store. During a lull, he pulled out his phone to check the video stats. The view count is skyrocketing. People are even rewatching it. He was so focused on the screen that he didn't notice the little girl standing beside him, trying to buy something. Excuse me, mister. Do you sell fried mochi? Still captivated by the viral video, Juyeon couldn't help but grin proudly. You can't even see the guy's face. What a pro at hiding his identity. Only a fool wouldn't upload this kind of video. The little girl kept jumping up and down, waving her arms to get his attention. Hello? Can I ask something? Juyeon was still busy daydreaming about the future. If I get stronger, there won't be any ability more overpowered than this one. The little customer beside him called out again, this time a little more assertively. Hey, but then, a burly man walked up and spoke with a deep voice that sent chills down Julian's spine. Hey, it was the girl's father. Apparently he'd come in after seeing his daughter had been gone too long. My daughter asked if you sell fried mochi. The moment Julian turned and saw the man, he panicked and immediately tried to suck up. Oh, of course. Yes, we do. Right here. Eventually both customers left the store. Julian slowly sank into his seat, letting out a long sigh. He slid under the counter, his face etched with disappointment. There's no way someone would just give away an SS rank item for free. But then a spark of excitement lit up his face. But if it is real, I could make enough money to quit this job forever. Hell, I could be as strong as Muhammad Ali, with the whole world watching me. He tilted his head and smiled, reminiscing. Before, this kind of thing would have been unimaginable. But now I feel like I could actually do something. Julian stood up and stretched, shaking off the weariness in his body. Then, his phone buzzed with a notification from Muhammad himself. He had commented under Julian's video post, "I agree. I will gift you the elemental ring, with no conditions attached." The moment users saw the comment, the internet exploded. Al just showed up. Is he seriously giving it away? You think Muhammad's crazy enough to give something like that to a stranger? You clearly don't know Muhammad. He always keeps his word. Julian stared at his screen, eyes gleaming as he read through the flood of comments. One user backed up Muhammad's reputation. Last time, he said he'd pay any price for an S-rank staff. When someone brought it to him, he paid $2 billion cash. No hesitation. Another replied in awe, "Holy crap. That's another level." Even Julian himself couldn't believe what he was reading. Wait, what the hell is happening right now? Just then Suyin appeared, following Muhammad's instructions. She introduced herself formally. This is Li Suyan, assistant to Muhammad Ali. I'm here regarding the delivery of the elemental ring. My boss would like to meet you in person. Finally, Julian got the ring. He immediately slipped it onto his finger, admiring it with a mix of disbelief and excitement. Staring at the ring, he still couldn't fully accept it was real. No way is this fake. But then, his status window popped up, confirming everything: elemental ring, SS rank, accessory ring, 30 spells, 500 mana, 10% energy regeneration, 20% skill power, minus 10% mana cost for skills, 2% mana recovery upon defeating special grade beings. Side effect, minus 10 spells. Looking at those insane numbers, Julian couldn't help but gape. These stats, this is unreal. Suddenly a spark lit up in his eyes. He shot upright, electrified by a sudden realization. I can't just lie around anymore. My magic stat just jumped by 40 points. This is the perfect time to go monster hunting. He summoned his full status screen again, but the numbers were brutally honest: status window strength, 1 agility, 1 endurance, 1 magic, 1 staring at the dismal stats. Julian sighed in frustration. With stats like these, I'll still get wrecked no matter how good my ring is. He sat back on the bed, thinking hard. I need gear. But to get gear I need money. He leapt from his chair and rushed to his computer, scrolling through his old uploads with a sliver of hope. Maybe that video I posted the other day pulled in enough views to earn something. In the comments, people were still actively discussing and reacting to the post. But Julian rubbed his forehead in frustration. I'm not ready to reveal my identity to verify the channel. He propped his chin on his hand, searching online for a workaround. There's gotta be another way. And then, his eyes lit up. He'd found it exactly what he needed. A blog post popped up, filled with everything he'd been trying to piece together. I'm Kobnamu, the one who made the suggestion 3 days ago. Let's be honest, healers are always abusing their authority. They whine about how hard it is, but healing skills are a goldmine. Just stand at the battlefield gate doing emergency support, and you can rake in hundreds of thousands of one a day. People look down on healers, but without them, who would even dare enter a fight? Thanks for reading. Julian suddenly had his answer. That's right, emergency healing, that's the real goldmine. Just post up near the gate, patch up a few adventurers, and you're pulling in 6 figures daily. Everyone talks down to healers, but if there's no one selling heals right at the entrance, who'd even step into the battlefield? This is it. He stared at the pricing chart he made for his future healer business: emergency healing price list, retaching severed limbs, KRW 500,000 bone fractures, KRW 200,000 removing negative status effects, grade E and below, KRW 700,000. Looking over the numbers, Juyan grinned to himself. Just one customer a day is enough to get by. True to his words, Juyan wasted no time putting his plan into action. He headed straight for the swamp zone in Seoul's Grand Park, a known D-rank field, to start making money. Tucked away in a corner, he sat quietly with a sigh. All the good spots are taken. This is the best I could find. Glancing around, he mumbled to himself, next time, I should really bring something to kill time. Just then, a single drop of blood splashed onto the ground in front of him. Looking up, Juyan spotted a man sprinting past, holding a young woman in his arms. Blood was oozing from her abdomen, and the man looked frantic. Oblivious to the chaos, Juyan kept his earbuds in, nodding along to music. Well, looking on the bright side, at least I'm not in any real danger just sitting outside the battlefield. No way anything crazy would happen outside the. He didn't even finish his thought before the man from earlier stopped right in front of him, still carrying the injured girl. Blood from the girl's wound had smeared across the man's face, and now he was staring down at Juyan with desperate, intense eyes. Juyan slowly looked up and saw the two of them, his expression instantly shifting to panic as sweat started dripping down his forehead. Wait, what the hell is going on? Kim Hyeji's brother stood firmly in front of Juyan, still holding her in his arms. His tone was sharp and commanding. Get your skill ready. Juyan glanced up at him, frowning as irritation bubbled inside. What the hell? I get that he's in a rush, but that attitude's a bit much, isn't it? Who talks like that to a total stranger? The scene instantly reminded him of a moment from his part-time job at the convenience store. Another time, he'd been treated like a servant. Give me that red pack of smokes, a rude customer once barked at him. Juyan had snapped back without thinking. What the hell's a red pack supposed to mean? Now, staring at Hyeji's brother and his demanding tone, Juyan couldn't help but draw the comparison. Does he think I'm some kind of clerk here to take orders? Despite being flustered, Juyan wasn't just some powerless bystander. He had skill, he had value. Sure, my skill's just a copy type, he admitted to himself, but it's a C-rank healing ability with premium options. That's worth something. And true to form, he decided to speak up. He pointed a firm finger at the man and declared boldly, "All right, listen up. I want 20 million up front." Then, realizing just how intense the guy looked, and probably second-guessing his life choices, his voice suddenly softened. 20 million won. Just 20 million. His attitude flipped entirely as he forced a polite smile and gestured down a path. Right this way, sir. They moved into a nearby cave. The place was dark, reeking of rot, with bloodstains still visible across the floor. Juyan instinctively raised a hand to cover his nose. Hyeji's brother gently laid her down, and now that Juyan got a closer look, her entire body was covered in wounds. Then, without warning, the man grabbed her arm and snapped it back into place with a loud crack. The sound sent a jolt through Juyan. He stared in disbelief. Holy crap, I've only seen stuff like this in movies, he thought, stunned. Never in real life. Hyeji's brother turned toward him with a serious, commanding glare. Hurry! Juyan's hands trembled. He looked down at them, unsteady, uncertain. Can I even pull this off? Does my skill actually work? But then, taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. No, I have to do this. Summoning his energy, Juyan activated his healing ability, Light Recovery C rank. Warm, radiant energy flowed from his hands as he focused everything he had on Hyeji's wounds. Slowly but surely the gashes closed, bruises faded, and her breathing grew steady. His ability worked perfectly. The moment he confirmed she was safe, Juyan trudged home, completely drained. Collapsing onto his bed, he let out a long breath of relief, eyes half-lidded. He'd done it. Juyan hadn't expected Kim Hyeji's older brother to demand multiple rounds of healing for his sister. Seriously. 3 times, he muttered, recalling the moment when the guy shoved a wad of cash in front of him and said, "Again." Luckily, Juyan's elemental ring allowed him to cast his healing spell more than once. If it weren't for this ring, I'd be screwed, he thought. His equipment window even confirmed it. Energy recovery 20% when equipped with the ring. Gazing at the ring on his finger, Juyan couldn't help but wonder. If she's this badly injured, just what the hell is happening out there on the battlefield? He clenched his fist around the ring, his mind sharpening into focus. Either way, one thing's for sure. He had already started daydreaming about the riches awaiting him in the future, and just the thought filled him with excitement. He couldn't help but grin from ear to ear as he made a decision that felt long overdue. Finally, I can quit my job at the convenience store. Peeling open a tub of ice cream, his mind wandered to what he should do with his new earnings. Alright, now that I've got some money, what should I do with it? He started going through options in his head: investments? Stocks? Crypto? He wanted to turn this money into even more. But as he popped off the lid of the ice cream, another thought hit him. No, it's not time for that just yet. Without hesitation, he tossed the lid still smeared with ice cream into the trash. Normally he would have licked it clean, but not today. While eating, he started thinking more seriously about his next steps. I need to get some SP and grow stronger. For a moment he looked at the discarded ice cream lid, and couldn't help but smile. Is this what luxury feels like? Suddenly, his status window popped up with a new mission: tutorial quest. Upgrade passive trait, passive income. The explanation was clear. Passive income is one of the main ways skill masters accumulate SP. Remember, upgrading passive income should be your top priority. Usually this would cost quite a bit. But this time the reward was generous. Reward, 100 SP. Unlock passive trait 2. Still eating his ice cream, Juyan read through the quest details and marveled. So even abilities have levels, and I can upgrade them using SP. But then one detail caught his eye: upgrading passive income costs 100 SP. That gave him pause. The status window also provided additional information: passive income level 1, earn 10 SP every 24 hours at. Total SP required 100. Tutorial quest, upgrade passive trait, passive income. Reward 100 SP. Unlocks passive trait 2. After reading everything, Juyan realized something. This quest gives me 100 SP, so it's basically a free upgrade. And I even get to unlock another passive trait. He placed a hand on his forehead, his expression serious, making a firm resolution. I have to complete this mission. He turned to his status window and asked, how much SP do I have right now? SP window. The number appeared, SP 70. Seeing that, he quickly did the math. If I'm getting 10 SP a day from passive income, then I just need to wait 3 more days to complete the mission. While waiting for his SP to max out, Juyan pondered what he should do in the meantime. What should I focus on for now? He wondered. Suddenly a knock came at the door. He turned toward it. And a voice called out from outside, room service you requested. Realizing it was the hotel staff, he quickly responded, yes, I'm coming. Then, with a determined expression, he clenched his fist and thought, I'm at a hotel right now. No, this is the perfect time to study and copy some new skill combinations. Without wasting a second, Juyan turned on the TV and began watching videos showcasing different types of magic, all while sitting in front of a table stacked with exquisite dishes. As he indulged in the feast, he couldn't help but think, these days it's almost impossible to find footage of high-tier skills, especially S rank and above. Chomping down on a piece of chicken, he began brainstorming ways to preserve the videos. Even if I manage to copy a spell, it disappears after midnight, so I need these clips available at all times. His thoughts drifted to Muhammad. Muhammad Al. He's one of a kind. Publicly revealing an SS rank skill like that. Juyan clasped his hands together and gave a mock prayer. Thank you, Saint Muhammad, the angel of charity. But after binge watching for a while, the excitement started to fade. A new thought popped into his head. What if I gain the ability to retain copied skills permanently once I level up? That sparked another idea he needed to organize. I should make playlists. One for immediate use, one for long-term storage. He got to work cataloging the spells. Body enhancement. Save it, might need it later. Muscle boost? Save that too. The spells he was watching were insanely powerful. He couldn't help but be impressed. That mage just used teleportation. Teleportation. That's badass. Juyan eagerly began bookmarking every clip he found useful. Saving this. And that one too. Buying skills online is the best. By the end of it all, he had eaten every last bite from the luxurious spread. With his belly bulging like a balloon, he collapsed onto the bed, letting out a long sigh. I seriously can't eat another bite. Still humming happily to himself, he thought about how he had used his newly earned money to upgrade his status. I even finished registering with the Users Association as a licensed healer. Sprawled out on the bed, Julian began imagining his future. Healing, buffs, spells, if I can master all of those, just how valuable would I become? His thoughts didn't stop there. He even started daydreaming about the romantic attention he might receive. Just the idea made him giggle. What if a beautiful girl confesses her love to me? He imagined it vividly, a shy, blushing girl stepping forward. And to no surprise, that girl in his fantasy was none other than Haiji herself. She appeared before him, and said with sincerity, "Back then, I was really grateful." Standing before him, thanking him, "I was really grateful back then." The two stood quietly, locked in a long silence, staring at each other without saying a word. After a while, when he still didn't respond, Haiji pointed at herself shyly and asked, "Don't you remember me?" With a face that blended recognition and surprise, Julian casually replied, "Yeah." Then, admiring her looks, he muttered, "Honestly, way too pretty for someone like me to know." Turning slightly to the west, she began recounting what had happened. "A few days ago, my brother came to you for treatment." Only then did Julian fully realize who she was, his expression shifting to genuine surprise. "You're the one who lost an arm." Remembering how her brother had acted days ago, he had mistakenly assumed, "I thought she was his girlfriend. Given how much he paid, turns out she's his sister." Haiji, visibly bashful, expressed her gratitude. "I'm really glad I got the chance to thank you. If you hadn't been there that day, I probably wouldn't have made it." While she kept talking, her brother stood off to the side, clearly not pleased. "Are you part of any party?" "No," she continued. "Then are you in any guild?" "Also no." She looked delighted. "That's perfect." Julian had only just returned and hadn't joined a guild yet. Learning he wasn't in a party, she immediately extended an offer. "Our party's looking for a temporary healer." But Julian didn't respond right away. Deep down, he hesitated. "Honestly, I'm not ready to head into battle again." I should turn her down. With a gentle smile, Haiji made another offer. "If you've got some time, maybe we could grab a cup of tea and chat a bit. Give me your number, I'll reach out later." Seeing how sweet and cute she looked, Julian might have been smitten. He quickly agreed. "Ah, sure. If I can be of help." Suddenly, a loud scream echoed nearby, causing both of them to whip their heads around. In the distance, someone clad in armor was dragging an injured person toward Julian, shouting desperately, "She got hit on the battlefield. I need a healing skill that can remove negative effects." The moment Julian laid eyes on them, all expression drained from his face, his entire body even shuddered. As the armored person pleaded, Julian refused to treat the woman lying on the ground. Desperate, the armored fighter offered a stack of cash, holding it out in front of Julian in exchange for help. Glancing back at Haiji, Julian looked uncomfortable and ashamed. With guilt weighing on him, he finally turned her down. "I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough to join a party yet." Despite the rejection, Haiji tried to find a reason to change his mind. "We have an S-rank tank and an S-rank mage. They can totally carry you." But Julian said nothing. Instead, he simply crouched down, gathered his things, and picked up the money lying on the ground, leaving Haiji confused and speechless. Julian's face was drenched in tears as he clutched his gear and the wad of money tightly in his hand. Without looking back, he bolted away, muttering under his breath, "I'm sorry." Behind him, Haiji called out, "Wait, hold on." But no matter how desperate her voice sounded, he didn't turn around. His mind was consumed by fear of death. Even someone like her, an S-rank, nearly died stepping into a D-rank battlefield not long ago, he thought, shivering. If someone that powerful could be on the verge of death, what chance did he, a beginner with no real experience, stand? Tears streamed down his cheeks as he bit his lip hard, trying to stifle the sobs. This is so humiliating, he thought bitterly. Deep down, he was also filled with regret that he couldn't join Haiji's party. When will I ever get the chance to be in a party with a goddess like her again? As he ran, some of the money slipped out of his pocket, fluttering to the ground, but he didn't stop. He just kept running, holding on to one thing tightly, his resolve. Just wait. I'll earn tons of money, build up my gear and skills, and become a filthy rich mage. The city streets shimmered under the glow of neon lights as night quietly descended. Julian was lounging outdoors, sipping on a Coke, the tension in his shoulders noticeably gone. Finally, the big day has arrived. He leaned back in his chair, eyes on the dark sky, as if waiting for something monumental to happen. Right at midnight, his phone lit up. A wide grin spread across his face when he saw the notification from the system: gained 10 SP from passive income lev. 1. The young mage didn't hesitate a second. Upgrade passive income lev. 1 to lev. 2. Let's go. With a single activation, the rewards came rolling in. Spent 100 SP. Unique sub-trait 1 has leveled up. Passive income lev. 2. Every 24 hours at. Receive 10 to 50 SP. Juyeon beamed with delight. My SP income just multiplied fivefold. But something else caught him off guard. His eyes widened. Alright, time to check the quest rewards. One notification after another began flooding in. Tutorial quest completed. Reward 100 SP. Unique sub-trait 2 unlocked. Skill trait enhancement ELV 1. Each copied skill will now be assigned a random unique F-rank trait. Juyeon thought through it all carefully. A unique trait, huh? That's what defines a user's style. He recalled what he had learned. Different users generate different types of energy based on how they understand and internalize knowledge. Anyone can use the same skill by reading the same skill book, but the power of that skill varies wildly between individuals. Many mages still hadn't figured out what made their magic truly unique. That's mainly because each user's unique trait is completely different. Without a relevant trait, even something like Flame Lord becomes meaningless. Juyeon knew this was a problem he'd have to face, just like everyone else. Obviously, that's the biggest weakness of skill masters without unique traits. Copied skills will always be weaker than the original. After thinking it over for a while, he came to a conclusion. Except for that meteor skill from the tutorial map. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Wait, so now even copied skills come with unique traits? That's insanely strong. But the random part, yeah, that's a bit concerning. The system provided detailed info on his first trait: enhanced skill Radiant Heal. Mends minor fractures and cuts. Restores 10% HP. Cures status ailments up to E rank. Requires 25 magic. Consumes 350 mana. Unique trait: 10% magic attack power. Juyeon stared at the description, unsure what to make of it. Guess I'll just have to try it out to see how it works. But what should I test it on? Then it hit him, he finally had an answer. Maybe it's time to stop trying to sell healing spells. The young mage didn't say a word as he received the system message: tutorial quest. Hunt monsters using the copy skill. Level up to copy more skills and unlock additional mastery content. Monsters defeated, 0 out of 20. Reward 200 SP, X skill copy. Sub-trait 2 unlocked. It feels like someone's watching me and assigning these quests in real time. He casually scrolled through a video online. So this is how you hunt monsters. Ha, Juyeon made up his mind in an instant. I think I'll copy this skill to start practicing. But what he said didn't match his rising excitement. It's all random anyway. I'm not expecting much. Just trying it out for fun. Now fully determined to grow stronger, he activated the copy skill. The system displayed detailed info about the spell Fireball. E summons a ball of fire. Can be thrown within a 20-meter radius. Requires 10 magic, consumes 70 mana. Its effect was no joke. Unique trait Firekindle. FF. Fire-based spells inflict burn. F. For 60 seconds upon hit. Still, he couldn't shake his suspicion. Is there really someone behind the quest interface, pulling the strings? He soon arrived at the hottest spot for beginners. Entrance to Daegwalyong Sheep Ranch. It was his first time stepping into such a realistic zone, and it left him a little overwhelmed. So this is the border between a hunting zone and the real world. Though he felt a bit of regret, he accepted the price of entry. I used up the last of my savings on gear. Hope this is enough. The mage didn't regret the choice he made today. Alright. Goodbye to healing spell sales. Hello, monster hunting. Meanwhile, players were chatting through the in-game message board. User 085 Minigo. Hey, you guys ever heard of Psycho Pass? User 00627 Minigo. You mean that lunatic who nukes sheep monsters with red fireballs at the ranch? User 02450 Minigo. Yeah, total psycho. Dude grins like a maniac while killing mobs. User 09434 Minigo. I saw him too. First time I ever felt sorry for a four-horned rhino. User 02597. 5 min ago, some guild tried to recruit him. But he apparently hates being called crazy, so he just rejected them outright. 3 guild reps, whom he'd never seen before, showed up soon after clearly with one goal in mind. If you join our guild, we'll treat you like a VIP. Juyeon didn't want to hurt their feelings, so he held back the truth. But that's not the real reason I said no. His mood kept swinging up and down. I even turned down a recruitment offer from an S-rank beauty, you know. She cried when I rejected her. Did I really laugh while hunting? It seemed like he still hadn't adjusted to fighting wild monsters. Was that wrong of me? The buffalo quickly broke free from the area surrounded by fire. For some reason, the mage found himself grinning wickedly. Even after returning home, Juyeon could still hear the cries of the buffalo echoing in his mind. He came up with a random excuse to explain his actions. Well, maybe I was just too happy seeing monsters drop like overripe fruit. The system updated him after he got home. Monsters defeated, 20 out of 20. Tutorial mission complete. Reward, 200 SP. X-Copy skill sub-trait 2 unlocked. X-Copy skill. Efficiency LV.1 reduces mana consumption by 10%. Additional reward, 800 SP. Juyeon was thrilled to be growing stronger. I was about to stop because I was running low on mana, but then I saw the mission reward reduced mana cost by 10%, so I just kept going. Out of curiosity, he started browsing. There's a post here about a raid boss too? Raid boss tier list. Heroic monster Ray. Semester starts when the semester starts. Rank D. With hero monsters, firepower is key, and there's usually a mage as the core attacker. Anyone familiar with hero monsters knows to strike when it enters your range. Other players started doubting Juyeon's actual abilities. 50,001, and a bunch of stereotypes. Psycho Pass running a hero raid. Don't you only get rewards above level 15? Raxwoko. He claims it's all thanks to good gear, but he's only level 5. Jamachu Jaek. Either way, the damage he put out was insane. I saw with my own eyes he sent that hero boss into a frenzy. Juyeon felt like he was seriously lucky. Having good gear really makes a difference. Thanks to that, I could spam fireballs non-stop. He was spacing out when a sudden shock jolted him like lightning. The chair he was sitting on slid backward. The mage suddenly clasped his hands together. Thinking of the world's #1 player, Saint Muhammad, I should pay my respects once more. He was rewatching the footage of himself torching the buffalo herd. A few days earlier, the monster had appeared in the forest with a bone-chilling roar. Knowing just how strong Juyeon was, the group automatically divided up the roles. I'll hold the aggro. Mage, don't leave the backline. Melee Dieps, don't steal aggro. The system immediately sent out a notification, tutorial mission, hunt a field boss monster. Field boss defeated, 0 out of 1. Reward 500 SP. He was always ready to take on any mission assigned to him. So I need to take down a boss. A player shouted as the monster came charging at high speed, watch out. A burst of energy suddenly shot toward it. The monster was unexpectedly struck by someone, leaving the other players stunned. Sangwook, overwhelmed by panic, screamed, "What the hell is that?" He held the power of fire in the palm of his hand. The protagonist simply stood off to the side and directed, "Take flight." Sparks kept flying out from him in rapid bursts. The monster could do nothing but scream in agony, unable to fight back. The mage finally let out a breath of relief. Once the flames were lit, it became impossible to see anything clearly with the naked eye. Everyone present held their breath, waiting to see the result. A girl hesitated to step forward. Is it over?" The man beside her couldn't believe it. "There's no way it's dead." A player noticed it was still moving. "Don't tell me it's..." The monster had not taken any damage at all from being engulfed in flames. The system regrettably issued a warning. You are affected by the roar of Hero A. All stats -3, strength -2, agility -2, stamina -2. At such a critical moment, the players began arguing non-stop. It's gone berserk. This is a special phase. Damn it, how much damage did we even deal? My power is dropping, I can't even hold my sword. Calm down. Its roars grew louder, echoing like a mountain collapsing. The tan-skinned guy used every ounce of strength he had to block a strike from the monster. Everyone else was completely overwhelmed except him. He stayed quiet, calmly assessing the situation. Something had clearly shocked the protagonist, though it wasn't clear what. The system clarified things to help him understand. Additional tutorial mission. Attempt to copy the field boss's special skill. One free skill copy available as part of this tutorial mission. Juyan was momentarily confused. Copy a skill. The system had to keep sending message after message just to get his attention. Copying skill, Roar of Hero A. Effect applied. Forgetfulness. F. Unique trait granted. Forgetfulness. F. This trait randomly deletes one sub-effect from a copied skill. Roar of Teddy Bear A. Unleashes a powerful roar when HP drops below 50%. All creatures within a 30-meter radius have all stats reduced by 3. If a target's stats are lower than the user's, an additional -2 penalty is applied. Roar of Teddy Bear A. All creatures within a 30-meter radius have all stats reduced by 3. If target stats are lower than the user's, reduced by an additional 2. For every 10 affected creatures, the user's stats increase by 3. Mana cost applies. While the others were desperately fending off the monster, Juyan was still debating, so I can use this without any restrictions. The boss had already counterattacked, but he stood there, still weighing the pros and cons. No mana cost. This thing is seriously broken. Cautious as ever, the young mage thought it through carefully before acting. Well, it'll disappear at midnight anyway. If I don't use it now. Finally, as the fight raged around him, Juyan made his move. Roar of the Teddy Bear, let's do this. A system alert popped up instantly. You've been affected by the roar of the hero. All stats -3. Panic swept through the group as they realized the monster was still alive. What the hell? It's roaring again. Damn it, my stats are totally wrecked. In stark contrast to their despair, Juyan's screen told a different story. Strength 9. Agility 9. Stamina 9. Magic 9. There was no way Sangwook could finish off the monster without backup. But just then, Juyan raised his hand toward the sky like the Statue of Liberty. In the blink of an eye, a blazing fireball appeared. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight at the monster, delivering the final blow. Sangwook stood frozen, stunned by the sheer force and chaos around him. Juyan's system was flooded with messages: level up. Level up. Boss 1 of 1 defeated. Special boss skill copied. Tutorial quest complete. 500 SP earned. Bonus 200 SP. Sub-skill for copy skill unlocked. Level 3. His eyes lit up, heart racing with exhilaration. This feeling, damn, it's incredible. The defeated monster's body came crashing down before all the players. Juyan stood in awe at the raw power he had unleashed. This is insane. Others could only look at the mage with admiration. No joke. That was next level stuff. Suddenly, memories from the past flickered in Juyan's mind. This moment, it feels familiar. I've seen this before. Then came another system-wide broadcast, notifying all present you are now eligible to absorb the hero's soul. But Juyan alone received a different message: 1 strength. He blinked in surprise. So this is the boss soul people always talk about. He clearly understood the value behind defeating such monsters. A world boss in the wild is usually at least 10 levels above the hunting ground. He recalled the many adventurers who had pushed their limits to beat bosses, driven by ambition. If you try to cheat by bringing high-level players into a restricted battlefield, the consequences were harsh. All rewards will be voided. The system's contribution rating is notoriously strict. Still, it wasn't hard to understand why they took those risks. In a place where lives are on the line, the only reason anyone willingly fight a boss is the loot it drops. He beamed with excitement as he picked up a pair of gloves. It dropped. It's an item. But Juyan wasn't overly attached to rewards. Just another prize. No wonder so many threw themselves into this deadly profession. The rewards go beyond just selling the boss corpse for rare materials. Boss souls also permanently increase stats for anyone who helps bring one down. A radiant smile spread across his face. My strength finally hit level 2. And besides, everyone who joined this battle will gain permanent stat boosts thanks to the field boss soul. A female player approached and greeted him warmly. Mage. She offered her praise with genuine admiration. That was an incredible success. Everything had far exceeded her expectations. Great job. A nearby man echoed her thoughts, marveling at the mage's strength. This time the MVPs were the team leader and the mage. That was insane, truly worthy of the Psycho Pass title. Julian raised an eyebrow. Psycho Pass, huh? The tan-skinned guy was practically glowing with excitement. I was bracing myself for that boss to go berserk, but your firepower was absolutely insane. That's the only reason we made it out in one piece. Everyone gave it their all. Sangwook quickly opened his inventory to check the loot. Item details open. The system displayed the stats: Shadow Dragon Gloves, Rank F Gloves 1/5. Defense E bonus 3. When HP drops below 30%, triggers Frenzy Mode E, all stats 2. Cooldown, 24 hours. He tapped his chin, thinking aloud. This is actually a great item. Though the activation condition is kind of annoying. Julian didn't want to make him feel bad, so he kept his thoughts to himself. Honestly, if you're under 30% HP and still standing, that's a miracle in itself. The players gathered and started chatting about the next step. The loot and materials from this boss will be distributed through the Players Association. Any objections? Suddenly, a new voice rang out. A man appeared right after the fight ended. I'll buy the boss. He didn't hold back, his offer direct and backed by wealth. I'll pay 90% of the estimated value. In cash. Right now. She hesitated, uncertain. Wait, could that be? It was Julian's first time seeing Raid. Who is that? Others, however, were all too familiar. You've probably heard of them. Those mysterious buyers who show up like ghosts after field bosses go down, snatching up every rare item that drops. Honestly, it's fine if they pay cash, it benefits us in the end. Julian mused silently. The world's full of weirdos. Still, something in the buyer's eyes made him wary. What exactly are they planning? The bodyguard popped open a suitcase full of cash. Raid's team didn't beat around the bush. Payment can be made immediately. Julian was dazzled by the sparkle of money. If they're paying in cash, I'm not about to complain. Doesn't matter who they are, I'll just keep grinding like a madman. He remained silent as he looked down at a piece of paper, healing. Now he sat alone on a quiet, deserted road. Lately Julian had been feeling empty inside. So what if I just made nearly 10 million won? What does it even mean? A female clerk approached him in the store, speaking gently. The item you're looking for, it's this way. The shocking price left the main character in psychological distress. Recta leather armor, E rank set, 63 million won. He muttered in disbelief. As if that wasn't enough, the shop assistant hit him with an even bigger blow. There are only 2 sets left in stock. His body trembled uncontrollably. Only 2, left with no other choice. The mage turned away and walked out, filled with regret. Just wait for me a little longer. I'll definitely be back for it. Meanwhile, the shop assistant smiled to herself. Finally, there was some life in the store again. But Julian's dream felt further away than ever. If only I had armor from a hero, with an oblivion effect embedded, then I could go all in on boss hunting. Just then he noticed something. Reward window from the tutorial quest. The system displayed a new ability, X-Copy Skill Sub-Skill 3. Boss Collector collects unique skills from boss monsters whose souls have been absorbed. Collected skills can be copied at will. Feeling slightly more reassured, Julian took a deep breath. Thanks to the tutorial reward, I can now copy any boss's skill whenever I want. But wait. More details came up. Hero's Roar A rank. Emits a deafening roar if HP drops below 50% within 60 seconds. He finally understood. So the condition is to have my HP fall below 50%. Damn. At least I managed to test the copy skill on another field before that boss vanished. He sighed, recalling how arrogant he'd been while out hunting. Burn, you idiots. With no customers around, Julian decided to stretch a little. Alright, since it's quiet right now, it seemed he had a plan. Status window open. Time to spend all the stat points and SP I've saved up. He stared at the system screen, at a loss for words. Level 8. Special trait, Skill Master. Current stats, Strength 2, Agility 1. Endurance 1, Magic 41. Remaining points 7. Facing reality, he sighed again. Honestly, if I were aiming for classic fantasy style, I'd be better off as a swordsman. But this isn't some game where you respawn after death. I don't have a choice anymore. System update magic, 4148 Him. Yeah, can't go wrong with more magic. As for the SP, a new notification popped up, spent 500 SP. X-Copy skill. Sub-skill 1 has leveled up. Simplest now level 2. At daily, the number of available copy uses increases from 1 to 2. Note: duplicate copied skills will overwrite each other. Juyeon's eyes lit up. 2 copy uses now? That's amazing. Huh. The system immediately sent a notification: tutorial quest. Daily quests are one of the ways a skill master earns SP. Complete various types of quests to earn rewards. Sub-skill 3 has been activated. Reward: 300 SP Skill Master X. Sub-skill activated. Daily quest LV.1. A quest of rank F or higher will be issued every day at 12 a.m. Juyeon was caught off guard. Daily quest, he muttered. The system officially issued the task: daily quest, rank F, use copy skill twice. Reward: 80 SP. He still didn't have answers to his lingering questions. So what happens if I copy the same skill twice? He decided to test it himself. Copy skill, healing light. The system added another message: special trait, energy subver F reduces mana consumption by 5%. He knew better than to blindly combine skills without understanding their mechanics. If I copy it again, will the trait change? Or will I end up with 2 versions of the same skill, each with different effects? Juyeon tried to stay focused. Let's try it one more time. Copy skill, healing light. Confirmation came right away: skill already copied, creating as a new skill. He didn't hesitate another second. Let's do this. His eyes widened in surprise. Jackpot. Suddenly a sign was set up right in the middle of the street: X buff 5%. Duration 5 hours. Only 1,000,001. Most players didn't even bother to glance at it. The mage took a deep breath. But Juyeon knew how to grab attention when it mattered: X buff, 5% for 5 hours. Only 1,000,001. Opportunities like this don't come around every day. Today only limited time. People were taken aback by what they'd just heard. Some stepped forward, skeptical but curious. Seriously? An actual X buff? Many found it hard to believe. This is the first I've heard of something like this. What if he just takes the money and bails? Even as doubts filled his mind, the grin never left his face. Come on, don't hesitate. This is your one shot. I don't have all day. Just charge in like a pack of hungry wolves and help me rake in a few million. Then, a girl pushed through the crowd toward the front. Oh God, Juyeon froze the moment he saw Haiji. She pulled down her hood and jacket so he could see her face clearly. Long time no see. She couldn't resist teasing the cautious mage. Still not interested in hunting with the rest of us. The newcomer was Haiji. And her beauty was so blinding that Juyeon was momentarily stunned. With eyes metaphorically blinded, he quickly tried to explain himself. As you can see, I'm running a shop here, he said. Haiji stared at him in silence. Then, with a sweet smile, she spoke. Healer, you haven't had your first customer yet, have you? She maintained her charming smile, but what she said next left her teammates utterly shocked. He and I will buy this. Juyeon was caught completely off guard. Pa, but a customer is a customer. Juyeon immediately shifted into business mode. Welcome, right this way please. Haiji's brother watched the scene unfold with a strange sense of déjà vu. Why does this feel so familiar? Am I imagining things? Once the transaction was complete, Juyeon promptly cast a buff spell on Haiji and her brother. Radiant Blessing. A warm, dazzling light enveloped the two of them. Combat X 5%, duration, 4 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Then, Haiji handed Juyeon her business card. Call me later, okay? She extended an official invitation. We really need a good healer on our team. Not only that, but she also helped Juyeon promote his service. Hey everyone, this guy's buff is the real deal. It lasts 5 hours and boosts X by 5%. I guarantee it. With that glowing endorsement from a beauty, the crowd rushed forward. I want one too, count me in. As the cash rolled in, Juyeon was naturally delighted. You're so kind, seriously, thank you. Haiji, you're the best. He turned to the crowd. Alright, form a line. I'll start buffing as soon as my mana recharges. And just to be clear, oh sorry, cash only. No cards. Despite Haiji's efforts, Juyeon still hadn't accepted her offer to join their party, and she was visibly disappointed. Her brother, meanwhile, was baffled by her sudden interest. You used to tease me for being too trusting, and now here you are. Why are you so fixated on some newbie with no gear? Haiji, however, had her reasons. I told you already. In their team she handled burst damage. In our party, I deal the explosive damage. Her brother was the tank. You're solid on defense. We've got both offense and defense covered. But, they were missing one crucial element. We don't have a healer. And Juyan? He wasn't just a healer. Plus, that X-buff of his nobody's ever heard of it before. I'd bet he's got some rare, unique trait. Even after hearing her reasoning, her brother remained skeptical. Still, he's just a beginner. Which was exactly why Haiji wanted to recruit him. That's what makes it matter even more if we can spot his potential before anyone else does. Just as she finished her sentence, the world around them shifted, teleporting her straight into a monster zone. Instinctively, the two siblings dropped into combat stance. Facing a swarm of vicious beasts, Haiji lifted her staff without a hint of hesitation. Fireburst. From Haiji's staff, a fierce flame shot out and engulfed the horde of monsters in a blazing inferno. Her brother could only sigh at her stubbornness, but she just winked playfully and joked, "Hey, you never know. That newbie might end up becoming a top-tier ranker someday." A cheerful whistle echoed down the street. It was Juyan. Business had been booming today, and he was in high spirits. "This is why I work so hard to make money." Then, a system notification chimed in his ear. Set effect activated. Rictus leather set, all stats 2. Enhanced chest armor main stat 1. Thinking about his growing passive income, Juyan got even more excited. Still, isn't passive income way better than active income? He pulled up the system interface and tapped the level up button. Level up. A new message popped up. Passive income lev. 23. You will now receive 200 SP daily at. Bonus, 50 SP immediately. Seeing the notification, Juyan practically jumped with joy. Yes, this is exactly what I needed. Leveling up his passive income brought a wave of benefits. Juyan began calculating eagerly. Now I'll accumulate SP, even without doing anything. Let's see, it takes 2000 SP to upgrade my trait to level 2. But the more he calculated, the worse it got. Upgrading the daily quest system to level 2 costs 3000 SP. What? His face slowly twisted in disbelief. Upgrading the copy skill to level 3 costs 4000 SPS. P can be earned through daily quests too, but the total needed is 9800. At 200 SP a day, that's 49 days. The mental math was too much. Juyan gave up with a sigh. Forget it. No need to stress myself out. He laid back, basking in the sun, and passersby glanced his way. That guy looks familiar, one older man muttered. Another scoffed, mumbling to himself like a weirdo, but Juyan was deep in thought. SP from daily quests is a nice bonus, but to make real progress, I need to increase my stats. The best option is to go after a battlefield boss. Just then he noticed people starting to stare. Startled, he quickly pulled out a familiar cloak. Oh crap, I almost forgot. He decided to go incognito again. My face has become a little too recognizable as a healer. Maybe it's time to bring back the anonymous role. As he took a step forward, his foot sank into a sloppy puddle of mud. This unfortunately was Juyan's next battlefield, and everyone around him was equally displeased. Damn it. Why is this whole place a muddy swamp? They were currently standing in F-rank battlefield Garum Bay. Juyan groaned as the mud clung to his boots. With terrain like this, melee DPS and tanks are basically useless. He reminisced about the last battlefield with some regret. That sheep farm was so clean and peaceful, probably because all the newly awakened players were gathering there. Juyan couldn't help but wish for access to a higher tier battlefield. If only there weren't level restrictions, I wouldn't have to crawl through this swamp just to collect boss souls. He recalled the system limitation: max level for F-rank battlefield, 19. Max boss soul absorption per rank, 5. Juyan also remembered what Ho had once warned him. The most important rule when raiding battlefield bosses, and this applies to all raids, but especially battlefield bosses, since the death rate is sky high, is to never, ever join random groups from the forums thinking you'll get carried. I'm telling you, don't do it. Don't party with strangers. Just don't. Of course, he ignored that advice entirely. Sure, Ho warned me not to join random parties from the forums, but the Black Bear raid went fine. I'm sure this won't be okay too. Truth be told, All Juyan really wanted was to go home. Man, I just want to get out of here. Feeling utterly disheartened, Juyan glanced at the group nearby who were laughing and chatting like they didn't have a care in the world. Watching them have such a good time only made him more annoyed. Did I come here for a raid boss, or to watch a mass dating event? He suddenly remembered the squinty-eyed guy who had once asked him about his gender. Hey Juyan. Are you a guy? This time Juyan had flipped his name backward for his nickname, and now he clutched his head in frustration. All I did was reverse my name for the nickname. Is that really why people keep misunderstanding? As he thought about it, a realization hit him like a truck. Wait, I took one of the female spots in this 5-on-5 matchmaking. He looked suspiciously at the group across from him. So that means over there too, just as he suspected. The bald guy from earlier was sitting alone, awkwardly surrounded by the buzzing crowd. Yep, it's that guy from before. The squinty-eyed guy was officially beyond saving, and even Juyan gave up on trying to make sense of it. Seriously, they should have checked more carefully before picking people. After all the fooling around, the lead knight finally got serious. Alright, everyone's here. Let's go over the strategy. Juyan's irritation started to ease up a little. Guess this isn't just some group date after all. The knight seemed pretty familiar with the area. Some of you might already have a rough idea, but I'll go over it again just to be sure. He began briefing them on the battlefield boss. The boss at Gararim Bay is the mud crab. It speeds up every time it gets hit with a debuff, so don't use any on it. Even things like bleed effects will trigger it. We need to take it down without leaving too many wounds. If enough debuffs stack, it'll activate a special skill. That ability piqued Juyan's interest. The mud crab definitely had something unique going on. The knight tilted his chin up smugly. I've taken down the mud crab at Gararim Bay 8 times already. Don't worry. Beside him, Yeoju cheered him on. I believe in you, Appa. Juyan paid no attention to the lovebirds. He was focused on the crab's skill. What if that special ability is gaining buffs from debuffs? If that was the case, then the skill might actually work in his favor. If debuffs are being treated as buffs, this could turn out better than I thought. Meanwhile, the couple kept flirting. Yeoju, I'll protect you. Thanks, Appa. Watching them go back and forth, Juyan started to feel a bit doubtful. Are these people even going to be useful? Suddenly, a grotesque monster opened its jaws wide, ready to devour the group. But with a few sharp clanging sounds, the beast was sliced clean in two by the sword of Hyoju's boyfriend. The sheer force behind the strike was overwhelming. The poor monster never stood a chance. Juyan was left speechless at the sight before him. Everyone around him ignored his reaction, fully immersed in hacking apart the sea creatures. Crush them all. Watching them swing their hammers at what looked like nothing more than clam soup ingredients, Juyan scoffed inwardly. Acting all high and mighty while smashing something that looks like ramen toppings. And yet, after barely slicing through a few shellfish, Hyoju's boyfriend was already puffing up his chest. I've got experience, so I'll protect everyone, no need to worry. To satisfy his inflated ego, a swarm of massive centipedes burst up from beneath the earth. He had just been talking big. But the moment real monsters showed up, Hyoju's man bolted out of the way. Juyan could only smile wryly. Wasn't he the one who said he'd protect everyone? Where's he running off to now? The rest of the group quickly shifted into battle formation. The mud crab only appears after enough monster corpses pile up, so don't forget to clear out the trash mobs. Arrows rained down like a storm, and the monsters were wiped out in a flash. Juyan sighed as he watched the chaos unfold. They're really jumping around like they own the place. The centipedes weren't what he came here for. I get why they're acting cocky in a rank F battlefield, but when's the main core showing up? Suddenly, a loud boom echoed across the battlefield, and a massive claw erupted from underground. The claw clamped down on a centipede corpse. Seeing that, everyone instantly got into raid formation. It's here, raid starts now. Into positions. Another deafening crash followed, and the monstrous mud crab emerged before them. The mud crab only moves left and right, so stay directly in front of it, and only shift forward or backward. Juyan stared in awe at the creature as the system began flooding his vision with alerts. Transformation resistance A. Immune to status changes caused by buffs or debuffs. All stats 1 for each accumulated buff or debuff. When 5 or more buffs or debuffs are present, all stats 5. Meanwhile, the crab was still busy gnawing on the pile of centipedes. Finally snapping out of it, Juyan's eyes lit up. The moment he'd been waiting for had finally come. Jackpot. After devouring the pile of centipedes, the mud crab turned its attention to the others. Shit, it's moving sideways now. Back up, quick. It kept shifting in erratic directions. It can even change course mid-move. But while everyone else was either running or trying to fight back, Juyan stood still, analyzing the creature. The skill description doesn't mention any conditions or time limits, which means this is a continuously active skill. Strangely enough, the crab's attack pattern worked in the main character's favor. He was thrilled. Passive stats increase the more buffs or debuffs I'm under. This is perfect. Meanwhile, Hyoju's boyfriend wasn't doing much besides barking orders, only use physical attacks please. The main guy couldn't help but comment dryly. Why is the main tank back here again? Juyan recalled something that guy had said earlier. The boss of Garum Bay, the mud crab, speeds up with every debuff, so we can't apply any debuffs to it. It even reacts to bleeding, which counts as a debuff, so we need to kill it without leaving too many wounds. The more Juyan thought about it, the more baffled he became. Wait, if we keep using physical attacks, it's going to start bleeding. And bleeding is a debuff. While everyone else was frantically trying to fight off the crab, Hyoju's boyfriend kept running his mouth. It was wearing Juyan down. Oh, so the tank holds aggro while the ranged guys chip away at it from a distance. Guess that's why this whole team is made up of ranged fighters. But they're so slow. The main character kept trying to think of a way to deal with the monster. So how do you take down something with armor like that without injuring it? Just then, Hyoju's boyfriend stepped up. I'm guessing it's my turn. Determined to show off his worth, he strode forward. Guess it's finally my time to shine. Juyan was unimpressed. He should have jumped in way earlier. Then came the inevitable cringe. Hyoju, buff me up. Okay, she chirped. Hyoju unleashed her romantic flair. Here comes a buff filled with all of Hyoju's love. Juyan almost gagged. Geez, they're really role-playing this hard. The main guy sighed but resigned himself to the cheesiness. Whatever. If they can handle this, I'll take the cringe. Suddenly sparks of lightning began crackling around Juyan. Right. We need to burst it down in one go. Then, a brilliant glowing sigil formed beneath Hyoju's boyfriend's feet. The sight made the main guy's jaw drop wide enough to fit a whole egg. System messages exploded in his ears. Radiant Authority SS. Applies 4 random buffs, 1 additional per 50 mana consumed. Mana cost, 1000. Duration is doubled if the user possesses a unique trait of S rank buff or higher. Only A rank buffs and above will be applied, if mana is 150 or higher. When used on oneself, duration increases by 100% and effects are boosted by 50%. Empowered by Hyoju's love-infused touch, her boyfriend now looked like he could solo a dozen mud crabs at once. Juyan was genuinely stunned. An SS rank buff skill. In a place like this. Back in the day, a UserTube employee once approached Juyan to recruit him as a content creator. Excuse me, sir. Do you happen to film or stream videos by any chance? Caught off guard that someone recognized him, Juyan panicked slightly. They know who I am. He quickly shook his head. No, but the employee didn't give up that easily. I've heard a lot of people have been wandering the battlefield lately, recording footage and uploading it to UserTube. She then made her pitch. We have a special item just for people like you. At the time, Juyan still refused. No, seriously, I'm not interested, but she kept going, touting its features like a pro salesperson. Equipped with cutting-edge voice stabilization, it captures vivid, immersive combat footage. And in the event of your untimely death during a large-scale battle, you can still upload a spectacular final moment for your loved ones and fans to remember you by. That part got his attention. Wait, what did you just say? He couldn't believe something he'd previously ignored was now turning out to be so useful. Juyan touched the glasses on his face, stunned. I really only brought these to record the boss's skill animations, but they're actually useful now. He began analyzing the couple's combo. Resistance to transformation, a skill that boosts stats when receiving buffs, combined with Radiant Dominion, a powerful buffing ability. When used together, he couldn't hide his admiration. That's amazing. Glancing at Hyoju, Juyan was starting to realize that this couple was way more powerful than he'd expected. A buff of that caliber, showing up in a place like this. Now fully fired up, Hyoju's boyfriend stepped forward. I'll pull aggro now. Juyeon gave him a look calm and unreadable. Then came the boyfriend's command. Yeonju, hit it with a big one. Under his expectant gaze, Juyeon responded in the simplest way possible: fireball. He didn't mean to interrupt the guy's big hero moment, but something much more important was at stake. Sorry for ruining your cool pose, but I'm gonna have to claim the main course. The mud crab writhed in the flames just as Juyeon had anticipated. I saved this trump card for exactly this moment. Clenching his fist, he activated it. Ignite. Boom. The crab's body exploded. A system message echoed: Ignite. Detonates residual flames within a 20-meter radius. Required mana 25. Mana consumption 250. Unique trait, Chain Ignition. F. Targets hit by 3 or more explosions take an additional 10% damage. Then, a smell began to waft through the air. What is that smell? Someone asked. It was roasted crab. The kind of smell that makes you want to scoop some rice into the shell, toss in some meat, and take a huge, satisfying bite. Meanwhile, Hyeju's boyfriend was still stunned by everything that had just happened. But not one to be outdone, he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Back up. It's about to go berserk." In the aftermath of the battle, Hyeju's boyfriend let out a shout and charged at the crab. He swung his weapon a few times, managing to knock loose a small pile of jewels from the now lifeless creature. The system's voice echoed once again, though the reward this time was laughably underwhelming, absorbing the soul of Mudcrab F, battlefield boss. Mana 1. Despite the pathetic prize, Hyeju clapped enthusiastically. You did great. Meanwhile, everyone else nearby was too stunned to speak. That's just sad, someone muttered. Juyeon's system interface popped up in front of him. Skill: a rank transformation resistance has been registered as a boss skill. He'd finally gotten what he came for. Perfect, he muttered. Now all that's left is to test the combination of light dominion and transformation resistance. It'll be flawless. With his objective complete, Juyeon dusted himself off, ready to head out. Alright, time to go home. But just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the intense stares of the others. I want to go, he said flatly. Yet praise came flooding in from every direction. Your unique trait must be at least a rank or S rank, right? You really carried us out there. Thanks to you, I got my soul fragment so easily. Mind if I get your number? If you're free after this, maybe we could hang out. All the attention swirled around Juyeon, while Hyeju's boyfriend, now feeling completely sidelined, raised his voice in frustration. Okay, people, calm down. We still need to divide up the loot, let's regroup. Trying to salvage a bit of dignity, he turned to Hyeju with a loving gaze. At least you're still by my side. But his hopes were crushed when Hyeju, eyes sparkling, chimed in. Yeonju was the Mvep. He should get the biggest share, right? His heart shattered. Hyeju, not you too, the others quickly agreed, one after another. I don't mind giving Yeonju my share. Same here. To be honest, I didn't really do much anyway. If he wants mine, he can have it. While everyone was busy cheerfully throwing their rewards at Juyeon, a mysterious man watched from a distance. He quietly tapped the earpiece in his ear and gave a report. No boss loot detected at the Garum Bay raid. Alright, move on to the next raid boss location. Without another word, he disappeared into the distance. Unnoticed by everyone, Hyeju stood silently, staring blankly up at the sky. Her eyes lifeless as if something was controlling her. Later, Juyeon returned to his daily monster farming routine. As expected, no creature stood a chance. One after another they fell to his magic. The system chimed in again. Daily quest completed. 300 SP. After wrapping up his grind, Juyeon flopped down onto the ground, exhausted. He sighed and thought to himself, how long is it gonna take to level this prototype up to tier 3? Juyeon had previously experimented with combining radiant might and transformation resistance. Are these numbers for real? SS tier radiant might effect activated. A tier transformation resistance effect activated. The synergy between the two resulted in a powerful buff. Combining a tier transformation resistance with SS tier radiant might provides an insane stat boost. But the issue is, he opened his status window. Status window. The system chimed in. Prototype level 2 restores 2 copy attempts at cost 4000 SP. But Juyeon knew that wasn't enough. At level 2, I don't have enough copy charges. My stats are high, sure, but I barely have any actual skills to use. There was only one solution left. I'll have to upgrade the prototype to level 3. Juyeon let out a frustrated scream. SP, I need more SP. Grinding daily quests is exhausting. It barely moves the needle. His cries went unheard, and he fell silent, defeated. Out of options, Juyeon called out sarcastically, "Come on now, isn't there some kind admin out there willing to throw me a proper quest?" Predictably, nothing happened. As if that would work. What the hell am I even doing? Then, suddenly ding. The system responded, here it is. He had done it. Somehow his sarcasm worked. A new quest appeared with surprisingly generous rewards. Tutorial Quest 8. A main quest has appeared. Complete the main quest to receive 4000 SP and unlock unique sub-trait 4. Juyeon was stunned. 4000 SP, what kind of main quest is this? A strange sound echoed through the sky. Juyeon looked up in alarm, and he wasn't the only one. Back on Earth, something bizarre appeared in the sky, causing widespread panic. A battlefield had emerged right in their world. Special Battlefield F rank, Heavenly Island Canal. Entry requirement, level 1 to 39. The objective was clear, main quest 1. Clear the F rank special battlefield. Rewards, 10,000 SP, 1 unique sub-trait upgrade ticket, and 1 random skill reward box. Special battlefields are monster-exclusive zones. As their numbers grow, Earth's terrain conversion will accelerate. The fate of the world was now in the hands of its warriors. Clear the special battlefield for the survival of Earth and all humanity. Breaking news reports continuously streamed from the battlefield that had just emerged. Breaking news. A colossal special-grade battlefield, Heaven's Island Canal, has appeared over Seoul and Gyeonggi Province. Pillars of light are believed to be teleportation gates leading to Heaven's Island Canal. The user association is currently under emergency control. People on Earth were significantly affected by the incident due to the appearance of Heaven's Island. Flights at Incheon and Dempo airports have been suspended indefinitely. Residents living in areas impacted by the special battlefield are complaining about the lack of sunlight. Everyone was aware of how serious the situation was. I'm Kim I, a level C user. The entry level for the battlefield is limited to levels 1 through 39. I believe the user association should expedite the teleportation gate access permits. News outlets relentlessly pushed out updates on the battlefield's breaking news. Reports indicate that special-grade battlefields have simultaneously emerged in multiple locations across the globe. International cooperation is underway between nations affected by the special battlefields. Breaking news. Day 3 of the user association's regional lockdowns, and lower-level users are expressing frustration. Let's begin with news from Japan. Last night, a landmass half the size of South Korea appeared next to Tokyo. Everyone who saw the broadcast clicked their tongues in disbelief at the severity of the situation. Out on the street, people everywhere were discussing the unfolding events. Since Japan's special battlefield isn't a heavenly island, it must be nice not having to worry about the sunlight. Hey, that's not the issue, you idiot. Ignoring the chatter, Juyeon quietly kept his eyes on the news report in his hand. That's a B-grade special battlefield, and level 70 monsters are flooding Tokyo. Countless articles predicting humanity's doom were being published. The beginning of humanity's end. An unprecedented evacuation order has been issued for Tokyo, with a massive evacuation effort involving 2 million people underway. Even as the protagonist put away his phone, the people around him continued their discussions. Level 70 is basically close to S grade, right? The permitted entry range is levels 41 to 70. Insane. The traffic light turned green. Across the street, a group of reporters buzzed around, interviewing the president of the user association. Judging by the situation in other countries, special battlefields are completely disadvantageous. He was briefing the press on the current state of affairs. Our user association is receiving strong support from the government. We're working to launch raids on the battlefields as swiftly as possible. He also didn't forget to propose a solution to reassure the public. Therefore, once we've gathered enough information, we plan to implement a strategy to clear Heaven's Island Canal, possibly including bounties. As everything unfolded, Juyeon could only let out a sigh. He looked at the user shop in front of him, and muttered wearily, "What a damn mess." Staring at the system screen in front of him, he racked his brain over how to earn more SP. Can't I just get the SP in advance? A system notification popped up. Passive income level 3. Receive 200 SP daily at 12 a.m. Total 5000 SP. Blessing trait level 1. Grants a random unique F rank trait to a copied skill. Cost 2000 SP. Juyan's head throbbed as he calculated. After I finished the main quest. The system message continued without pause. Copy efficiency level 1. Reduces mana consumption of copied skills by 10%. Cost 800 SP. Copy slot level 2. Stores up to 2 copy attempts. Refreshed daily at 12 a.m. Cost 4000 SP. Juyan kept tallying up the numbers. Add another 14,000 to my current SP. Daily quest level 1. Receive 1 F rank or higher daily quest at 12 a.m. Cost 3000 SP. As long as he completed the daily quest, Juyan would be able to collect enough SP. I'll have enough points to upgrade all the detail traits by 1 level. I have to push through this no matter what. A staff member called out, holding the item he wanted. Thanks for waiting. However, the price was a little steep, huh? This item's worth 70 million won. The item Juyan was buying today was a ring and matching accessory. Cursed mana ring, ring accessory. 100 mana, -1 strength. Cursed mana bracelet, bracelet accessory. 100 mana, -1 agility. Cursed mana accessory set, 2 pieces, 200 mana, -2 stamina. It was exactly what Juyan had asked the staff to find for him. So you're looking for a cursed mana ring and bracelet, 2 accessories, correct? Correct. Staring at the box in his hand, he silently did the math. This set adds 400 mana. That brings my total mana to 1510. Even if my stats drop a little, focusing entirely on magic is the safer bet. At that moment, Juyan suddenly remembered something important. Now that I think about it, how much does armor cost again? With his cool, handsome demeanor, he turned to ask the staff, by the way, can you estimate the cost to upgrade D-grade armor to C-grade? The staff member gave a sweet smile, but the price that followed could knock someone off their feet. Sure. That would be 400 million won. Would you like to purchase the armor as well? Still keeping up his cool, suave image, Juyan nodded. But his words betrayed the state of his wallet. I'll just take the accessories. Inwardly, he winced at the price. Spending a house's worth of cash just to fight is kind of insane. The staff member kept her sweet smile. Thank you for your patronage. At the entrance to the battlefield above the city, Juyan and his teammates were gathering at the gate. So, this is the entrance. The glasses were too cumbersome, so the main character decided to invest in a new camera instead. These glasses are too much of a hassle, so I used the rest of my money to buy a personal camcorder instead. But still, he recalled the staff member's sweet smile. Thank you for shopping with us today. Juyan couldn't shake the feeling he'd been ripped off. Why do I feel like I got scammed? I should have bought this from the beginning. He pulled out his phone. Let's check the community reviews before heading in. Countless comments popped up. The monsters here hit way harder than what you'd expect for this battlefield level. A high-level user I know got completely wiped and had to retreat. Free board. Preliminary review of Heaven's Island Canal. Melee users, stay far away. They call it Heaven's Island for a reason. Half the monsters are airborne. Even ranged attackers are struggling because tanks can't hold aggro on flying enemies. Maybe because it's floating in the sky, the oxygen levels are so low I was gasping for air after just a short run. A cold sweat ran down Juyan's face as he read through the posts. From the tone of these reviews, it sounds more like a D-grade battlefield, not F. Still, the reviews weren't enough to deter him. Juyan stepped toward the entrance with optimism. People who failed and ran are probably exaggerating. It can't be that bad, right? As he stepped through the gate, a powerful surge of energy transported Juyan to a lush green field. He was genuinely impressed by the view. Hoa. This place is actually amazing. The monsters here were cuter than he expected. They're not even attacking on sight. I could sit down and have lunch here. Maybe find a nice spot later. A scream cut through his thoughts. A massive eagle was flying off with a user clutched in its talons. Help me. The person being carried screamed and cried, someone, please help. Just as he was about to shout help, the eagle abruptly dropped him. Blood splattered everywhere. The man's body was crushed to a pulp right in front of Juyan. Looking up at the flock of giant eagles circling above, Juyan's face turned grim. He summoned a fireball full retreat. Fireball's all I've got to rely on. One of the eagles turned its gaze toward him. Try getting closer, I'll turn you into rotisserie. Suddenly, the eagles flew past Juyan. Huh? Where are they all going? Their target wasn't him, it was the people standing behind him. By sheer coincidence, those people turned out to be none other than Haiji and her brother. Those two. The flock of eagles charged straight at the siblings. But none of them could break through the brother's shield. Haiji and her brother were completely protected. Taking advantage of the moment when the eagles were knocked back, Haiji launched an attack flame burst. A fierce stream of fire engulfed the eagles, roasting them alive. Juyan was completely stunned by the siblings' power. That damage, it's unreal. Juyan hadn't expected Haiji to be that powerful. I figured they were strong users, but I didn't think they were on this level. The eagles were far too easy to take down. Haiji stretched with a bored look. That wasn't nearly as hard as I expected. Her brother warned her not to let her guard down. All right, just please don't drop your defenses and get injured again like last time. Not far away, Juyan was deep in thought. I only copied Fireball anyway. Should I copy that other skill too? So caught up in thinking, he didn't notice a monster quietly approaching him from behind. Meanwhile, Haiji was still obsessing over recruiting a healer. Honestly, if we had a support mage backing us up that time, I wouldn't have gotten so badly hurt, right? The more I think about it, the more I regret it. If I had just managed to recruit a support mage back then, hunting would have gone so much smoother. As she spoke, she suddenly heard a strange noise. It was a distressed scream from Juyan, who was being affectionately clung to by a cute little monster. Get off me. Stop climbing on my leg. By the time he realized its beak was a bit too big, it was already too late. Haiji and her brother had seen him. Awkwardly, Haiji raised a hand in greeting. Well, what a surprise. Looks like you're a bit tied up right now. Embarrassed beyond words, Juyan cursed silently to himself. God damn it. Getting pushed away left the little monster completely heartbroken. It sobbed uncontrollably in Haiji's brother's arms, while Juyan was also practically in tears as he thanked the siblings. Thank you. Thank you so much. He sadly looked down at his beloved shoes. Damn it, these were expensive shoes. Haiji's brother finally recognized him. This is the healer I met back at the park. He glanced suspiciously at his sister. There's no way Haiji would go out of her way just to recruit someone like him, but the moment he saw the smile on her face, he instantly changed his mind. She absolutely would. Now that she knew who Juyan was, Haiji greeted him with a cheerful grin. Oh my gosh, healer. Juyan, we meet again. She clung tightly to his arm, continuing her recruitment efforts. At this point, it kinda feels like fate is telling us to party up. Faced with this sudden reunion, Juyan was beyond overwhelmed. I just came here to hunt today. Juyan trembled as he pleaded, could you please take your hand off me? But Haiji had no intention of letting him go. I will take you with me today. No backing out. Left with no other choice, Juyan gave in. Guess I've got no other option. I should copy Radiant Blessing one last time. He agreed to team up with Haiji. Alright then. But in return he needed to separate for a bit. I'll need to step away for a minute to copy a skill. So, what he said next left both Haiji and her brother frozen. I'll be right back, I just need to use the restroom real quick. Haiji looked around the wide open field full of cute little monsters, and raised a brow here. Though he knew how ridiculous it sounded, Juyan forced an awkward smile and gave a thumbs up. Inside he groaned to copy someone's skill. I have to touch them. I can't exactly say that out loud. He tried to cover its a sudden and urgent bathroom situation. As soon as he said it, he regretted everything. Great, now I've probably made things even more awkward. Suddenly, eagle claws grabbed large rocks. The flock of eagles wanted revenge on the Haiji siblings. They flew overhead, carrying the rocks and dropping them from above. Fortunately, Haiji's brother's shield blocked everything. Juyan was stunned by the intelligence of their attack. I'd be roasted alive if I got close. Wait, is it using strategy? Just behind the eagles came a horde of wild boars. They charged straight at Juyan. Before he could react, Haiji darted forward. She gave him a playful wink, though her attack was anything but playful. Firewall. A blazing wall of fire erupted, incinerating the wild boars. But she didn't stop there. Flame rain. The birds in the sky were caught in the flames along with the boars. Still not done, she launched her finisher, flame spear. Dozens of fiery spears rained down. In seconds, the battlefield was wiped clean. Haiji ran a hand through her hair and exhaled. There, all clean now. Her brother wasn't thrilled with how recklessly she charged ahead. I told you not to rush in like that. Heiji shrugged off his concern, still grinning smugly. What? We caught them all, didn't we? So it's fine. Juyan was left completely dazed. There's seriously no room left for me to shine here. He couldn't help but admire Heiji's skill. Amazing. Is this how many skills an S-rank user usually has? Silently, he wondered if S-rank is already like this. Just how many skills does an EX rank user have? Hearing the compliment, Heiji beamed. Of course. Heiji flashed a thumbs up, cheerfully sharing some wisdom with Juyan. Most of those skills, you can just buy skill books and learn them. From that, Juyan learned a fundamental truth, so it all comes down to money. Then came another surprise. This time, a two-mouthed crocodile appeared. Eager to finally show what he could do, Juyan raised a finger. It was the same old move, fireball. Heiji and her brother blinked in disbelief. Huh? Normally, the fireball would have been smaller than the crocodile's mouth. Usually, it'd be like this. But this size. The fireball Juyan cast was huge, nearly 10 times the normal size. Even he was shocked. Why is the fireball so massive? Heiji narrowed her eyes, accusing him. Juyan, be honest, your mana is higher than mine, isn't it? Are you really a healer? He laughed awkwardly, brushing it off. Come on, this is totally normal. The oversized fireball was actually due to a skill enhancement. Enhancement F increases a skill's mana cost by 100% and adds 20% bonus damage. Internally, Juyan sighed. Because of that random unique trait, my fireball came out way stronger than expected. The extra mana cost is higher than the added damage, so it's actually kind of a downgrade, but outwardly he kept up the act. Even if healers are seen as nobility, we do need some defense skills to level up properly. But Heiji wasn't letting it go. Then at least tell me how much mana you actually have. Once again, Juyan dodged the question with a vague answer. I've got a decent amount. Like 1.408 out of 1.510. It's a lot, honestly. Inside, he began calculating more carefully. He made a decision to tread more cautiously. Having more mana never hurts. I can still use fireball about 13 more times, but still, right now, I'm Juyan the healer, not a mage. I need to act like it. Even while thinking things through, he noticed the sharp gaze of Heiji's brother. Yikes. Look at those eyes. Like a hawk. And he reminded himself of one more thing. There are other users around too. I've got to be more discreet with my skills. Nearby, a cute little monster cried helplessly, surrounded by swords pointed straight at it. There was no mercy. Users cut it down without hesitation. One disillusioned warrior muttered bitterly, how long do I have to keep doing this stupid grind? His teammate scolded him. Hey, don't slack off on defense. Keep an eye on the flying monsters. But the guy just complained louder. I am watching. Damn it, we came all the way to Heaven's Island just to smack weak-ass mobs. My pride as a user is rotting away. Another teammate pointed toward a massive wild boar mid-fight, then quickly covered the complainer's mouth. Oh yeah. Then go fight that thing and die trying. Suddenly, the system voice rang out. The number of creatures eliminated on Heaven's Island has met the threshold for summoning the final boss. None of the users were aware of the change yet. The complainer, clearly too scared to face the stronger monsters, continued picking on the weaker ones like his teammate. Let's finish this one quick. Cover me, my turn now. But the final boss had already awakened. The Lord of Heaven's Island has awakened. Only then did everyone realize something was wrong. Who? Hey, what's that, over there? Up in the sky, a four-winged angel appeared. What the hell is that? There's not a bunch, just one. But what is that thing? There was a long silence before anyone could identify it. Angel. The angel spread its wings and countless chains began to manifest. Heavenly sword. Summons one heavenly sword for each creature killed on Heaven's Island. Each sword adds 1% bonus damage. If the user possesses the unique trait, Heaven's Island, the number of summoned swords is doubled. If the user possesses the unique trait, Heaven's Island, an additional curse effect, E, is added to each sword. Mana cost, 60. Mana consumption, 0. Juyan had been witnessing the entire scene, eyes wide with disbelief. This is, a voice cried out. That's an area of effect attack. Thousands of swords rained down from the sky. Heiji's brother quickly raised his shield. Hundreds of swords slammed against it, blood soaking the ground. Countless users were wounded in the angel's devastating assault. My leg. My leg. As the attack ended, Heiji's brother dropped to one knee, weakened and struggling. Are you okay? Heiji called out, worried. But the swords hadn't only caused physical damage, they had also drained mana and inflicted debuffs. Blocking those swords left me with a debuff. My HP, attack, defense, all my stats are down. Juyan quickly moved to heal Haiji's brother. Looks like it lasts for 10 minutes. Let me heal you first, Radiant Blessing. As he worked, Juyan kept his eyes on the angel above. A system window appeared in front of him. Hanel. Level 59 unique trait Heaven's Island. A skill Heavenly Sword. S trait, average speed boost. A trait, descent. A stats, strength, 22, agility, 39, stamina, D8. Magic power, 75. He knew instantly that this enemy was way out of his league. Yeah. Should we? Juyan turned to Haiji and her brother and said bluntly, should we just run now? Right at that moment, the mission screen popped up. Side quest. B. Heaven's Island. Hanel objective. Eliminate Hanel, Lord of Heaven's Island and Invader of Earth. Destroy the special battlefield. Special rewards will be granted if the final boss is defeated using unique powers. Reward, 5000 SP, 1 skill from Hanel. News about Hanel's appearance spread rapidly online. The boss of Heaven's Island, Hanel, appeared at exactly noon yesterday. According to early analysis, its emergence seems to be tied to the number of regular monsters defeated in the area. Like other bosses, it immediately unleashed a wide-area attack upon spawning, causing massive casualties. Disturbing footage was captured by a player livestreaming at the time. The streamer's current condition is still unconfirmed. Comments flooded in about Hanel. Someone named their dog Hanel, LOL. That bastard flung swords everywhere and vanished like a nightmare. Hearing the casualty counts past 10,000 already. They shouldn't call it Heaven's Island. It's basically the Canal graveyard now. Is anyone still alive after that sword rain? I'm one of the survivors. Seriously, don't even think about trying to kill it. Hey, I heard it just reappeared again. A bold user even streamed Hanel live video account, Daily Lunch Pork, C rank. In the livestream, everyone focused on Hanel's movements over here. It's showing up this way. Huh? That's Hanel. Hanel, where? Suddenly in the stream, Hanel raised its hand and black splotches began spreading across one of its wings. When the wing turned completely black, a new attack began. What now? Is it throwing swords again? I can't dodge this, but this time it wasn't a sword rain. Huh, it's just rain. Except this was no ordinary rain. Wait, why is this sword so heavy? It was a debuff storm. Users collapsed under the effects. Damn it. Another debuff again. Even the monsters weren't spared. What's going on? Something's wrong. The rain drove monsters into a frenzy. This isn't normal. And it didn't stop there. Monsters physically transformed under the storm. Huh? The now crazed monsters violently turned on the users, blood soaking the ground as screams rang out across the battlefield. Juyan didn't even need to witness it in person, just watching the livestream left him shaken. He realized his decision to run away the other day had been absolutely right. It can empower regular monsters too. In that situation, retreating was 100% the right call. He had no intention of gambling with his life. Juyan knew he had to prepare far more carefully. If this were a game with extra lives, sure, I'd take the risk. But this is real. With that kind of debuff storm, I need to raise my physical stats next. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang, making him jump. Damn, that scared me. The call was from Haiji. Haiji? Wait. When did I even save her number? He answered the call. Hello. Juyan, see? It's Kim. Haiji. Haiji got straight to the point. Did you go back to Heaven's Island Hanel after our last party up? Juyan answered honestly, not yet. I've been meaning to head back though. I'm still struggling to figure out that boss's attack patterns. On his computer screen, footage of monsters attacking a city played in the background. The end of humanity. The monsters had started to descend on Juyan's own homeland. Just like what happened in Japan. I heard monsters from Heaven's Island Hanel have started invading Seoul. This is a time-limited battle. Haiji didn't bother hiding her true purpose anymore. By the way, a large-scale raid team has been formed to take down Hanel. Would you be interested in joining? Juyan was caught completely off guard by the offer. A few days later, D-Rank Swampfield Grand Park, Seoul. Today, the park was packed with users. Many well-known users had also gathered for the event. Wait, isn't that an A rank? I've seen them on UserTube before. Everyone here looks like they're at least B rank or higher. Some new users, clueless about what was going on, whispered to each other what's up with all these B ranks, end up gathering in a D rank zone. I heard it's the meeting spot for the Hanel raid team. For these folks, a D rank zone's probably just a warm-up. You'd have to be insanely strong to even qualify for a team like that. I'm seriously jealous. Surrounded by so many powerful people, Julian suddenly felt incredibly small. Am I really supposed to be here? He looked down at his outfit and hoped no one would recognize him. I even changed clothes so I wouldn't look like a mage. I left just the cloak. I should be fine, right? But reality wasn't so kind. A familiar voice called out from behind Julian. Over here, over here. It was the Haiji siblings. Haiji, Julian sighed in relief. Finally, someone I know. Pointing to himself, he asked hesitantly, isn't the entry requirement B rank and above? I'm F rank, am I even allowed here? He had intentionally signed up under a fake identity. I registered as an F rank healer to hide my real rank. Heiji waved it off with a reassuring smile. Oh. Come on. Who's ever heard of an F rank healer using C rank recovery spells? This raid needs someone to handle debuffs. We're recruiting without restrictions, so don't worry. Julian, still curious, asked, but where's the raid leader? The sound of footsteps echoed as everyone's eyes turned toward one person. Haiji lit up. There, he's here. Julian's jaw dropped when he saw the leader. No way, it's them. The raid leader was a tall man radiating an intense aura. Leader of the Hanel raid operation, elite warrior from Korea's top guild, Daein SS rank warrior, Lee Hae-sung. Hae-sung drew the sword from his back. Before we officially begin our operation to clear Hanel, I believe it's necessary to assess each member's capabilities. He raised his sword with a calm, deadly air. Let's start with a warm-up. Haiji was brimming with excitement as she raised her staff. Alright then. Time to settle the score from last time. Julian watched, jaw nearly hitting the ground, overwhelmed by Hae-sung's sheer presence. His orders are so blunt, yet no one dares say a word. He's exactly that type. And that type happened to be Julian's fangirl weakness. God, that's cool as hell. A pack of lizard monsters charged toward the users. Hae-sung dealt with all of them effortlessly, clean, precise, unbothered. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Julian was in full-blown admiration mode. So badass. Still, admiration didn't mean imitation. Julian pulled himself back from fantasy. No. Snap out of it. With my current stats, grabbing a sword is just asking to die early. He was well aware of his strengths and limits. My base stats are way too low. The only reason I've survived this far is because of my elemental rings. That's why I know sticking to magic is the safest path. 30 magic power, 500 mana, 1% mana regeneration. Even though he lacked any sword fighting experience, watching Hae-sung wield one stirred something strange in him. But why does it feel familiar? I've never used a sword before, yet it feels so natural. Still, he knew it wasn't time yet. No, not now. I need to put that dream on hold until I raise my physical stats. As he healed wounded users, his gaze flicked toward Haiji. Close combat's just too dangerous right now. Long-range magic is still the best bet. Then, a voice suddenly echoed in his head. Is it really? Hae-sung, in the heat of battle, sensed something was off. Even as monsters swarmed him, he cut through them without losing momentum. The voice in Julian's head continued, with your current skill set, keeping it hidden is a waste. As he watched one of Hae-sung's attacks, Julian suddenly froze. He was analyzing the skill in real-time. Blood-stained battle, SS rank status, intoxicated after defeating monsters. Effect, absorbs target stats. Duration, stats vanish 5 minutes after combat ends. Bonus, if the user possesses an S rank or higher combat skill, absorbing blood from 10 monsters grants additional stat bonuses. If strength 50, magic power increases by 10% of strength. If stamina 50, agility increases by 10% of stamina. A realization struck Julian like lightning. There it is. A monstrous skill that can boost my physical stats instantly. Beneath Hae-sung's feet, dozens of venomous lizards lay scattered across the ground. Suddenly, in the middle of the eerie silence, gentle ripples spread across the surface of the water. In a flash, a venomous lizard leapt out from the lake at incredible speed, roaring ferociously as it spotted the humans. Grand Park, Soulfield boss, Venomous Lizard King. One player recognized it immediately and shouted in alarm, Venomous Lizard King. His eyes lit up like headlights as he locked onto the beast. Then the system triggered a power-up just for him. Burst limit S temporarily boosts attack by 1 tier for 60 seconds. If user has S rank combat skill or higher, all stats 5. Mana cost 580. Magic power requirement 20. Haisung stomped hard on the ground before the boss could even react. He slashed it clean with a single stroke of his sword. The reward from defeating the monster came in immediately, absorbing soul of field boss Venomous Lizard King S rank. HP 1. Skill Jade Beauty B rank. Added to boss skill list. Sangwook was stunned. Wait, so I almost cleared it by myself. Heiji wasn't about to let that slide. I nearly took it down myself last time, you know. The tan-skinned guy looked regretful. Yeah, we almost had it, huh? Julian couldn't believe his ears. What? I didn't even fight and still got a reward. Heiji quickly explained. Usually, if you don't contribute in a raid, you get nothing. But Julian, you were cleansing debuffs for the whole team the entire time. That counts as contribution. Even Julian was surprised. I've always wondered how healers level up. Turns out, this job's kind of easy. Haisung sheathed his massive sword. He then addressed the entire group in a commanding tone. I'll give one final brief before we split into teams and hand out rewards. A thought crossed his mind. Mages usually group up and attack together, but it's still unclear whether these buffed monsters have physical resistance or magic resistance. One of the mages in the group caught on to his logic, so we'll be dividing teams based on ranged damage type. Physical vs magical. Just then, the system sent another message. Catalyst B enhances effects on enemies already afflicted with poison. After 3 stacks, poison is converted into deadly venom. Mana cost 800. Magic requirement 40. Julian nodded to himself. Placing his faith in this plan, the boss died instantly. I didn't even get a chance to analyze its skills properly. But this might actually be useful. He knew he was getting a little ahead of himself. Well, it's not the time to get carried away. A series of system summaries appeared in his message log. Burst limit S boosts attack by 1 tier for 60 seconds. For combat classes only. If user has S rank special ability, all stats 5. Mana 580. Magic power 20. Bloodlust SS Blood Frenzy activates after defeating monsters, absorbing target stats. Lasts for 5 minutes after battle ends. If user has S rank combat ability or higher, gains bonus stats every 10 kills. Strength 50, magic power 10% of strength. Stamina 50, agility 10% of stamina. Julian couldn't help but get a little hyped. The Red Santa guy's out here handing out SS rank skills now. Suddenly he asked a question. What about healers, I wonder? Julian's soul was already drifting off somewhere in the clouds, right? Haisung eyed him curiously. What's with that look? Julian was practically glowing like a kid on Christmas morning. I finally gathered everything I need. Now I just want to go home. A few days later, Hainal raid, Area D1. Julian collapsed on his bed. Completely drained. God. I'm so freaking exhausted. But the rewards he'd earned washed all that fatigue away. Status window, open. I used to wonder when I'd finally have enough, but now, I'm nearly there. The system summarized his progress. Ets SP, 4000. Julian let out a contented sigh. Looks like I'll have everything I need before it's time to smash Hainal's head in. System updates continued to roll in. Daily quest. E eliminate 30 armored monsters. Reward 500 SP. Daily quest E collect 30 Tresor horns. Reward 500 SP. Daily quest E eliminate 30 earth type monsters. Reward 500 SP. Daily quest E eliminate 30 monsters with fire type skills. Reward 500 SP. The workload was brutal. Why do E-rank quests just keep popping up non-stop? I don't even have time to rest. Even if the bags under his eyes got any darker, his determination wouldn't waver. But hey, getting this many E-rank quests in a row is kind of a lucky streak. Julian forced himself upright, ready to grind again. Alright. Let's do this. He was never the type to give up easily. The heavens are on my side. Let's upgrade the copy template. The system offered him a choice. Would you like to upgrade your X skill copy template? In a flash, the screen was flooded with notifications. Time to spend 4000 SP. Copy skill X, subskill 1 upgraded. Template upgrade, level 2, level 3. At 12 AM daily copy attempts increased from 2 to 3. Further upgrades require 15,000 SP. Julian. Always planned meticulously before making a move. My original idea was to buff attack power with Radiant Authority and Anti-Interference, then dump everything into burst damage. But that red Santa guy gave me Bloodlust. 3 copy attempts just aren't enough anymore. The thought made Hai-sung shiver. Juyeon still had more strategy brewing in his head. If I stack Bloodlust, Radiant Authority, Anti-Interference, and one more damage-dealing skill, that synergy could easily exceed anything I imagined. He had only one wish left in mind: if only I could store 4 skills instead of just 3. Tired of traditional casting routines, the mage muttered, no helping it. I've only got room for 3. The system responded like it was reading his thoughts. Copy skill X. Active. Currently copied skills will reset at 12 AM daily. Copied skill list: Radiant Authority, SS Fireball E empty slot, currently copying, Anti-Interference A. Now, Juyeon felt a bit more secure. Alright. That should do it. Standing before a monster, the protagonist showed not a hint of fear. Juyeon's firepower had evolved significantly. Time to test how much my damage buff has improved. Meanwhile, anonymous users online were once again buzzing. User 38924. Anyone remember Psycho Pass? User 04802. That guy who one-shotted everything at the F-rank battlefield with Fireball. User 38924. Yeah, heard he popped up in Gapyeong this time. User 61829. My friend was there. Said the whole place was leveled. Footage from the battle was going viral across the internet. Players at the scene were panicking. Hold up, isn't that the zone boss? I'm not ready to fight it. Wait, looks like it's targeting someone else. A massive serpent was charging madly straight at Juyeon. It lunged at him from behind, but Juyeon noticed just in time. Once again he unleashed a barrage of firepower on the monster. An adventurer who witnessed the whole thing gasped in disbelief. That fireball's headed this way. Wait. That guy, could he be They could feel his presence approaching. He's coming. Watching his silhouette zip past, another player was completely floored. Holy crap, what kind of speed is that? What kind of agility stat does he even have? No way, is he a mage? Screams rang out as the serpent opened its massive jaws. He's insane. Dodge now. But the flames spread faster than anyone could anticipate. A massive explosion erupted deep in the forest. Everything in the blast radius was engulfed in searing red-orange light. And yet, the quiet mage stood still, expressionless. To everyone's shock, the serpent was still chasing Juyeon. He hurled wave after wave of firepower at the creature. Frustrated, Juyeon finally snapped, okay. That's enough, just die already. A player watching from afar couldn't help but criticize, there's some lunatic trying to kill a regional boss using chip damage. Is this real life? Meanwhile, a car pulled off to the roadside. Inside, Suyin was calmly reporting in field inspection schedule, complete. She confirmed the next timing: you have 1 hour and 24 minutes of free time before the next engagement. Next to her, Muhammad was glued to his phone, reading breaking news: Psycho Pass just took down the mountain serpent. He said nothing to Suyin. Glancing at his phone screen, she asked teasingly, you worried about Psycho Pass? Muhammad didn't bother hiding it, of course. He's the one I gave that valuable ring to. Suyeon raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you're pretty confident that guy is you, Juyeon. Muhammad gave a knowing smile. It's just too much of a coincidence. I gave him that elemental ring not too long ago. He had been observing Juyeon's combat skills for quite some time now. That gear doesn't boost agility or stamina at all. Yet he's dodging every attack with minimal movement. It's like he's been battle-hardened over years of experience. Meanwhile, Juyeon was gritting his teeth, clearly frustrated that he couldn't finish off the serpent. Muhammad decided to check in on another matter. By the way, what's the current status of the Raider Guild's movements? Suyeon, always prepared, had already dispatched someone to monitor them, just as expected. They've started showing up near several special battlefields. Muhammad gave her clear instructions: keep a close eye on both Psycho Pass and the Raider Guild. With this much attention focused on him, it's only a matter of time before trouble finds him. His only real concern was simple: let's just hope they don't mess with my friend. Elsewhere, the raid captain from Raider stared intensely at his computer screen. His battle with the serpent wasn't over yet. Watching the footage, a sly grin curled across his face. Psycho Pass. The battle between Juyeon and the serpent, uploaded online, quickly became the talk of the community. The mountain serpent at the Gapyeong field got taken down using just chip damage. Juyeon was furious after watching the video. These people lost their damn minds. He felt blatantly exploited. I did everything, so why are they the ones profiting off it? What, is my image rights just a joke now? And they didn't even film my face properly. But then it hit him, this could be a chance to cash in. Wait a minute, wouldn't it be better if I just upload the video myself? Once Juyeon had the idea, he was all in this time. I'm verifying my channel, uploading the full bodycam footage too. He was already imagining himself lying on a pile of money from ad revenue title. Level 10 Mage Solos E rank field boss, Mountain Serpent. If I upload the Hanel raid too, the views will go crazy. I should create a separate channel so no one finds out I'm Psycho Pass. What if I hit 1 million subs and get a gold play button? Should I do a face reveal video too? Then reality kicked in. And he looked around, lost. But seriously, how am I supposed to gather materials in this pitch black night? Right on cue, the system pinged him with a new alert: daily quest. B. Collect 10 essences from the special zone, defeat 20 monsters in the special zone, survive in the zone for over 60 minutes, reward. Quest buff. B. Random item box. Juyeon wasn't thrilled. I thought only E and F rank quests showed up. If I'd seen this earlier, I wouldn't be out here wandering around at night. He realized he had overexerted himself. I can't believe I knocked out for an entire day, just because of one snake. I seriously pushed too hard. But the fire in him reignited. If I can, I want to finish everything before my skills reset at midnight. Suddenly, a large gem appeared in front of him. What's this? The moment he picked it up, a system message popped up: Special Zone Essence, 10-1. He blinked in disbelief. Oh, so it doesn't drop from monsters. It's just lying around the battlefield. Which means I have to run around this entire giant zone, digging through every damn corner. Still, Juyeon felt like his hard work was finally paying off. Finally. Even so, he couldn't help but complain. If this wasn't a B-rank quest, I'd have ditched it ages ago. Out of nowhere, a monster dropped from the sky, heading straight for him. Sensing something was off, Juyeon instinctively turned around. Before he could even fully process what was happening, he dodged just in time as it crashed down right where he had been standing. Staring at the monster's corpse, Juyeon was completely shaken. Holy crap. That was way too close. Did I just dodge that? The main character couldn't help but think. My body reacted even before my mind could catch up. This is the effect of using Radiant Might and Transformation Resistance simultaneously. In his head, the mage had only one thought: yeah, I'll deal with that later. For now, I need to gather materials. The fire blazing behind Raid was none other than Fireball. He confidently told his comrades, there are still quite a few people hunting at night. He asked for updates. What's going on with Hanel? Someone reported back. The scout team spotted it to the northwest. Raid started fantasizing again, just thinking about us defeating it first, and watching that bastard Lee Hai-sung go home empty-handed, makes me so happy. One subordinate blurted out, what if other players jump into the fight? Raid was unfazed. No worries. He was ready to handle anyone who got in his way, kill them all. The system sent a message: monsters defeated, 20 out of 20. The main character felt much more at ease. Yes, all monsters down. He picked up a gem off the ground. Luckily, the essence is easier to spot than I thought. Looks like I'll have enough before midnight. Another system message popped up: essence collected, 10 out of 9. He smiled, knowing he was close to completing the task. I finished the 1-hour survival part a while ago. Now I just need to gather one more. Suddenly Juyeon panicked. Hanel appeared in the sky, looking strange. He questioned reality, staring up. Wasn't the guild campaign scheduled for tomorrow morning? Players refused to back down. Damn, they're stealing the boss. Focus on attacking its wings. Alone Juyeon wasn't strong enough to fight back. What do I do now? At this rate, the boss will be stolen. If I call for help now, it'll be too late. He hesitated for some unknown reason. But wait. Thinking carefully, the info panel displayed. Attempt to conquer F-rank special battlefield, Quest B, Heavenly Island Hanel. Defeat Hanel, ruler of Kainel Island. Defeat Hanel, the Earth Invader, and destroy the special zone. The mage hesitated. Come to think of it, both main and side quests just say to conquer it. They don't say we have to fight anyone or deal a certain amount of damage. Juyeon wasn't too concerned. Does it have to be the final hit? Whatever, I'll just watch for now. Opportunities here. Suddenly, a large hole was shot through one of the wings. The players below were only using regular bows and arrows, but managed to keep the situation under control. They joined forces and fought together. Kainal has fallen. The opportunity is here, take it down. Hainal no longer had the imposing presence it once did. Juyan sat on the ground watching the spectacle. Oh man. The system immediately reminded him. If Kainal's HP drops below 50%, and it can no longer fly, one of its wings will become corrupted, adding the condemnation E effect to all of Kainal's attacks. He easily guessed, that's phase 3. It was fighting alone against everyone present. The monster had extraordinary power. He still paid attention to the battle. Look at that dust over there, huh? The main character accidentally spotted a gem. What's that? He eagerly ran over to pick it up. This quest really is an easy paycheck. The monster's eyes suddenly turned red. Hainal stabbed both swords straight into the ground. Everyone nearby suddenly had to endure a light earthquake. The mage witnessed people being thrown into the air. Juyan thought silently. Hey, why did you come here? Players didn't expect the monster to be this strong. Damn it, that really hurts. The masked men exchanged words. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. First, check if anyone got separated from the group, then regroup quickly. They eyed the person lying on the ground suspiciously. Hey. One interrogated carefully. Who are you? The masked man urged him. What's wrong with this guy? Wake up. He valued the mage's position. Can't believe losing the mage means total disaster. Juyan didn't understand what was happening. Huh. The masked man reminded him. Calm down. The mage wondered why he was holding a mask. What the hell is going on? The masked man scolded the main character. Why are you still standing there? Get back right now. Juyan unexpectedly replied like a subordinate, yes sir. He put the mask on. Since it's come to this, now's the time. It was all part of Juyan's plan. Everyone, let's stick together. Just don't get spotted, alright? I don't know who you are, but thanks. A system message appeared. Special Zone Essence 10 out of 10. Daily quest completed. Random items stored in temporary inventory. Buff effect for quest B activated. Hainal and a subordinate from Ryder, both wearing masks, were fiercely battling each other in midair, creating an intense and gripping confrontation. Their swords clashed with powerful sounds, sending sparks flying in all directions. Suddenly, a massive blue energy surged toward Hainal, forcefully pushing both fighters apart. Below, among the masked members of Raid's captain team from Ryder, people watching the fight couldn't help but wonder about the source of that blue light. Where did those fireballs come from? They weren't here before. Someone's enduring hell right in the middle of the battlefield. Just a range dealer leeching off the action, what a loser. Juyan retracted the fireball resting on his fingertip. Hearing them whisper and mock him, he felt anxious. I'm doomed. The system displayed a notification. Quest B buff active. Duration 24 hours. All stats 5. Experience gained 10%. Mana 300. Mana regeneration 10%. Juyan worried his identity might be exposed. My skill power is too overwhelming now. Juyan decided to direct the fireball in his hand toward Hollinel. The masked subordinate turned to look at him with a strange, intrigued expression. But Juyan had no other choice and was torn. If I don't use it, I'll be suspected. If I do, I'll stand out. Using it will definitely attract attention. If this weren't in the middle of a battle, I'd be caught for sure. Still, Juyan chose to act. The powerful fireball struck Hainal's body, causing it to cry out in pain. He also realized the monster was extremely tough, making him somewhat worried. Honestly, pounding on this super tank with these stats continuously, Juyan lightly landed behind the two masked fighters. Sparkling lights radiated around him, causing them to turn and look at him in surprise. He thought hitting Hainal like this was kind of fun and smiled awkwardly. This is actually pretty enjoyable. Hainal swung its sword, blocking all his fireballs. True to form, its immense strength only caused it to step back a few paces against the relatively weak attack. Juyan resigned himself to a desperate plan. Fine. I'll blend in with the group, grab all the rewards, then slip away. The system issued a warning. If Kainal's HP does not decrease by at least 10% during combat, Summon Order A will activate, calling monsters from the Hainal Archipelago. When Summon Order A activates, the Enhanced Obedience A effect will apply to the summoned monsters. Hainal activated the summon order. A large glowing circle appeared beneath it, emitting dazzling yellow light that pushed away the two fighters nearby. The monster performed a ritual, raising its sword high as it chanted, calling forth beasts from the archipelago to its aid. From within the swirling vortex came a burst of light, and two giant eagles soared out. Alongside them, a fierce rhinoceros covered in menacing spikes on its back appeared, causing a young man in a defensive stance to become confused, unsure where it had come from. Not only that, countless wild and ferocious animals poured out, running wildly and shaking the ground beneath them. 3 people standing on a cliff were shocked. What is this? Dust and smoke swirled chaotically through the late-night air, and a voice rang out. Is there a mission? Those witnessing this terrifying scene nervously asked the raid leader from Raider. The raid schedule wasn't announced for this time. The leader turned around, visibly furious despite wearing a mask that hid his expression. He only let out a sharp tskak without responding. One of his subordinates chimed in. Looks like everyone around is starting to notice. Suddenly, a panicked young man rushed over and asked, "What are you doing here?" But before he could react, a sword flashed across his body like lightning. Blood sprayed everywhere as he collapsed, screaming in agony. The one who struck was none other than the raid leader from Raider, who ruthlessly eliminated the man on the spot. Blood stained the leader's clothes, but he showed no emotion, just sharp eyes ordering his men. If Lee Hae-sung finds out, it'll be a huge problem. Take care of the outsiders too. He decided it was better to kill mistakenly than to let a single one escape alive. His whole squad prepared to slaughter them. The terrified and innocent people, clueless about what was happening, tried desperately to shout, "What's happening to everyone? Help!" Their desperate cries echoed into the void and then vanished, leaving behind only a large pool of blood from innocent civilians. They screamed in agony, brutally slaughtered without mercy. Juyeon stood frozen, stunned by the horror, bewildered and unsure what to do. All around him were savage, haunting sounds. Juyeon was terrified, unable to leave his eyes. Not only are they stealing the boss, but they're killing other players too. These lunatics. I can't believe they're this insane. I have to get out of here now. Fear and imminent danger flooded his mind, leaving only one thought: escape immediately. A merciless masked man raised his sword high, ready to strike down a young man in purple. The man collapsed helplessly, screaming in panic. Suddenly a sword streaked through the air, blocking the deadly blow, accompanied by swirling leaves. A large sword slammed into the ground, saving the man's life. The sword belonged to Hae-sung, who had arrived just in time to help. Behind him were Hae-ji and her brother, coming to assist. Juyeon saw a new group rushing toward the scene, and panic surged inside him, especially at the terrifying expression on Hae-sung's face, which carried even more deadly danger. Sweat poured down Juyeon's face as he silently thought, "I'm done for." The raid leader from Raider, seeing Hae-sung and his group disrupting his hunt, casually slung his sword over his shoulder and stepped forward to taunt, "How can a bunch of losers like you call yourselves a fighting team? What kind of lowlife are you, barging into a raid and acting like this?" Hae-sung frowned angrily, clearly offended by the mockery. Hae-sung stepped forward, gripping his massive sword without a hint of fear. His voice thundered with accusation as he exposed the man's crimes. "You didn't just steal the boss, you murdered innocent people too." His eyes burned with fury and killing intent. An aura of death and righteous anger radiated from him as he declared, "Even if you die here today, it won't be unjust." With a mighty swing of his sword, he aimed it at the Raider team's subordinates and shouted, "Die." Suddenly the masked man charged forward, slamming into Juyeon's shoulder and yelling, "Get the hell out of here, you bastard. Kill them all, wipe them out." Chaos erupted. Juyeon stood frozen in panic, his mind racing. What do I do? Where can I hide? Meanwhile, on another front, Heinel and the monsters he summoned from the Celestial Island prepared for another wave of attacks. Someone cried out in warning, "Damn it." Heinel's launching another assault. The two sides clashed with brutal intensity. Struggling against the overwhelming force of the monsters, the defenders urged each other on. If we lose the final blow, it's like cooking a feast for dogs. Take out the healers from the combat team first. It's total chaos. That was the only way Juyeon could describe the scene. People were fighting each other, monsters swarmed in like locusts, and masked men were attacking innocent civilians. In desperation, he shouted, "I'm not with the raid team. Please, someone help me." Terrified, Juyeon gritted his teeth and gasped for breath, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. Unless we take down Heinel fast, this will never end. Our attacks are too scattered, so the damage is too weak. There has to be a more effective way." Just then, He caught sight of Hyesung's face, utterly terrifying, with eyes glowing red like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Hyesung clenched his teeth, eyes blazing, and swung his sword with immense force, unleashing a devastating blow. Juyeon stood in stunned silence, his jaw slack with awe. Elsewhere, Haiji raised her staff and unleashed her spell, Flame Spear. Instantly, a barrage of fire rained down on the monsters. Her brother joined her, raising his massive shield to block the incoming threats. But from behind Haiji, a veined and muscular hand gripped a dagger and brought it dangerously close to her head. One of the enemy's henchmen had seized the chance to ambush her. "Die," he roared. Haiji turned in shock, unable to dodge, fear washing over her until a brilliant blue fireball flew in and blasted the attacker away. Glittering fragments sparkled in the air. Haiji turned, confused and breathless. What just happened? Through the crowd, she saw a young man with his back to her, a glowing blue fireball hovering above his fingertip. Perplexed, she muttered. "Huh?" Her brother, noticing her dazed look, asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "What happened?" Still staring at the mysterious figure, Haiji replied, "That hooded mage, he attacked his own teammate to save me." She was baffled. Juyeon, overhearing her words, looked uneasy. Her brother frowned, skeptical. "No way." Meanwhile, time kept ticking within the system. Juyeon was in the middle of fierce combat, narrowly dodging a masked attacker's hammer strike. He braced himself. "We have to hold out." The timer reached 11:58:50. Just a little more, he counted each second as he hurled fireballs to fend off the oncoming monsters. Just a little more. He reached into his shirt for his phone, planning to escape the chaos as soon as the opportunity came. Finally, the clock hit midnight. Juyeon found a brief moment to stop and catch his breath. He opened his phone, and a look of realization lit up his face. "I get it now, copy skill." Back on the battlefield, Hyesung continued to fight with every ounce of strength he had against the swarming monsters. The system displayed the stats of the newly activated skill, Bloodlust, SS. All stats increased by 20%. Without wasting a moment, Juyeon tested out his newfound power. He raised his hand and shouted, "Fireball." A massive blue inferno erupted, incinerating the monsters that Hyesung was struggling to hold back. With a chilling calmness, Juyeon's eyes shifted to a stark white glow. He looked dangerously focused as he pointed forward, directing the fireball with precision. A new system message popped up: 20 monsters eliminated. Skill effect 2%. Hyesung glanced over just in time to see one of the monsters instantly collapse under the immense power. But instead of being relieved, his expression twisted in frustration. Grinding his teeth, he clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. Tech. From there, Juyeon and Hyesung fought side by side, each holding a different flank. But Juyeon couldn't shake his anxiety. If these monsters keep coming like this, the system notifications continued to flood and 20 monsters eliminated. Skill effect 2%. 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 With a determined glint in his now crimson eyes, Juyeon raised his finger high into the air, summoning another enormous fireball. Bloodlust boosts stats by 2% with every kill. It's even more broken than transformation resistance, which only increases fixed values. Pouring every ounce of power into the spell, he hurled the fireball straight at Heinel. "Farewell," he whispered. An earth-shaking explosion followed. The ground trembled violently. Heinel collapsed to the floor, and the remaining monsters shattered into fragments, burning away into the air like ash caught in the wind. Someone nearby, seeing Heinel lying battered and motionless, muttered in disbelief, "Did we really take him down?" But Juyeon's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. Damn it. Heinel wasn't dead. His eyes now blazed red with fury. He raised his staff high above his head, preparing to unleash one final, devastating blow. Juyeon's heart pounded. It's the final phase. With grim resolve, Heinel planted the staff into the ground. A surge of cataclysmic energy rippled outward. The shockwave blasted everything into the air. Even though Haiji and her brother had erected a protective barrier, they still had to brace themselves to avoid being flung away. Then, with tremendous force, Heinel drove his staff deep into the ground. Golden light erupted in all directions, hurling anyone nearby away like ragdolls. The impact was so massive that it launched Juyan through the air. He dug his heels in and crossed his arms to shield himself, struggling to stay on his feet. Cracks formed on the mask covering his face. Panicked, Juyan cursed under his breath, "Damn it. If I can't hold out, we're done for." Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey." It was Haiji's older brother. Without hesitation, he stepped in front of Juyan and raised a spherical barrier, shielding him from the blast, a temporary wall of protection holding back the storm. Blinding flashes of light erupted all around. Juyan's mask shattered even further, fragments splintering and scattering through the air. The protective barrier collapsed, pieces of it whirling like glass in the chaos. The scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Haiji's older brother had held on as long as he could. Though he could no longer withstand the force, he had remained in front of Juyan, shielding him until the very end. With blood trailing from his mouth, he turned his head slightly and said with a faint smirk, "You owe me a life." Then came a final wave of searing light, blinding and merciless, sweeping across the battlefield, tinted with the vivid red of human blood. At last it was over. The battlefield lay in utter ruin, the ground cracked and uneven, with deep craters gouged into the earth. Amidst the devastation stood Hanel, tall, proud, and unfazed as it looked around at the destruction its immense power had wrought. But suddenly, from behind, a blazing blue fireball hurtled toward it. Hanel's eyes widened in surprise as it turned, only to see Haiji's older brother charging forward, fireball in tow, having sacrificed his life moments ago to shield Juyan. Juyan, now consumed by fury, knelt down with one arm cradling the lifeless body of the man who had saved him. His eyes burned with a hellish glare, like a demon risen from the underworld to exact vengeance. With deadly calm, he began chanting, gathering a colossal surge of power. It was clear he was preparing for a final one-on-one showdown. A massive fireball, glowing with intense blue light, formed in Juyan's hand. From his elevated position he stared down at the beast. Then, with a chilling tone, the mage raised his arm and cast fireball. A roaring torrent of azure flames surged forward, unstoppable and precise. Hanel was caught off guard, unable to dodge. The spell struck with devastating force. A blinding explosion followed, kicking up smoke and debris that made it nearly impossible to see. Confused murmurs broke out among the onlookers. "Wait, what about Hanel?" As the dust began to settle, Hanel was seen kneeling on one leg, still gripping its staff, but it was weakened critically. Moments later, its strength gave out. The creature collapsed fully to the ground, defeated. Items began dropping around its body, confirming its demise. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Holy crap, wasn't that the system's boss? Hyesun's rage boiled over. He turned toward the masked raid leader from Raider, eyes burning. The man raised his sword, threatening, "Move, if you want to live. I'm taking him." The masked raid leader glanced at him coolly, biting back irritation. "So annoying," he muttered internally. But no one could read his expression through the mask. Instead, he spoke calmly, "Let's not pretend we all didn't just witness who the real Meph was." Hyesun clenched his fists, too furious to reply. Thoughts racing, he grit his teeth. "That kid has to die. I'll reclaim the boss, no matter what." Opposite them stood Juyan and Haiji's fallen brother. Juyan, startled by the attention, scratched his head nervously. Suddenly, a system notification appeared: "Main quest complete. You will be transported to the selection interface in 10 seconds to choose your reward." Juyan froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Then, something shifted. Juyan and the masked raid leader locked eyes. A strange realization passed through the latter. Wait, since when did he have D's output that high? I don't even know this guy, so why does he feel so familiar? Before he could make sense of it, Juyan suddenly moved. His feet pushed off from the ground, leaping from a rocky ledge, gathering momentum for whatever was to come next. Juyan landed right where Hanel's body had fallen, leaving everyone above in utter shock. Hyesun, watching from above, clenched his fists in frustration. "Arrogant bastard," he muttered. But Juyan remained completely calm. Holding up Hanel's necklace, he shouted confidently, "Everyone saw that, right? I was the one who took down Hanel." The captain of the raid team from Raider growled under his breath, "You've got to be kidding me. That damn brat." Then, as he squinted at Juyan's silhouette, something clicked. "Wait, is he a psychopath?" Meanwhile, Juyan held the necklace up proudly and declared, "That means this belongs to me." Suddenly both Hyesun and the Raider captain lunged forward, attempting to snatch it from his hands. But Julian effortlessly dodged them, lifting the necklace high above his head and saying casually, "Thanks for doing all the hard work in the raid. Oh, and by the way," Hye-sun jabbed his sword into the ground, a bad feeling creeping in. "Damn it. I didn't feel the blade connect," he thought nervously, before shouting in rage. "What kind of sick game is that bastard playing?" "I've been set up," the raider captain growled. Hye-sun turned toward him, stunned. "What?" With a chilling intensity in his masked eyes, the man glared as if ready to crush someone with his bare hands. "What do you think?" At this very moment, all of us were completely outplayed by that guy. His face contorted in fury, veins bulging. We were tricked by the damn system boss itself. He gritted his teeth, shaking in disbelief. "I still can't believe it." Meanwhile, Julian had already been teleported to another dimension. But even he looked utterly confused. Wait, was I tricked too? Then came a sudden chime, followed by a barrage of system notifications. Main quest complete. 10,000 SP. Special ability detailed upgrade unlocked, 1 time. Random Master C rank skill box acquired. Tutorial quest complete. 4,000 SP. 4th passive trait of special ability unlocked. Absorbed soul of special boss Hanel F. All stats 1. Acquired boss skill, Descendant's Will. Julian stared at the wall of text in disbelief. Wait. All of that's just the reward summary. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands poked into view, pointing and gesturing. A small, beautiful fairy appeared before him. "Greetings, brave one," she said with a sweet voice. Julian blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected to see a fairy here. She fluttered closer and introduced herself. "I am Ego, your guide assistant." Still confused, Julian asked, "Guide assistant?" Ego nodded gently. "Yes, since you've completed the main quest, I've been summoned to assist you through the next phase of the tutorial." Julian, still rattled, thought to himself, what the hell? I've never heard of anything like this before. And I've never seen anyone post about it online either. Could this be a special event for EX tier abilities? Sensing his silence, the little fairy continued, "Shall I begin with your rewards?" Julian snapped out of it and replied, "Sure. Thanks." Without delay, she waved her hand, and a new system panel appeared. Detailed ability upgrade. 1 available. Ego began to explain. This upgrade is similar to a 2nd-tier class evolution. Julian stared at the screen, even more puzzled. Class evolution. She continued without missing a beat, "That's right. You'll be able to add detailed attributes to the skills you already possess." But Julian didn't look excited at all. His face practically sagged with disappointment, and his eyes were filled with unresolved questions. He just couldn't make sense of what was going on. Ego, however, remained calm and began explaining. "You may choose to upgrade one of your current abilities, specifically a detailed upgrade." The system promptly pulled up a list of options. X Skill Mastery, Passive Income LV.3, Energy Blessing LV.2, Daily Quest LV.2, X Skill Copy, Prototype LV.3, Efficiency LV.1, Boss Collection. She turned to him and asked sweetly, "So, which one do you want to upgrade?" Julian closed his eyes and thought. Upgrading passive income would increase the SP I earn through combat. That would pay off in the long run. But then he hesitated, realizing something deeper. The truth is, I'm still too weak right now. If the raid had taken place before midnight, before my skill reset, I wouldn't have stood a chance against Hanel. That means, increasing the number of usable skills is my best bet for now. With that logic settled, he made his choice. I'll upgrade the prototype of the copy skill. The system responded instantly. Used detailed upgrade 1. Prototype LV.3 has been upgraded. Prototype LV.4 acquired. At regain 3 copy uses. At LV.4 regain 2 is use at and 12. Chance to restore 1 extra use upon activation. Copied skill may upgrade by 1 level upon activation. The string of enhancements made Julian raise his eyebrows in awe. Okay, it dropped from 3 to 2 uses per refresh, which kinda sucks, but if I get lucky, I could hit 4 uses a day. Then another realization struck him, his eyes widening. Wait, if luck really swings my way, could I copy 8 skills a day? He stared at the system panel in stunned silence, already plotting out the possibilities. But before he could fall any deeper into his thoughts, Ego's voice gently interrupted. Would you like to check the rest of your rewards? Snapping back to reality, Julian looked up and answered quickly, of course. A gleaming sword materialized before him. Ego gestured to it and explained, "This is a reward from your daily quest, a random C-rank item box." The system displayed the weapon's stats: explosive flame sword, C-type, sword attack power, C7 strength or 3 magic boosts fire attribute skill power. By 7%. Julian tilted his head, unimpressed. For some reason, no matter what I get, I keep getting pushed into playing a fire build. Next, the little fairy handed Julian a box to continue opening rewards. "This is the master skill reward box from the main quest," she said. Julian eagerly opened it without hesitation. The system displayed the reward notice: main quest reward, rank C. Level 3. Conditions: defeat 2 regional bosses, eliminate 100 monsters, consume 5,000 SP. Reward: 10,000 SP, 3 grade D intelligence potions. Julian grinned playfully. "Wait, this is a quest, not an item. That amount of SP is insane. What a steal." Ego continued cheerfully. "The next reward is the addition of a new subtrait." The system chimed in again with another detailed notice. "Fourth subtrait of your special ability green is best. The first skill copied at level 1 will randomly receive an additional rank F option." Julian raised an eyebrow with interest. "So it adds an extra effect to the copied skill. Not bad at all." Suddenly he pulled something out and showed it to Ego with a gleam in his eyes. "But what I'm really excited about is this." It was a stunning necklace, glittering with a rare glow. The system immediately brought up its detailed information: Hanel's Cursed Necklace, rank SS accessory, necklace 33 magic power or 333 mana, 13% mana regeneration, minus 10% mana cost for skills, 13% skill power. If HP falls below 20%. Mana recovery speed increases by 200% on equip. 33 magic power, all stats 5. Julian was momentarily blinded by the sheer power of those stats. This buff is absolutely insane. Still marveling at the item, he asked curiously, "If the boss system is that strong, what kind of skills do the bosses have?" He stared at the screen as new information appeared: Descendant A. When HP drops below 10%, the fallen angel Canal descends. All stats increase by 50% based on the user's magic stat. Every attack inflicts corruption C. Upon descent, fully restores HP and MP. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 30 days. Julian's eyes widened as he recalled the final moment of Hanel's fight. "Hanel, you were nothing more than a rotten flash of light. So this is the final phase skill I saw that day." He clenched his fists, his mind spinning. "Thank God I burned everything during that blood battle phase, or I never would have brought him down. But if Fallen Angel Canal had activated after he descended, there's no way I could have survived that." His head throbbed at the thought, sweat beading on his forehead. This skill is practically a backup life system with a 30-day cooldown. I'll have to be extra cautious when using it. Alright, he refocused. "I've got over 20,000 SP now." The system popped up another notice: spend 15,000 SP, upgrade X skill copy, subtrait 1, prototype LV.4, restores 3 skill copy charges, add in 12. When using copy skill has a chance to restore an extra charge, and upgrade the copied skill by 1 tier. Julian beamed. "Just as I thought. I'll start by upgrading prototype to ensure stability. I can handle the rest later." A flurry of notifications followed: spend 800 SP. Spend 2000 SP. Spend 3000 SP. Upgrade X skill copy, subtrait 2. Upgrade subtrait 2 of special ability. Upgrade subtrait 3 of special ability. Efficiency LV.2. Reduces mana cost of copied skills by 20%. Suddenly, an idea popped into Julian's mind. If I invest into efficiency, I can optimize my mana usage even further. Ego clapped her hands happily. Exactly. He immediately committed to the upgrades, and the system displayed yet another message: blessing of ability LV.2. Copy skill gains 1 random additional special ability of rank E. Julian nodded with satisfaction. Let's keep adding traits to make these skills more sustainable. Ego stood beside him, cheering him on, fully invested in his rapid progress. Suddenly the system issued a reminder. Daily missions level 2. At 12 a.m. Each day, you will receive 2 missions of E rank or higher. Julian lit up. clearly excited and ready to dive in. Even my growth depends on daily missions. Huh. Ego encouraged him warmly. Brave one, you truly are remarkable. With everything finally settled, Juyeon let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. At last it's all done. Guess there's nothing left to do here, right? But the tiny fairy wouldn't let him rest. Nope. So far you've only received your rewards. He frowned, clearly displeased. Huh. She continued calmly. Now begins the real tutorial. Juyeon looked confused, her words not quite clicking. Then Ego gently prompted. Do you remember the final line of the main quest, brave one? Juyeon strained to recall it. The final line of the main quest. Suddenly a memory surfaced, one of the system prompts he had seen before. Do your best to conquer the special zone to protect Earth and humanity. He repeated it uncertainly. Protect Earth and humanity? He sat up slowly, turning his back toward Ego. Wait, what does that mean? The tiny fairy answered without hesitation. Exactly what it says. Your world is on the brink of destruction. Invaders from another world are coming. She warned him. Juyeon's world was in grave danger, threatened by terrifying demons. A short-haired brunette was holding a radio, reporting the situation. After the boss was defeated, the Sky Island Hanel vanished as well. The people in that area have finally regained their clear blue skies. The gate connecting to the Sky Island has closed, but now, signs of spatial distortion are starting to appear. We can't rule out the possibility that this area may change again. She was inside a military helicopter, hovering midair in the serene sky that had only just returned to peace after a chaotic battle. Meanwhile, 2 military personnel were dispatched to patrol the scene. On the ground, reporters and cameras were swarming around Hee-sung. He had quickly become the center of media attention. Standing confidently before the flashing lenses, he declared, although the video may have been leaked online, the truth is that we suffered significant losses due to a group blatantly trying to steal the boss kill. Still, the Hanel mission was a success. Right after it ended, that strange group disappeared without a trace. Hye-sung remained composed and assertive, unshaken by the barrage of questions. Then a reporter raised a question. What was the reward from this special boss? Unfazed, Hye-sung answered fluently. First of all, I can confirm that all my stats have increased. Another reporter followed up. Did any items drop? That question triggered him instantly. His expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead in fury. Without saying more, he turned away coldly and muttered, "That's enough." He clearly didn't want to address anything else related to what had happened the previous day. Send that footage over to Siliev TV. The phone screen went black the moment the call ended. Back at home, Haiji sat on the sofa, watching the livestream on her phone. As the broadcast ended, she let out a long sigh. She quickly dialed a number. Her brother walked over to her, still holding a dumbbell in one hand, sweat dripping down as he addressed her. If that guy ends up in Lee Hae-sung's hands, he's done for. Heiji kept calling. But no one answered, only the automated voicemail kept picking up. She sighed. Still can't get through. It keeps going to voicemail. Her brother, curious about her persistence, asked, "You're still calling? What if you've got the wrong person?" She recalled the image of Juyeon and replied vaguely, "Who knows for sure? If that cloak he was wearing was just a standard mage outfit, and his main skill was fireball, then things would be totally different." With one hand scrolling her phone and the other resting on the sofa, it was clear who she was calling: Juyeon. She spoke to him casually while redialing non-stop. Her brother continued, "Hanel, that guy had total boss-level lunacy." Suddenly Haiji's face lit up. Someone had finally picked up. She cut him off mid-sentence. "Hold on, oh." Got through. "Hello," said the voice on the other end. But before he could even finish greeting her, Haiji wasted no time diving straight in. "Hey Juyeon, I'm just going to say it, you're the mystery mage from the Hanel battle, aren't you?" Juyeon was caught off guard, clearly not expecting her to figure it out. He tried to play dumb, but he quickly tried to deny it. "What are you talking about? I didn't even go near the raid zone." Still smiling, Haiji responded cheerfully, ignoring his denial. "I noticed your gear matched Juyeon's exactly, so I wanted to ask. But before I could get close to you, you vanished." Juyeon stammered, clearly flustered. "I didn't even get near the hunting area," but Haiji wouldn't let up. Laughing boldly, she doubled down, "You're Juyeon, aren't you?" His mind spiraled. He couldn't think straight anymore. Dizzy and overwhelmed, all he could manage to say was, Juyeon stubbornly refused to admit anything. "Either way, it wasn't me." I really do feel bad for being invited and then not showing up to the raid. Sorry about that, he said. Then, in an even more rushed tone, he added, "Oh right, I'm in the shower right now, can't really talk. If you can't reach me, let's just leave it at that," and hung up abruptly. Haiji and her brother stared at the disconnected call screen in disbelief. Heiji scowled, clearly irritated. So that's how he wants to play this? Meanwhile, Juyeon was scrambling on his end, flustered by the sudden call from Haiji. After cutting the call short, he tried to convince himself, she probably won't call again anyway. No one would sit around calling every minute like that, right? But the moment he looked down, he saw a string of missed calls from Haiji lighting up his screen, making him break into a cold sweat. "All I hear on my end are bizarre things," he muttered. Juyeon's mind wandered back to the strange warning Ego had once given him. "Remember this well. Your world is about to be invaded by beings from another dimension." The little fairy tried to reassure him, "But don't worry. You possess a unique power." That thought made Juyeon pause. Skill Master. That was the special power Ego had spoken of, the one that he now had the potential to wield. Ego explained further. This power is a reality-altering force once granted only to gods. A sacred gift, chosen specifically for you. Juyeon furrowed his brows, confused. Wait, why would I have that kind of power? Don't tell me I'm some kind of demigod or something? The idea only made him more unsettled. But I've lived like a totally normal guy, served in the military, followed orders like everyone else. I've never been anything special. Suddenly Juyeon stood up, startled, as the fairy chimed in again, "No need to overthink it. You've already accomplished great things." After all, he had once fought valiantly against a massive S-rank monster. That image of a lone warrior standing his ground, his former self in a previous life, flashed briefly in his mind. He couldn't remember it, but it was clear from the fairy's words. "And you received the reward you deserved," she said with a proud smile. She looked at him seriously now. "Now, there's just one last thing left. Your choice." Juyeon blinked in confusion. Ego elaborated. "The power you now hold, what you've seen so far, is not its complete form. It's just a fragment of divinity. A true hero is someone who chooses to shoulder the burden of power to save the world. This power can remain dormant, or it can awaken. It's up to you. Will you choose to live peacefully, enjoying the small portion of power you have? Or will you rise up, embrace everything you've been given, and fight to save this world?" The fairy asked, her tone heavy with sincerity. Her sudden seriousness only made Juyeon more anxious. But Ego saw the worry in his eyes and gently offered one last piece of advice. "Don't be afraid. Saving the world isn't something a hero is obligated to do. It's simply one of many choices available to you." Juyeon sat in the bathtub, mulling over Ego's words. He let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "Let's be real, I used to be a total slacker, living off others, doing absolutely nothing worthwhile. Me saving the world? That just sounds ridiculous." He shook his head and leaned back into the water. "Whatever. After this bath, I'm going for the ultimate combo: fried chicken and beer, then I'll pass out like a baby." Clearly, saving the world wasn't high on his to-do list for the day. Meanwhile, at Haiji's place, she was lounging on the sofa, gripping an iPad and suddenly shouting in excitement, "Gotcha." She had compiled a list of observations and deductions on the screen, all neatly outlined. With a confident smile, she declared, "Based on my genius instincts and top-tier analytical skills, I can say with full confidence Yu Juyeon exhibits clear signs of high-functioning psychosis." However, something still bothered her. "The only problem is, I don't have solid proof. No matter how I look at it, I have to confront him face to face." Her older brother, who had been quietly observing her obsession with Juyeon, approached with a hand in his pocket. "Why are you so obsessed with this guy?" Haiji didn't answer right away. She just kept staring at the screen, deep in thought. On the tablet, she had circled the words S-rank, huh? And murmured, "Even S-rank hunters can die in the zone." She then let out a cheerful chuckle, resting her face on her knees. "If I'm going to risk my life, then I want to be the best in the field. And to do that, I need a lunatic like him on my team." Her brother, realizing she wasn't listening to a word he said, could only sigh in defeat. He placed a large hand on her shoulder and tried to reason with her. "If you want to be the best, you've got to stop being so reckless." But Haiji wasn't having it. She clapped her hands together and said with conviction, "Anyway, based on all the intel I've gathered, I've narrowed it down." She stood and began pacing, listing her deductions aloud. After causing chaos on the floating island, He vanished without a trace. That means he probably hates attention. His level likely isn't past 40 yet, so he'd avoid high-tier fields. He wouldn't go anywhere that's patrolled often, especially not a place like Seoul. From what I can tell, he seems strapped for cash and doesn't look like someone who owns a car, so he probably uses public transport or just walks. If I narrow it down based on all those factors, then my best guess is he'll show up at the D-rank spider nest near the urban district. Her brother blinked in disbelief. You serious? That's way too specific. There's no way it's that easy to predict. Haiji's brother stood nearby, arms crossed, staring dead ahead with a look of reluctant acceptance, because just as she had predicted, Juyan was at the spider nest near the city. With the swiftness of a predator, Haiji pounced, smacking Juyan on the back with a triumphant smile. Juyan froze, clearly caught off guard. I wasn't here to fight, he stammered. I was just dropping off some healing potions to sell, that's all. Her brother, utterly unimpressed, muttered, unbelievable. You actually showed up. But Haiji wasn't buying any of Juyan's excuses. Grinning ear to ear, she called him out immediately. Give it up. I already know. You're not fooling anyone. Juyan started sweating. He was clearly panicking under pressure. I'm just a regular all-healer really. That's all there is to it. She pressed further, smiling mischievously. So you're seriously gonna keep up this act? He grew more flustered, wiping his forehead as he shot back. Why are you so obsessed with me anyway? What did I ever do to you? Watching this awkward back and forth, Haiji's brother sighed in exasperation. This is just pathetic. A civilian getting twisted around by this punk. Deciding enough was enough, he stepped in. 500, he announced loudly while signaling with his hand. I'll pay you 500 an hour. You're coming with us. Without even waiting for Juyan to answer, he yanked him along, muttering to himself, whatever. Talking sense into Kim Haiji is a waste of time anyway. Juyan, utterly confused, protested as he was dragged away. Wait, no, Haiji's brother slung an arm casually over Juyan's shoulder. Didn't we agree you'd pay off your debt? Juyan paused, blinking. Oh right, that. Letting out a deep sigh, he brushed the guy's arm off and reluctantly agreed. Fine, let's go. I don't even really get what this light stuff is about, anyway. But hey, you're paying 500, so whatever. Haiji practically lit up with excitement when she heard him give in. Her cheeks flushed pink as she giggled. Awesome. Then let's head straight to the battlefield. But just as the momentum picked up, Juyan held up a hand. Wait, before we go, Haiji turned curious. What now? He hesitated, visibly nervous. I need to use the bathroom first. A heavy silence fell over the group. Haiji stood frozen. Her brother stared at him, expression unreadable. Juyan scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile, silently screaming inside. I'm dead. Then, as if struck by a thought, Haiji's brother remembered something from the notes on Haiji's iPad. Irritable bowel syndrome, he mumbled. He glanced sideways at Juyan, raising an eyebrow. Wait. You confirmed that too? Juyan's soul practically left his body. Inside, he was howling in despair. Great. Now they're gonna brand me the psycho toilet guy. As they made their way to a new battlefield, the path ahead was cloaked in darkness. Fortunately, Haiji's glowing staff lit the way, allowing them to proceed with ease. Still, Haiji didn't let up on her interrogation. Be honest. Just tell me. The mage who disappeared after assisting the Hanel raid in Psycho Pass. That was all you, wasn't it, Juyan? With a cheerful grin and eyes squinted shut in amusement, Haiji laid out all of her suspicions. As expected, nothing escaped her notice. But Juyan, keeping his composure, continued playing dumb. Huh? What was that? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Annoyed by his continued denial, Haiji pinched his arm hard and snapped, You're really stubborn, you know that. They arrived at Battlefield D, known as the Spider's Nest. Determined to get the truth out of him, Haiji made one final push. If you really are Juyan, I want to repay you for helping us back then. I work in this field too, so I promise to keep your secret no matter what. Just the way you talk makes it obvious. That trickster mage is definitely Psycho Pass. Sweating nervously, Juyan wiped his forehead, mind racing. He remembered Haiji's brother's earlier words. We already agreed we'd pay him back, didn't we? With no way out, he finally admitted the truth but made her promise, just don't tell anyone else about this. Haiji's curiosity only deepened. Seriously? No wonder you seem to have more spells than me. Embarrassed, Juyan quickly deflected. It's all just gear bonuses. That's the real deciding factor. She laughed in delight. Fair enough, but if you're a mage, what kind of skill book are you using for healing and buffs? As they chatted, Haiji's brother took the lead, carefully scouting ahead. He came to a sudden stop when his foot nearly touched a massive web stretched across the path. Turning back to warn them, he said, "This is a pretty high-level battlefield. There are lots of monsters. Aren't you two getting tired?" Haiji answered, her voice trailing off. "Yeah, kinda." Juyan, glad for the distraction, celebrated silently. "Nice save, my guy. You did your part perfectly." Energized, Juyan drew his sword and declared, "All right then, for 500 I'll open the path." A system window popped up, revealing the weapon details: flame sword, 3 magic power. Surprised, Haiji tilted her head. "Wait, you can use enchanted swords too? I didn't know that." Juyan sighed and explained, "I couldn't afford a staff, so this was my backup." Still, he was curious to test the blade. With my current magic stats, this should be better than nothing, he thought. Holding the sword upright, he took a deep breath and began to channel energy. All right then. Juyan readied himself to test the weapon's full potential. Let's see how far I can push this thing. Suddenly, frost began to form along the blade of Juyan's sword, replacing the fiery red glow with an icy blue hue. Haiji looked confused. Huh? Not fire, ice instead. Juyan wanted to make full use of the abilities he had at his disposal. The biggest advantage of a skill master is being able to use every kind of skill, he explained to her. Let's try Ice Spear. The system displayed the spell's details. Ice Spear summons an ice spear that attacks within a 20-meter radius. Requires MP 10. Mana cost 70. Juyan was clearly intrigued. This lets me combine multiple skill types. Let's add poison. The system responded, listing a toxin he could apply immediately. Poison depoisons the target. Requires a catalyst. Effect duration 180 seconds. MP 30. Mana cost 80. With a simple wave of his hand, Juyan left everyone stunned. He effortlessly broke through the massive spider web, revealing a brilliantly effective strategy. Use Ice Spear as a delivery method to poison the monsters. Without their protective web, the spider monsters scattered in chaos. However, the poisoned ice spears pierced their bodies and prevented them from escaping. Toxic frost spread across their limbs, immobilizing them. Juyan clenched his hand tightly. He then enhanced the ice spears further by applying a catalyst, causing the monsters' bodies to swell. Catalyst B amplifies the effect on already poisoned targets. If stacked 3 times or more, converts poison into lethal venom. Mana cost 800. MP 40. Activate using boss skill Catalyst. The spiders began bloating like balloons as the toxins infiltrated their bodies, swelling grotesquely as if trying to burst through their skin. Juyan was thoroughly pleased with the result. Ice magic's not bad at all. But if word gets out, I'm screwed. Better lay off Fireball for a while. Haiji, watching his masterful use of ice magic, looked both uneasy and deeply curious. Aren't you supposed to be a fire-type mage? Juyan replied casually, brushing it off. Yeah, lately Fireball feels kinda weaker than the other spells. Her curiosity only deepened. Seriously, who are you? Later in the real world, at a Korean barbecue joint they'd gone out for a casual meal. Haiji, in high spirits with a glass of beer in hand, laughed loudly. 27. Wait, you're a friend, right? Come on, let's chat. The three of them raised their glasses cheerfully. Cheers. Cheers. But Juyan didn't look thrilled. With a nervous, awkward smile, he inwardly screamed, I was planning to head straight home after the hunt. He hadn't expected Haiji to drag him out for drinks. Back on the spider battlefield, Juyan made quick work of the boss. A massive chunk of ice shaped like a sword pierced right through its body. The system displayed a notification. Boss Soul absorbed D-rank Spider Queen, field variant. Juyan was thrilled to have taken it down with so little effort. Perfect took the boss out in one strike. After checking the skills, I was planning to head home, he muttered. But his satisfaction was short-lived. Suddenly, Haiji screamed after looking at her system screen, making Juyan jump. A red dot appeared on her screen with the message, insufficient contribution. Unable to obtain Spider Queen D-Boss Soul. Her mood sank instantly. I didn't get the soul. Julian turned back toward her, at a loss for words. Haiji started pouting dramatically. Even though I scored 500, and barely contributed, in the end, I was supposed to be the one who got the soul. She was clearly annoyed but still forced a smile as she glared at him. Well then, I guess I owe you a drink. Caught off guard, he awkwardly gave her a thumbs up. Yeah, totally, let's eat more meat too. But by the time Julian realized what was happening, it was already too late. Ah, right, I totally forgot this was supposed to be a team hunt, he thought. Resigned to the situation, he stayed and drank with the two of them. Since he was already in, he figured he might as well go all in. He raised his glass with a shrug. Screw it. I'll just enjoy a few drinks for now. Haiji emptied her glass in one go, slammed it down on the table, and called his name out loud. Julian. Her face was flushed now. A little tipsy, she started rambling, pointing right at him. I've got a proposal that'll turn you from bones to beef. Julian could tell she was definitely drunk, and sighed internally. We used to be friends. Then I was like a brother to her, and now things are just a mess. On the battlefield, danger doesn't just come from monsters, she continued. There's also PF like what happened back in Hainal. Having witnessed people slaughtering each other firsthand, Haiji was filled with disgust, though she couldn't entirely blame them. Sure, people say once you get stronger, everything will be fine, but Julian sat quietly, listening to her pour her thoughts out. No one fights a boss alone, she said, pouring him another drink. Even if the enemies are people and not monsters, the situation's basically the same. That line made Julian's hand tremble slightly, causing the liquor to spill out of his cup. Despite the alcohol, Haiji was still sharp and composed. She sat down beside him and warned calmly, "This isn't a joke. Solo hunting is seriously dangerous." She rummaged through her bag, then started laying things out while trying to make a deal. Handling high-level fields without a proper tank or plan. On top of that, the taxes when selling loot. It's a huge headache. Meanwhile, her brother was happily eating his meal, completely unbothered by their serious conversation. Haiji pulled out a partnership contract and said firmly, "So leave that part to me. You just focus on the hunt and enjoy yourself." She handed him the papers to look over. Julian stared at her in disbelief, pointing to himself. "Wait, you seriously want to sign a contract with me?" With a big smile, Haiji replied enthusiastically, "Of course." She couldn't afford to let someone valuable like him slip away and stated confidently, "This industry's full of people you can't trust. But you're strong." She paused for a beat, then added something that made Julian break out in a nervous sweat, "And besides, you're hiding something from me." Haiji was absolutely confident that if she became his teammate, they could go far together. When monsters die, they drop loot. When people die, they leave behind a name. If I can't become number one on my own, then at the very least, I want to climb to the top with someone. She declared, "I'd rather die than play the side character." Even her brother didn't know how to respond anymore, left helpless by her strong will. And one more thing, she shoved the contract right up to his face. Haiji was determined to make him say yes no matter what. She even struck cute poses and said playfully, "If you sign the contract, you'll get a private office made just for users, and living right next door will be the most beautiful woman in the world." Her brother blinked in disbelief at her self-confidence. "You really had to try hard for that one." Julian chuckled awkwardly. "I think you already know what I'm about to say, but the most beautiful woman in the world." Before he could even finish, Haiji cut him off confidently, "Is me." The words left both men completely speechless. The atmosphere instantly fell quiet and heavy. Faced with Haiji's relentless determination, Julian finally gave in and sighed. These conditions, they're way too good to turn down. Haiji jumped up the moment he nodded, beaming with joy, her eyes sparkling as she urged him. "All right. Let's sign this thing." Inside Yanam Poke House, Haiji couldn't hide her excitement. She laughed loudly, utterly satisfied. Her brother, feeling embarrassed, whispered to her, "Sit down and eat already. People are staring." The partnership contract laid out some solid, well-defined terms. Battlefield schedule will be prioritized based on Party A's request. I'll handle everything for you outside of hunting, including your daily living needs. The level of trust and professionalism built into the deal impressed Julian. He gave it a final look, then picked up the pen and said, "It's done," as he signed his name. Haiji then pulled out a sleek, black bank card and declared boldly, "Now use this to buy whatever you need." I'll be managing every coin you earn from the battlefield. If you need anything explained, just let me know anytime, she added. Juyeon snatched the card from her and glanced around before yelling. This is nuts. He couldn't believe how clear everything was. That explanation could not be more straightforward. Internally, Juyeon was thrilled. Perfect. Pumped up and ready to fight, he headed out with renewed enthusiasm. This contract is seriously amazing. Going out to hunt with a support system like this. This is heaven. But what really caught Juyeon's attention was his new partner Haiji. Even though I kept avoiding her before because of the situation, to be honest, he snuck a quick glance at her, a little shy. There was something captivating about Haiji's confident beauty. She's seriously gorgeous. A woman like her, volunteering to be my manager. He couldn't believe the kind of benefits he was getting. Feeling fired up, he clenched his fist. Juyeon activated the catalyst technique and landed a powerful punch straight into the monster's body. With someone like her by his side, he had no regrets. I'm not even jealous of Mohammed Alabama anymore. Juyeon realized something important. Ever since I got this skill, everything's been going smoothly. The system interface popped up with new updates. Blood Combat Copy SS acquired. Blood Combat rank upgraded to SS. Blood Combat Copy X acquired. He stared at his phone screen in a daze, completely stunned. His eyes lit up with excitement as he read the updates, barely able to contain his joy. Wait, what? The skill upgrade actually worked? That means I don't have to put up with Lee Hae-sung anymore. Feeling fired up, Juyeon made up his mind. Time to test this again with Ice Spear. He recalled the compliment Haiji had given him earlier. You're really strong. Fueled by that praise, he decided to try combining his abilities. If I merge Fireball with Blood Combat X, the damage output might go off the charts. He couldn't help but wonder, is that what triggered all of this? Juyeon immediately stood up and called out to her. Hey, Kim Haiji. She turned around and asked, what's going on? With adrenaline surging through him, Juyeon announced enthusiastically, let's get ready for the battlefield. Holding up his phone, he shared the good news with Haiji. Today, I'm giving you a proper bus ride. But then a message appeared on the screen. I can use it. But I still don't know how to use it properly. Fireball tutorial available. That caught him off guard. Maybe I got a little too comfortable, and now I've let my guard down. Haiji and her brother quickly got ready and entered the battlefield. However, her brother seemed a bit worried about Juyeon's risky decision. Are you sure it's just the three of us entering a C-rank zone? His anxiety contrasted sharply with Haiji's excitement, as she smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Yeah, so what? We want to try it out at least once. Juyeon noticed her brother's concern and tried to reassure him. The C-rank zone is recommended for levels 31 to 40. It's okay. Haiji replied cheerfully, but her brother grew restless seeing Juyeon was only level 15. I'm still most worried about you. He continued to try to dissuade them. That's just the system's suggestion. Depending on the team's setup and coordination, the actual level requirement can vary greatly. This zone is home to many dangerous plant monsters and poses high risks if the team isn't coordinated. They could die at any moment here. Still, Juyeon was confident, asserting firmly in front of them to gain their trust. No problem. I've got a plan. I'll clear the exp for everyone. He felt this sure because with Blood Combat X, nothing is impossible. At the C-rank zone, the Yunak Mountain Natural Recreational Forest, a place famous for mobile mutant plant monsters, this area used to be a resort, so it's filled with many mutated trees. Because of this, at least 2 team members with wide area AoE skills are mandatory. But today is different, Juyeon said confidently, a large flame flickering at his fingertip. He cast his skill Fireball. A massive force of blazing red fire incinerated the mutant plant monsters. He easily defeated them, leaving Haiji amazed and impressed. Just one hit was enough to take them down, and Juyeon remained calm, exerting minimal effort. For plant monsters, just use fire, it's that simple. The system notified. Fireball, unique trait, enhanced E, skill effect increased by 10%. Juyeon was so happy he practically danced with joy, feeling extremely refreshed. Even my traits are celebrating this hunting trip. I'm going to copy the buff from Blood Combat to track the stat increase speed. Just in case, I also copied a backup skill. Plus, I need to test if I can copy Blood Combat X using a body cam. Standing within a magic circle, He activated his skills. 2 golden circles appeared around the mage, emitting blazing red sparks attacking forward with outburst, creating tremendous power with successive large explosions, and finishing with a flashy fiery finishing move. Juyan was surprised at how versatile his skills were, able to copy them multiple times. He smiled awkwardly, and now there's a proc too. I can copy up to 5 skills. His power was so impressive that even Haiji's brother turned around to look at him. Haiji also stared in surprise. Right now Juyan was feeling extremely confident in himself. At this moment I'm unbeatable. He grinned foolishly like a fool and shouted loudly, "Die already." I said die. He was completely immersed in his own delusion. Honestly, today I'm just too cool. Hearing this, Haiji and her brother looked at each other dumbfounded, and finally understood, so that's why people call you psychopaths. A red fireball gathered on Juyan's fingertip. Meanwhile, a man in a black suit wearing dark sunglasses was watching every move Juyan made. His black glasses had a tiny camera attached that was invisible to the naked eye. On his computer screen, Juyan's image was recorded, and the man reported through his earpiece, target location confirmed. Skills and appearance match. A small dagger sliced several times through the air. He's only just started, and he's already here. Then the dagger was thrown directly at the computer screen, shattering it, coincidentally flying straight toward Juyan's head. The voice continued, "He no longer knows what fear is." This was the raid captain from Raider. With anger at the enemy coming right to his doorstep, he declared, "If he's seeking death on his own, I should help him fulfill that wish." Back on Juyan's side, he kept casting fireball, the flames erupting and causing stones and gravel on the ground to explode and scatter, triggering a series of massive blasts. Finally he defeated all the monsters, their charred remains scattered on the ground. The loot dropped after the battle appeared, and Juyan was ecstatic. He knelt on one knee, picking up the items, while his level also increased. My level is rising fast. From level 15 to level 17. Suddenly, amidst the debris, Juyan noticed a skeleton that piqued his curiosity. What's this? He picked up the skeletal arm casually, thinking it was just a specimen, joking, an item, huh? Suddenly he stared intently at the hand, sensing something ominous. Juyan screamed in terror, causing Haiji and her brother to panic and turn toward him. He fell backward in fear, finally stammering, "There's a dead body." Seeing his fright, Haiji comforted him, "I thought there was no one here, so I was careless. Did I accidentally hit someone?" She stepped closer and bent down to examine the scene more carefully. "Calm down. No one could be reduced to a clean skeleton just by fire, unless they were turned to ashes completely." Indeed, it was a burnt human corpse, with tattered remnants of clothing left on it. But Haiji could confidently infer, no one would enter this battlefield without armor or weapons. Looks like they got PK'd and had their gear stolen. She stood up, brushed the dust off her knees, and told Juyan they should report the situation to the other team. "We should notify the team to handle this." Juyan was surprised by her calmness, and asked bluntly, "You're way too calm about this." Haiji turned to him with an expression of complete normality. Incidents like this happened constantly, and weren't surprising at all. She explained, "People get killed on the battlefield more often than you think. Sometimes it's so hard to tell apart from cult activities that tracking it becomes really difficult." Juyan was shocked that she knew so much about it. Curious, he asked, "Have you ever almost been PK'd before?" Haiji cheerfully answered without hesitation, "Of course." Suddenly her tone grew serious enough to give him chills, and it was by someone in my own team. She was ambushed and assassinated by her own teammate. Juyan was extremely surprised, but she remained calm and continued, "While we were hunting monsters, they attacked me suddenly from behind. Hunting monsters is easier to distinguish friend from foe, because the monsters are always the enemy. But with humans it's different. You never know when they'll turn on you and take everything from you." Hearing her story, Juyan looked at the skeleton on the ground, and felt sympathy. This person was probably killed just like she almost was, even by their own teammate. But Haiji wasn't too upset. She smiled with a bright face and rosy cheeks, "And honestly I'm pretty cute, right?" She pointed to herself confidently, asking him. Juyan was speechless, replying only, "What's that about?" Not teasing him further, Haiji sincerely revealed the truth behind it all. "It turns out, they didn't attack me just because of the loot. That was the first time I killed someone." She recalled how she had personally killed someone, but her brother was always ready to stand guard and protect her. The painful memory she recalled made her brother fall silent, unsure what to say. But she quickly cheered up, beaming brightly and clapping her hands to break the heavy mood. Honestly though, those guys pretty much rushed in to get themselves killed, so I didn't feel as heavy about it afterward as I thought I would. Still, you have to be careful. There are really crazy people out there on the battlefield. Heiji reminded Juyeon without forgetting. If anything dangerous happens, just hide behind my brother a little, okay? She pointed to her brother, assuring absolute safety. But she didn't know what Juyeon was thinking. He dared not reveal too much about his identity and quietly thought, I can't just casually brag that my physical stats are over 35. The proud young mage crossed his arms, fearless. Seriously, even if Heinel shows up now, I'm not sure I'd die. The system displayed his stats: Strength 27, Agility 29, Endurance 32, Magic 34. Knowing his personality, Heiji giggled. Alright, I'll give you that much confidence. Juyeon thought she was joking, so he reaffirmed, seriously, I'm serious. Suddenly, a spherical bomb flew toward his feet from nowhere. Startled, he gasped. Huh? The system immediately displayed information about it. Pheromone Bomb B. A biological bomb containing pheromones. Induces Charm B effect. Explosion radius 10 meters plus magic stat x 1 meter. Effect lasts 180 seconds. If magic 70, adds paralysis C. If magic 120, adds dizziness A. Requires magic 50 or consumes 550 mana. Then a loud explosion erupted, filling the area with thick smoke and dust. The three of them panicked, shielding themselves with their hands. Heiji shouted frantically, What the hell is that? What is this? Suddenly, behind Juyeon, he saw a massive monster approaching their position. Then a whole horde of monsters appeared, their eyes glowing as they surged forward. Juyeon yelled loudly, That's a monster swarm. Heiji's brother immediately raised his large shield, warning him, Stay behind me. But Juyeon ignored the warning and suddenly dashed forward on his own. Both he and Heiji's brother were shocked. The brother shouted urgently, Wait, you Juyeon. But Juyeon confidently ran ahead, believing he could handle them alone. I can take care of all of these by myself. Unbeknownst to Juyeon, a stranger hidden in the shadows aimed a bow, preparing to shoot an arrow directly at him. Target confirmed. Suddenly, someone shouted his name as a warning. Juyeon. He quickly turned his head. He dodged the incoming arrow, which narrowly missed his head. Juyeon easily avoided it, and sneered, so it was an ambush. What idiots. They think one arrow is enough to take me down. Do they even know how high my physical stats are? Purple sparks flickered across his face as Juyeon smiled confidently. The system displayed, Effect, Stun immunity active. Slow A effect active for 3 minutes. Pain A effect active for 3 minutes. However, he didn't anticipate the poison's slowing effect. Suddenly, Juyeon collapsed to the ground. He cried out in pain, trembling uncontrollably, which left Heiji and her brother bewildered. A sinister laugh echoed. It was the raid captain from the raiders, intrigued by the new hunt. It's hunting time, came a threatening warning, signaling the imminent danger closing in on Juyeon. Juyeon collapsed onto the ground, his hands digging fiercely into the dirt as his body trembled uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth through the pain, a dark, demonic aura radiated from him. Concerned, Heiji rushed toward him, shouting loudly, Juyeon. Suddenly, a massive tree monster opened its mouth wide and lunged at the two of them. Seeing Juyeon unmoving, Heiji's fear deepened, and she desperately called out, Juyeon. Her eyes darted to the approaching monster. Without hesitation, Heiji acted swiftly, shielding Juyeon with her own body and unleashing a skill fire spear. A massive flame burst forth, pushing the tree monster back. The fire scorched half of the monster's face, its body shattered and crumbling. But behind it, many more monsters with fiery eyes were ready, waiting to attack them. Sparks from Heiji's recent attack still lingered in the air around her. Raising her weapon defensively, she assessed the dire situation, outnumbered and overwhelmed, and cursed silently. Damn it, we need to deal with this now. Heiji's brother hoisted Juyeon onto his shoulders, while she followed behind, shouting, Appa, lead the way. One hand holding Juyeon, the other wielding a large shield, he pushed forward, clearing a path for their retreat. He instructed her firmly, follow me. Chaos erupted as he used his shield to fend off the attacking tree monsters. A plume of black smoke rose into the sky. Haiji countered the enemies with her weapon, surrounded by blazing red flames. Suddenly, a black spherical grenade lay on the ground not far from him, startling him. He quickly raised his shield to block, muttering under his breath, "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Haiji cast a spell, shouting, "Fire burst!" A huge flame shot forward. The flames engulfed the small grenade. Out of nowhere, the raid captain from the raiders appeared, grinning maliciously as he taunted, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Behind him stood a few of his subordinates as he led the way forward, raising his hand to taunt Haiji and her brother, "Want to run away without putting up even a little fight." Haiji's brother frowned, curious, "Who are you?" He pointed at Juyan, unconscious and slung over his shoulder, and answered, "The one who owes a debt to that piece of trash. Leave him behind, and maybe I'll spare your life." Hearing this, anger surged in Haiji's brother, his brows knitting into a tight line. Suddenly, Haiji stepped forward and launched a direct attack, Fire Spear. Flames shaped like sharp arrows shot at him from multiple directions, but he didn't seem scared at all, just standing there with a confident smile. He drew a small dagger and casually slashed through the flaming arrows, deflecting them as easily as flipping his hand. Haiji watched in astonishment. "That movement, were you also part of the Hainal raid?" she asked. Amazed at how quickly and deftly he dismantled her attack with just a small dagger. He only smiled confidently while staring at the dagger in his hand. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he raised a hand to rest his chin, mocking, "Looks good, doesn't it? But you don't understand a thing. There's no other way. You have to die too." His expression darkened and turned fierce. He made a brutal decision, as dangerous black auras spread out around him. One of his subordinates held up a sphere, and he ordered, "Detonate it." The subordinate quickly threw the sphere forcefully toward Haiji. A cloud of white smoke spread out, causing her to instinctively raise her hand in defense. The white smoke wafted over the tree monsters as well. Haiji and her brother clenched their teeth in helpless anger, watching the monsters unleash cruel attacks on them. The raid captain from the raiders seemed to be toying with them in a dangerous game. "We can't keep using pheromone bombs forever." The monsters, sensing the smoke like a stimulant, went into a frenzy and charged wildly at them. The captain only left them with a taunt, "Try to hold on a little longer." Haiji's brother struggled to fend off attacks while carrying Juyan on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Haiji fiercely cast fire spells, burning and pushing the monsters back as they approached. At that moment, Juyan kept his eyes closed, the pain unrelenting, indifferent to the fierce chaos erupting outside. In Juyan's subconscious, he kept crying out in pain, "It hurts so much, outside in the real world." Haiji struggled to block the furious onslaught with her weapon, while he clutched his head, dazed and drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth, he silently cursed, "My body won't move the way I want. It feels like my skin is being burned alive." Haiji's brother fought just as hard, both of them growing exhausted from the battle. Lost in his chaotic thoughts, Juyan wondered, how did it come to this? Am I going to die like this? What the hell is happening? He struggled to open his heavy eyes to see what was going on. Suddenly, blood splattered across Julian's face from somewhere, startling him awake as his eyes snapped open. Before him lay the shattered bodies of defeated monsters. Haiji, wounded on her shoulder, was panting after killing them, while her brother, drained of energy, collapsed to the ground to rest. Still clinging to her brother's shoulder, Julian was confused and asked, "What happened? Why?" He recalled Haiji's earlier advice, "If things get dangerous, hide behind my brother." He couldn't help but blame himself, damn it. Haiji turned and saw him grinding his teeth, startled. With a worried expression, she called out, "Juyan, you're awake? Can you stand?" Suddenly, Juyan pulled out his phone, making her curious. "Juyan?" He pleaded for their help. "I know this is a bit bold, but though still tired and dazed, he tried to stay focused as he spoke. I need to ask you two for a favor. What's about to happen? Please keep it a secret." Both Haiji and her brother looked at him, bewildered and concerned. From a distance, footsteps approached, and a mocking voice rang out, "You're still standing despite carrying that burden?" Hearing this, Haiji and her brother immediately positioned themselves protectively around Julian, glaring at the approaching threat. The raid captain from the raiders sneered at Haiji threateningly, "Consider this a reward. I'll send you off without pain." Furious, Haiji glared back and shouted, "Get lost." Then the captain's attention shifted to Julian. "I was wondering how long you'd stay down there. Finally, you've stood up, huh? Juyan looked pitiful, breathing hard and barely able to stand, leaning heavily on Haiji's brother for support. He chuckled mockingly, taunting, "Still pale like that, must hurt a lot, huh?" Enduring the pain and soaked in sweat, Juyan calmly fired back, "Yeah, it hurts like hell." The raid captain from the raiders suddenly laughed mockingly, as if hearing a joke at Juyan's expense. "Already whining like that? I'll flay every inch of your flesh until only your skeleton remains." Unexpectedly, Juyan raised his thumb and forefinger high with an expression completely unfazed. His subordinate quickly formed a protective barrier, creating a blue spherical shield around them. He taunted, "Fools, we've prepared specifically to block your fireball." Juyan calmly maintained his composure and countered, "Are you sure that's a fireball?" Several yellow circles with strange, twisted symbols appeared. The group looked up at the glowing yellow rings in confusion. The captain muttered, "Wait, what is this?" With glowing eyes, Juyan raised his finger toward the sky, preparing a deadly finishing move unknown to the captain, who blinked in disbelief. Not a fireball. The raid captain was stunned, unable to believe his thoughts. Impossible. Could the mage have obtained Muhammad's ring? While still panicked, Juyan's cold expression didn't waver as he lowered his finger and unleashed the attack. Meteor shower. An explosion erupted as meteors rained down like giant fireballs crashing onto the ground. The captain's protective barrier collapsed, and his minions suffered heavy losses. Gritting his teeth in fury, the raid captain drew his dagger swiftly from his side and charged at Juyan, muttering angrily, "That madman, even his whole team wouldn't survive this attack. Does he intend to die with us?" His veins bulged with rage as he rushed forward like a moth to a flame, shouting loudly, "You bastard!" Juyan remained calm and continued chanting. He shouted, bloodthirsty fury. Blood splattered everywhere in a chaotic and violent battle. Juyan's meteor shower formation relentlessly bombarded the ground, pouring down blazing red fireballs. Cracks appeared deeply in the ground, with gusts of wind whipping leaves in all directions. Suddenly, the sound of shifting earth and rocks echoed. Haiji and her brother stood on a rocky outcrop, looking ahead, while Juyan followed behind, panting heavily. He wore a brown cloak with hair covering one eye, holding a small device in his hand, his face tense and worried. He lay flat on the ground, arms outstretched, exclaiming joyfully, "We're alive." Juyan lay motionless, his eyes vacant as he quietly thought, "If it weren't for teleportation, I'd be done for." Sitting cross-legged on his bed, resting his chin on his hand, he stared intently at two floating virtual screens before him, surrounded by a neat, quiet bedroom. "What should I set up now? It's past midnight, so I have 4 skill slots." Holding his phone, his eyes filled with uncertainty, he muttered, "I've already copied Fireball and Burst into Blood Combat, leaving 10 slots empty." Juyan wondered, what should I do next? Suddenly a news article appeared on his phone screen. Kim Gil, 30 years old, just a passerby. "I just tried shooting an arrow at a bald guy and teleported away. My teleportation is truly overpowered." Juyan glanced at his phone and murmured to himself, "It's not that I'm lacking confidence for hunting, but just in case, people should at least have some insurance against misfortune." Then a notification popped up on his virtual screen, "Teleportation, unique trait marked E. Marks a target. When using the skill, you will move along with the marked target. Requires magic power 30. Mana cost 100. He shouted excitedly, "Crazy. This is basically mass teleportation." The screen flashed with just 2 words, teleportation. Juyan's mouth dropped open in surprise. He jumped up on his bed with a radiant smile, clutching his phone, exclaiming joyfully, "And it even comes with a bonus slot. Today is really my lucky day." Small sparkling stars appeared around him, showing his excitement. Haiji spoke up, "I'll explain everything later." She and her brother both turned to look at Juyan, both feeling helpless as they saw him lying there, grinning like an idiot. With her phone in hand and a calm expression, Haiji continued, "Well, since it's come to this," she smiled brightly, "let's go pick up the stuff those idiots dropped." Her brother's face clearly showed his resignation. The 3 of them continued chatting like that. The brown-haired young man gasped in shock, "What the hell is this?" with a stunned look, while the girl behind him widened her eyes in disbelief amid the dense forest. He asked, "What is this?" "Crazy, look at that huge crater. Muhammad Alabama actually passed through here." Below them were massive circular indentations in the ground. Juyan grimaced, tears streaming down his face as he thought to himself, "I'm still alive. But it's only a matter of time before they find me. That's it, I'm done for. Notifications kept popping up on his screen. Reached level 20. Unique trait unlocked. 5 secondary traits unlocked. Skill slot unlocked. 5. Haiji sat on a chair with a surprised look and asked, Master of Skills. Meanwhile, her brother sat silently beside her, arms crossed and serious. Juyan replied and explained, yeah, it's an EX class profession that can copy and use any skill. Haiji looked even more astonished, then thought for a moment, no wonder you can use healing, attacks and buffs all at the same time. A thought flashed through her mind. She pointed at herself and asked, even my skills? Juyan nodded, probably. She then pointed at her brother and asked again, what about my brother's skills? Juyan hesitated a bit but answered, maybe. But without the right gear, being a tank is kinda tough. Haiji grew even more excited and asked, that sounds unbelievable. So how many skills can you copy? Juyan quickly raised his hand to refuse and said gruffly, that's a secret. Haiji looked disappointed. Her brother interrupted. Anyway, back to the point. Do you know anything about the group that attacked us? Juyan pretended to clear his throat a couple of times before speaking. I think it's those guys from the Haino raid. Suddenly, Haiji exclaimed, I think I know where they came from. Her brother asked, where? She answered confidently, the Raider Guild. Haiji continued, you must have heard about them. There's a rumor that they specialize in collecting boss loot. Juyan replied, yeah, I've encountered them before. She added her theory, back then, they even tried recruiting us if we agreed to share boss loot. They said they'd give us boss loot, the Raider Guild. Juyan then wondered aloud, so what's their connection to the PK group? Some weapons appeared before an ancient patterned circle. Haiji explained, among the loot from the attacking group, there are quite a few boss level items. The drop rate for boss items is very low, so it's rare that more than one group collects so many. Behind her stood a gang wearing masks. On the surface of a sphere, red arrows were scattered evenly on the ground. Haiji continued. They're an organization with branches all over the world, and until now, no one knows who the leader is. Now, you've made an enemy of such a group, so you need to be very careful. Hearing this, the protagonist's face showed clear anxiety and fear. He lay flat on the bed, arms and legs spread wide, his expression exhausted. Juyan was silent, lost in thought. An image from his past appeared in his mind, standing upright with one hand raised to the sky. He reflected, actually I've caused too much trouble already, and my identity is about to be exposed. I have to get stronger before that happens. I have to rely on skill upgrades. He began to open the status panel. A notification appeared, SP owned, 30,000. Juyan murmured, I've accumulated quite a bit of SP from daily quests. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, in case something unexpected happens later, and I can't complete quests regularly, I need a steady supply of SP. Another notification popped up, use 5000 SP unique trait, secondary trait, cooldown level up, passive income level 4, receive 1000 SP every 24 hours at. Juyan sat up excitedly, muttering dreamily, wish SP could increase just by lying down. He happily declared, with the remaining points, I'll reward the skill that contributed most in this battle. A system notification appeared, use 25,000 SP unique trait, secondary trait, level up to 2, grant trait level 3, randomly assign 2 unique traits, grade D, to a copied skill, you may choose one to apply. The system congratulated, congratulations, you've reached level 3. He lay back down, beaming with joy. Even an E-level trait has boosted my effectiveness quite a bit, so a D-level trait must be insanely powerful, right? Juyan exclaimed, secondary trait window, and quickly began calculating in his mind. And here's the main highlight. Another notification popped up, unique trait, secondary trait, skill slot level 1, use 1 copy charge to permanently store a skill. Stored skills retain all effects and granted traits. Blue overrides green. When storing a new skill, consumes 1 copy charge, and cannot be restored until recharge. Juyan sighed regretfully. If only I'd had this earlier, I could have permanently stored Blood Battle X already. He stared at his phone, tense. Skills copied via video only retain their base grade, the grade doesn't increase. Juyan muttered to himself, I already know which skill I'm going to store. He raised his arm and quietly said, "Transformation resistance." Around him, the light shifted into a soft pink hue. A notification popped up, using 1 skill copy charge, storing transformation resistance, grade A. Effect amplification grade D applied, additional option grade F granted. He hesitated for a moment. Once stored, you can use it infinitely from the skill inventory. Finally he made up his mind. Alright, let's go with that. A bizarre creature with a black mouth full of sharp teeth appeared, hovering in mid-air. He spoke, "Transformation resistance." Yoju floated nearby, hands posed like holding a camera, light might blood battle. Nearby, the knight stood with hands on hips, head bowed down, while Kim on the ground gripped his sword tightly. Juyeon clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, "I'll keep randomly spinning until these skills get upgraded through copying." He added, "And take a few days to rest and relax." He reflected nervously. That's what I was thinking at the time. The three of them sat quietly, facing Mohammed. The tall, muscular, dark-skinned man crossed his arms and smiled warmly. "Nice to meet you, friend. This is our first face-to-face meeting, right?" Juyeon wondered silently, why is he here? He lay on the bed, legs crossed casually, while Haiji stood in front, pointing toward herself. Juyeon recounted. "Right when I decided to retreat, he half stood in the doorway, sticking his head out to listen. Then a visitor arrived. In front of him stood Muhammad Al, tall and muscular, wearing a bright smile. He continued, and out of everyone, Muhammad Alabama came to see me again." Muhammad laughed warmly. "You've caused quite a stir this time. The rumors say the mage in the Hanel battle, and that crazy guy Kia, yeah, that's you have been taken care of, so don't worry." Juyeon was surprised, and replied with a blank look. "Oh really? Thanks." Haiji, sitting beside him, signaled for him to stop talking, and at the same time she asked, "Thanks, but what's your real reason for coming here?" The dark-skinned man replied calmly, "No need to be so guarded. I just want to hear what my friend thinks." Haiji, curious, asked, "Thinks what?" He continued, "The attackers are members of a global guild, the Raider." A complex expression crossed Haiji's face as she said, "So you already know." Muhammad nodded. "Coincidentally, I'm also facing off against the Raider Guild. Thanks to that, I've gathered some very interesting intel." As he spoke, an image of a black and white forest appeared above them. They're secretly gathering at the Ganjam Resort ski area, searching for a hidden treasure left behind by the Raider Guild leader. Everyone present was stunned. Haiji asked, "Why tell me something so important? Can't you handle it yourself?" Muhammad answered nonchalantly, "Sorry, I can't help directly, but any action beyond these little talks would draw way too much attention." Suyin lowered his head and reminded him, "It's time for your next appointment, sir. You should leave now." Muhammad slammed his hand on the table, frustrated. Why do peaceful moments always end so quickly? Hopefully next time we can have a more relaxed conversation. He then emphasized, "What you choose to do with this information is up to you," leaving Juyeon stunned. Muhammad added, "Whether you decide to join forces to wipe out the enemy, or just protect yourself," he concluded, "I look forward to hearing your answer." Everyone began to line up evenly on both sides. In the sky, a large purple circle radiated powerful energy accompanied by flashes of lightning. In the center of the circle, a hand emerged, holding a red tail. Gradually the full figure appeared. It was Xiaoling. She was dragging a giant red monster that had been defeated. A representative stepped forward, bowing anxiously. "Welcome, Lin Xiaoling." Despite this, her expression remained unchanged, a constant smile on her face. Xiaoling lightly snapped her fingers. "You're wrong." With those words, the man was violently pushed to the ground, writhing in pain. The others, all masked, paid no attention to the incident and respectfully bowed to listen to orders. "The previous guild leader is dead. Therefore I am now the head of the Raider Guild, correct?" They stood in a special area in front of the Destruction Tower A. Xiaoling's smile was frightening, carrying an aura of intimidation as she declared, "So from now on call me the Master." After the greeting ended, she tossed the monster's tail aside, and delegated the tasks to those present. "The monster's behavior pattern has been analyzed up to level 20. Proceed with analyzing the materials obtained from it." Xiaoling brushed off her hands and asked for updates from another person. "How's the suppression of that old man's faction going?" The response came from a hooded figure in a brown cloak. 98% of the previous generation's followers have been eliminated. The remaining remnants will be dealt with soon. Satisfied, she said without making things difficult. Good. The old man's treasure hidden in Korea should still be intact. Retrieve it according to the plan. All responded in unison, yes, master. Inside, Xiaoling's expression twisted with greed as a fierce ambition flared within her. The era of making money like gorillas, those without ability, is over. Now is the age of those with superpowers. Whoever conquers the special area and claims the boss item will hold the power, and that throne belongs to me. At the snowy resort, Julian's face brightened with excitement as he looked around. This is my first time visiting a ski resort. It's so beautiful, isn't it? Too bad we can't play, because of the monsters. He looked disappointed. This was the Ganjiam Resort Sea Ski Area, where snow never melts year-round, and movement is difficult due to packed snow and flat terrain, so few people come here. Haiji knew that, but she was far from discouraged. Instead, she grew even more excited. Then let's finish this quickly and come back to play later. In contrast to her enthusiasm, Sangwook felt a chill down his spine. I still think it's not right that it's just the three of us coming here. He added, I think we should aim straight at the Raider Guild first. He recalled the plans they had discussed earlier. Haiji shocked him with her revelation. That boss item they dropped, I already sold it under my name when handling the loot. Hearing that, he was completely stunned. What? His sister, acting very nonchalant, replied. I'm almost certain I'll be targeted too. Now you and Julian share the same fate, Haiji said with a satisfied smile. Back in reality, Sangwook slapped his forehead helplessly and gritted his teeth. Though frustrated, he couldn't do anything. I was careless, thinking everything would go smoothly. She patted his shoulder to comfort him. Come on, no worries, Appa. The three of us have been through thick and thin together. He asked curiously. The three of us. Hearing himself mentioned, Julian looked confused. Huh? You're counting me in. Haiji explained. You beat the raid boss and survived the PK group attack, so it's time to drop the newbie label. Seeing that innocent smile, Sangwook sighed. That's just my fate. The conversation ended, and the three headed into the ski resort. Haiji took the lead as their guide. If you want to enter the area, follow the direction where you can see the cable car from here. Before they could get inside, someone blocked the entrance. Hey, stop right there. Two people from the Enjoy Guild stepped forward. The one holding a sword threatened, this battlefield is under Enjoy's control, so leave now if you don't want to die. Annoyed, Haiji stepped forward. You guys are part of the user association? Based on what right do you control an open battlefield like this? While she spoke, the swordsman swung his blade sharply in front of her. Haiji froze, taking a cautious step back. He smirked crookedly. User association, my ass, this place belongs to our guild. Watching from behind, Julian's face darkened with anger. Something inside him stirred fiercely. Maybe I'm not a hero yet, but if I want to protect something, shouldn't I take action myself? The swordsman grew bolder, seeing none of the three retaliate, and began to mock Haiji. If you're so annoyed, why don't you come over and hug me? You're pretty after all, I'll even give you some special treatment. Sangwook gritted his teeth in fury, ready to strike him. You bastard. Julian didn't reply but moved instinctively. Flames ignited around his body fiercely. That bastard just pointed his sword at me. If I have the power to shatter that blade. Those nearby gasped. Wait, is that a fireball? Isn't that him? Damn it, 2 cloaks and a tanker must be Psycho and pass. A strong urge surged in Julian's chest. There's no reason to just stand here. His voice cold, he challenged the swordsman. Control only belongs to those with power, right? Want me to show you what it really feels like to be controlled? Seeing Julian's power, the swordsman trembled with fear but stubbornly resisted. But our guild got here first, this spot belongs to us. Before he could finish, Julian landed a critical blow. His companion scrambled away, yelling in panic. That madman really threw it. Crazy bastard. Julian warned coldly. If I see you again, I'll kill you. Both of them immediately cowered like puppies, nodding rapidly. Why yes sir. Haiji watched the scene, feeling something was off. Julian, you're acting different today. Sangwook stayed silent, unable to explain it himself. When Julian ran up, Haiji applauded him warmly. You Julian, that pressure was insane. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Julian replied, really? Maybe I was a bit overwhelming. She smiled back but quickly added, and now he's back to his usual slow self. Julian looked between them, feeling a little uneasy. Strange. This is the first time I've threatened someone. Maybe threatening people is actually my real talent. Just as the tension settled, a wave of beasts suddenly charged from the right side, forcing everyone to scatter. They're coming again. Stop them, kill them all. Seeing their advantage, the masked group threw off their disguises proudly. No one's stealing our contributions this time. Feels damn good. We should have controlled this area sooner. Their celebration was cut short when a fiery blast barreled toward them. What the hell? Who's that? A mysterious voice echoed from afar. Who do you think? Just someone hunting monsters here. The beasts growled threats. Haven't you heard? This area is controlled by our guild. You're not stopping us. The figure in black laughed coldly at their childish boasts. All right, get lost. There are plenty of level 40 players here. Don't waste your energy. Plenty of other battlefields outside. The man stepped closer, removing his hood to reveal snow-white hair and sharp, piercing eyes. Let's see who really has to leave in the end. His elite squad surged forward, crushing the brash punks who dared to talk tough. Their panicked screams echoed, "You crazy fools, no, get out of the way." The leader smirked with satisfaction. So much trash. The blond man bowed his head apologetically. Sorry for not investigating sooner. Looks like a guild named Enjoy has started taking control of this area. Waving his hand, the leader gave orders, split into 2 teams. Find and eliminate them, leave no obstacles. The man nodded in understanding. Then the leader's gaze fixed on the distant mountains, his voice low and meaningful. The highest and deepest part of the region is where I must go. We have to find that counterfeit bracelet fast. Juyan grinned widely, scratching his head, while Sangwook shook his head in resignation and reminded him, "We've managed to get inside for now, but it's time to start thinking about the next steps." His expression grew more serious. The Raider Guild surely has more people than us, and we need to strike first. But first, how do we tell Enjoy apart from Raider? Both nodded in understanding, murmuring, him. Suddenly Juyan recalled something and asked to be sure. They said their goal is treasure hunting, right? So that means they don't care about experience points from monsters. He sounded half confused, half curious. So what? He put on a sly grin, clearly scheming something. What I mean is, the group trailing behind was partly obscured by a blanket of white snow, forcing them to stay extremely alert. Sure enough, just as they expected, smoke started rising behind them, followed by a swarm of huge beasts, throwing everyone into alarm. What's that? The monsters roared as their massive forms advanced toward the group, prompting shouts of panic. It's a monster wave. From atop a high icy peak, Juyan watched the whole scene unfold with satisfaction, exclaiming, "What a spectacular sight. Truly majestic. That skill the pheromone bomb those guys used before, now it's being turned against them. Feels painful, huh?" Kim Sang-wook remained skeptical. But how do we know they're really from Raider? Juyan immediately launched into a detailed explanation. If you see a group of monsters and they're not running, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. They're grinding experience for real. Or 2. Something important enough is happening that they're willing to take the hit. Haiji chimed in, speculating, judging by the skills they're using, each one is well above the recommended level for this battlefield. Sangwook asked, so they're here even without getting any experience? Juyan quickly answered, then there has to be a very important reason, like I guess their target isn't the monsters. He volunteered to lead, urging the group, let's follow them. Juyan excitedly tossed out a smoke grenade. I can't go in empty-handed here, might as well add a little extra service. Haiji, walking behind, was surprised by his sudden boldness. What's gotten into him? He wasn't like this before, feels like he's a different person now. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired gang remained unaware and continued following the map's directions. One of the girls accompanying them pointed the way, this way. Juyan smirked as he saw their group entering a cave. Gotcha. Heiji asked about the next move, what now? He smiled mysteriously. I've got something for moments like this. But it's strange, I'm about to ambush the people who tried to kill me. Yet I'm surprisingly calm. Seeing Juyan standing there lost in thought, seemingly forgetting the present, she softly called out, Juyan. Startled, he turned around. Ah, it's nothing. I was just thinking for a moment. He reminded himself to regain focus. Now is not the time to be distracted. Inside the cave, those watching the struggling group deal with the monsters felt satisfied. Who would have thought the monsters would surge like this? Volunteering to scout then hiding here was a smart move, one said. His close guard agreed, right from the start, that group was too large just to carry one item. The leader nodded. Yeah, no wonder the monsters got attracted. Unaware, they didn't notice an arrow continuously aimed at them. As soon as the sentence ended, the arrow shot straight toward the sword-wielding guard. The leader barely managed to shield his head. The wounded man fell, rolling on the ground, leaving the leader alert and confused. Someone's here. He looked at his injured arm and clicked his tongue. What? I clearly dodged. The system notified about the leader's condition. Bow weakened. C. If target HP 30, causes stun. A. If agility 30, causes slow. A. For 1 minute, if strength 30, causes pain. A. For 3 minutes. From the system panel, Julian realized, so the target's HP and strength are above 30. Huh? I was going to give him some debuffs, but whatever, better to just hit until his HP's nearly gone. The leader's legs shook uncontrollably, and he begged, stop. Meanwhile, the scouting team hurriedly reported mission status. Scout team, report your status. No signal came back from the radio, lost contact with the gate guards. Looks like someone attacked them. The blonde-haired man used his power to protect the 2 people and the treasure inside, commanding, hurry up. Protect the treasure at all costs. A new system notification appeared. Magic resistant shield. A. Armor and shield. Defense A+ increases HP by 95%. Blocks 55% damage from magic rank E or below. Blocks 22% damage from magic rank D or below. Blocks some damage from rank B or below. Just as they escaped and ran out, they saw the gate guards fallen on the white snow. The blue-haired woman was still fiercely defending herself. This is fire protection. Apparently the enemy still had enough strength to fight back, now using a stronger attack. Oh, look at this lightning strike. Sure enough, the move worked. Sang-wook, unable to withstand it, was knocked back. The blonde man seized the chance to urge, the tankers down. Take out the mages before their paralysis effect wears off. His 2 comrades quickly rushed forward. Julian, without a hint of fear, coldly threatened, think we're weak without a tanker. Huang Yui. His power awakened, limit break. The system kept updating with status. Random buffs applied, magic 10, health 5, attack 10, critical damage increased, armor penetration, attack rank 1,059,000. The blonde man sneered without hesitation, still using fireballs. Foolish. Against this shield your E-rank skill is useless. Julian didn't reply with words but showed his strength instead, fireball. With this move he pushed them all far away. The group winced in pain, and the blonde man, frustrated, denied, what? How is it so strong? That's nothing like a 95% damage reduction. Julian raised his hand with a smirk, thanks for the help. I'll make good use of this treasure. Then, he detonated another blast explosion. The silver-haired old man shouted, calling to him, finish up here and regroup at the mountain peak. But the aftermath of Julian's blast caused the ice and snow around to begin collapsing and melting. Alarmed, the old man shouted a warning, that explosion impossible. Stop. The entire operation, everyone moved to the peak, now. At that moment, heavy rain poured down like a flood. The group was frantically sorting through the loot from the nearby bodies, when Julian happily gazed at the pile of items, eyes shining brightly, and said, how can everyone be carrying boss-level items like this? Kim Hee-ji sighed in frustration, it's fine for now, but I'm getting overwhelmed with how many items we need to handle. I want to avoid letting them find our location. Her brother looked at her with an exasperated expression. Even using the black market has its limits, she added. Her brother glanced at the shield lying right in front of them, then looked at Hee-ji with hopeful eyes. Seeing his look, she reluctantly replied, you don't have to sell it, you can use it yourself. Later she handed Julian an item. Here, this is your share. He looked up at her in surprise. Huh. Then looked again at the item. This is SS class simulated bracelet. A special accessory that doesn't count towards the limit of how many accessories you can wear. It simulates one event currently worn. Steel reinforcement 50%. Effect of the item is replicated. Julian, both excited and amazed, asked, I can really have this? She smiled brightly. We don't have many worthy items to simulate. It's best to give it to someone who already has an SS class item. She added firmly, you're the team's ace. Juyan was so moved that he kept bowing repeatedly, saying thank you so much. You're not Kim Haiji anymore, you're Goddess Haiji now. At that moment Haiji's brother reminded them, if we've distributed the loot, we need to leave before the second team arrives. Alright, they both replied in unison. Then Juyan noticed many cameras attached to the bodies, so he destroyed them all just to be safe. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lin Shelling screamed fiercely. What did you just say? Did I hear that wrong? The trembling subordinate on his knees stammered, I'm sorry for causing worry, but the simulated bracelet has been stolen. Her face darkened like a demon about to devour him. We deployed units strong enough to take down the war boss of this battlefield, and you lost it. Her subordinate, still terrified, responded. The monster defense squad survived, but the vanguard team sent to retrieve the treasure was completely wiped out. Analysis from the survivors' cameras shows they used pheromone bombs to lure the monsters. She asked again, what about the cameras from the team that was wiped out? Her subordinate was silent for a moment before replying. They were all destroyed. Boss-level items, of course, they can't be recovered now. At that moment, Lin Shelling suddenly became unusually calm. Using skills and items to scatter the forces, even removing the cameras to prevent others from analyzing the battle, that's a formidable tactic. She continued, you said there was an explosion. The culprit must be psychopaths, definitely that bastard. Then, stomping hard on the head of the trembling subordinate kneeling before her, she said fiercely, don't let this happen again. Analyze that guy thoroughly for me. With a fierce expression, she added, next time, besides retrieving this bracelet, we must bring back his head too. Back to Juyan and his group, the three of them were now sitting down to discuss their next move. Kim Haiji said, I've thought it through. I'll hold on to the boss items for a while, instead of selling them right away. Juyan was surprised. Huh. But we could upgrade a ton of armor with those. To avoid leaving any traces, you have to understand. I intentionally let them know my name to avoid dragging you into trouble. But other than that, it's just a hassle. Kim Haiji responded calmly. Damn, so that was your plan all along, her brother said through gritted teeth. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up hunting. Don't worry. You're at level 20 now, right? She searched through hunting zones on her tablet as she spoke. Yu Juyan replied absent-mindedly, huh, yeah? The suitable level for battlefield zones is divided into ranks of 10. For example, S rank 61 and above, A rank 51 to 60, B rank 41 to 50, C rank 31 to 40, D rank 21 to 30. She continued, so here's the question, what's the level limit for an F rank battlefield zone, where you can still get rewards? Juyan raised his hand to answer, exactly 20. How many bosses have you defeated in the F rank battlefield so far? She asked again. Let's see, by boss rank D rank, Spider Queen, Lizard King. E rank, Mountain Python. F rank, Black Bear, Mud Crab, One-Eyed Crow, Mole Rat Digging. And, Canal doesn't count because it's a special battlefield zone, so we're still missing one F rank boss, Juyan frowned. If you exceed the reward level, you can't come back. So we have to quickly collect the boss souls, she said calmly, speaking very composedly. Then Kim Haiji laid out the plan, so from now on, your upgrade path will be the Mudang Stone Wilderness Battlefield Zone, the Long-Standing Reservoir Wilderness Battlefield Zone at F rank, the Natural Ecological Park Wilderness Battlefield Zone at E rank, or raid bosses in lesser-known areas to avoid attracting too much attention. At this point, you might as well clear out all the E rank zones too. After saying that, the three of them set off toward the Sindori Sandhill Battlefield Zone. There they encountered the giant sand battlefield boss. Juyan began casting his spell, absorbing the boss soul of the giant sand battlefield, rank E. Health 1. Pretty nice, he said, stretching contentedly. The Kim siblings looked surprised and asked, wow, how long did that take? Exactly 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Juyan answered nonchalantly. Kim Haiji slapped his shoulder with a smile. Congrats. You've reached the goal. Let's celebrate because we've collected enough E-rank souls. Come on, no need for a party. Juyan replied shyly. Then thought to himself, this simulation bracelet really is useful. Haiji probably thinks I'm using it to copy elemental powers. But he had already copied the Hanel Cursed Bracelet, an SS rank special accessory that doesn't count toward the accessory limit. The bracelet copies 50% of the effect from the Cursed Necklace of Hanel. Magic power 16, mana 166, mana regen 6%, skill mana cost -5%, skill power 6%. When HP is below 20% it regenerates mana, at 100% magic power 16. Plus 2.5 to all attributes for each equipped item. Don't tell me it boosts attributes too. The effect increases every attribute by 2.5 per item equipped, applied individually per item. It's unbelievable, my total attributes have gone up by 15 points. Juyan was so thrilled he kept kissing the bracelet. At that moment, he began imagining the future. If I keep getting stronger like this, I might even surpass Muhammad Al. Oh, there are monsters over there too, he said. Then he wondered, I wonder when a mission with an insanely good reward will show up. At that moment, Ego once again assigned a mission to the group. Main mission 2: conquer a special battlefield zone of rank E. Your objective is to eliminate the invaders who have established a new hell settlement on Earth and eradicate the disaster zones: Hell Disaster Zone, Infection Zone, and Corrosion Zone that consume everything around them simply by existing. Conquer this special battlefield for the sake of Earth's peace. The reward is 99,999 SP with options to upgrade one specific attribute in detail, or randomly upgrade one detailed skill attribute. As usual, right on time, Julian thought. Kim Haiji glanced at him and asked, "What's up? Did you unlock a new skill?" He replied, "Something like that. I received a mission that boosts my stats upon completion." She responded, "A mission, huh? X Games really do have everything." Then Julian eagerly read aloud the mission reward. Nearly 1 million SP, that's what I call a main mission. Curious, he examined the map and asked, where exactly is this special rank E battlefield zone? It says 3 hours of flight from here. What about the weather there? Huh. Then, looking closely, he froze. -40 degrees. At that moment, Kim Haji turned to Yu Juyan and asked, "So, do we need to quickly clear out that special battlefield zone?" She added with a teasing tone, "Did you even realize you just finished wiping out all the bosses in the rank E battlefield?" As soon as she said that, Juyan replied with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Yeah, I know. That mission was definitely over the top." Then came a string of reminders from her after watching how he acted. "Even though you've gotten a lot stronger, you still don't have enough experience to lead a raid group." She then glanced toward the gate guards and seriously said to both Yu Juyan and his brother, "And since that special battlefield is outside, it won't be easy to access without the right credentials. Only certain people are allowed and sometimes entire guilds aren't even permitted. Let's put that aside for now." Kim Haiji quickly changed the subject, leaving Yu Juyan a bit stunned, still processing what she had just said. Calmly, she said, "Anyway, it's time to move on to phase 2 of your power upgrade." "Phase 2? He asked, surprised. "Instead of just combining different skills, you usually just buff your damage and finish enemies with fireballs," she said with a casual, teasing tone. Yu Juyan thought, "How does she know that?" She continued, "Why don't you try increasing the number of rank S skills you can copy? High-level players usually keep their skills secret." "I'm not exactly browsing UserTube for fun," he replied. Kim Haiji began to analyze. Except for attention seekers like Muhammad Al, most people prefer to keep their skills under wraps. "That's shady as hell," he muttered to himself. She eyed him suspiciously and said, "Juyan, don't tell me you've never heard of buff sellers." "Buff sellers?" "Yeah, like back in the day when people sold healing services, now some make money selling buffs." She hesitated before adding, "But the thing is, I've never heard of anyone selling buffs above rank S buffs." Juyan pondered. Suddenly, Yu Juyan remembered a mysterious person who had told him, "Just call me if you need anything." So he said aloud, "I know who that is." The two Kim siblings looked at Yu Juyan with suspicion. Seeing this, he immediately showed them the contact information of that stranger. "I know someone who can help." Elsewhere, the little fairy Ego respectfully spoke to the god, "My lord, the hero has accepted the second main quest." The god replied, "His memories will soon return. That is a step closer to saving the earth." Hearing this, the little fairy fell into deep thought. Noticing the change in her expression, the god asked, "But your gaze drifts elsewhere, doesn't it?" I want to see that hero once more, the one who once saved my world," she answered hesitantly. The god, confused, said, "But you are still watching over him." The little fairy immediately objected, but a person is only whole with their memories. Now that hero no longer holds memories of his past self. Then in a softer voice, almost questioning herself, she added, so, is he still the person I once knew? The god pondered for a moment before gently saying, my true self is focused on maintaining balance across dimensions. Even Ikwat. Takwat, the one speaking to you now, is but a fragment of me. Then he asked himself, so who am I? Or am I no longer myself? But you remain a god in my eyes, Ego replied. The god responded, then that person is still the hero. Will that hero make the same choices as before? She asked. He said, that cannot be forced. Everything must come from his will and choices. That is the vow I made with the world I created. He added, he is the hero you have always longed for. Go meet him. Whether you help him or not, that decision is yours alone. At that moment, Ego suddenly transformed. Her platinum hair darkened to jet black, her wings vanished, and she looked like a real person. Now, the little fairy Ego had become the bun-haired girl Hyoju. She said simply hello. It's been a while, Juyeon, then immediately went off to find the young man. Back with Juyeon's group, Kim Haiji asked curiously, you went all the way to Seoul Park without paying the usual 800 fee. That sounds suspicious. Juyeon started bragging to the two of them, I'm just that well-liked. Sounds fishy, said Haiji's brother with his usual cold, indifferent expression, catching Juyeon off guard. He could only helplessly mutter, oh come on. Just then, the bun-haired Hyoju suddenly appeared from nowhere, using a sweet, teasing voice, cooing to Juyeon, hey, you kept me waiting so long before you finally came out to say hi. The mage guy, clearly delighted, said to her, I've got so much going on, you know that? She replied teasingly, I'm starting to forget what you look like. At that moment Kim Hee-ji, wearing a forced smile, greeted her, hello, I've heard a lot about you from Juyeon. You're an SS rank buffer, right? The woman asked back, so you're a friend of Juyeon's? Kim Hee-ji caught a whiff of rivalry and fired back immediately, oh, maybe even something more special than that. And just like that, from this moment forward, we're about to witness bloody scenes between two women fighting over one man. Kim Hee-ji, annoyed, turned around and started punching Juyeon's back, repeatedly enough to make him foam at the mouth but barely hurt, then said, just think of her as your manager for now. Sensing the tension was escalating, Kim Hee-ji's brother stepped in to defuse the situation, turning to Hyoju and saying, I told you, I need buffs that increase my strength. She asked, exactly what kind? And how much are you willing to pay? He muttered to Juyeon, you better discuss that with my sponsor. Damn it, I should have thought this through more carefully, Juyeon thought to himself. He mumbled, yeah, it needs to be SS rank, strong and immediate effect. Like a one-time use that grants a combo of effects. Kind of like a supermarket promotion deal. You know? Hyoju looked confused and asked, something like what? Juyeon had to explain as simply and clearly as possible so she would understand, just something really amazing is fine. Then, why not try this? Hyoju began reciting a chant, Heaven's Melody, a blessing once sung by angels to protect the skies, granting divine effects. All attributes magical power 10%, damage magical power 5%, if magical power 100. Defense 1 tier, if magical power 150, attack 1 tier USS rank buff effect, doubles duration to 200%, increases additional effects by 50%. Requires magical power 90, mana consumption 1500. It's a blessing that enhances agility, increases all skill effectiveness by 20%, doubles buff duration, reduces mana cost for all skills by 10%. When the buff process ended, Hyoju told him, there are better buffs for defense. Then she asked, are you sure this one suits you? Juyeon answered firmly, preemptive attack is the best defense. Thanks, this is absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, on the user library, a news headline appeared with millions of views. Sparking a wave of negative comments, I officially withdraw my support for Psycho Pass starting today. The special battlefield of Grade E, known as the Hell Disaster Zone, has an average temperature of -30 degrees Celsius. The harsh weather conditions make long-term stays and deep infiltration nearly impossible. Its vast area makes hunting bosses almost unfeasible, leading to countless player deaths. The tragic situation prompted the government to implement a special solution. Juyeon sat patiently on a small rock, waiting. So, we're just waiting for the battlefield boss to appear? Haiji quickly replied. In special battlefields, after a certain period, even the regular monsters start to come out. Don't think the bosses just show up on their own if you wait around. Sangwook, observing the situation, agreed. The repeated failures to break through the special battlefield make sense now. He tapped his shield on the ground for emphasis. Anyway, I'm against rushing into a special battlefield without proper preparation. No matter how important the mission is, you only have one life. Haiji looked worried. So when exactly do I need to complete this mission? Right after, the system sent a new notification, repeating itself twice, making Juyan sigh heavily. Blood Frenzy SS been copied. Blood Frenzy SS has been copied. Haiji, about to scold him, paused upon hearing the system alert, and looked at him curiously. If all you're worried about is staying safe, you wouldn't even be a player from the start. Juyan, what are you doing? He answered honestly. I'm trying to use the copying skill now that it's off cooldown, but it still hasn't leveled up. He kept tapping on the copied skill displayed on his phone. Not disappointing, the system updated. Blood Frenzy SS has been copied. Passionate bloodlust from defeated monsters is temporarily absorbed. Effect ends 5 minutes after battle ends. If you possess combat traits grade S or higher, absorbing blood from 10 monsters grants an additional trait. If strength is 50 or above, activating Blood Frenzy increases magic by 10% of strength. If stamina is 50 or above, activating Blood Frenzy increases agility by 10% of stamina. Copies left 0. Juyan grimaced and swore under his breath, oh damn this crappy game. The system kept flashing the previous messages. Blood Frenzy SS has been copied. He was surprised, huh? The system continued. Blood Frenzy SS has been upgraded. Blood Frenzy X has been copied. Sangwook, assessing the current situation, suggested, if we're really going to join, at least the main players need to level up their stats some more. Juyan jumped up like a kid, shouting excitedly, Blood Frenzy X dropped. Now I don't have to see Heesung's face anymore. The girl nearby glanced at him with a hint of disdain, as if he were some strange creature. I think someone else once said the same thing. She quickly pushed that thought aside as her phone started buzzing nonstop. Whatever, we're foreigners anyway. Can't get into most domestic battlefields. Hello? Her voice was filled with excitement, and her bright smile made it clear just how happy she was. Really? Of course, yes. I'll message Juyan right away. But as soon as she hung up, her expression shifted, becoming more somber. Hyesung from the Korean guild just called urgently. It seemed like bad news was coming, but actually she was just pretending to build suspense before delivering some urgent good news. The special grade E Hell Disaster battlefield has now opened for foreigners. The raid is prioritizing mages, and is recruiting members. Sangwook and she immediately started bickering, as he wasn't too enthusiastic about this. Juyan, standing to the side, pondered quietly. They say they prioritize mages, but they're calling me a healer in name only. He glanced at the screen, and the system sent a notification. Blood Frenzy X has been stored in skill inventory. Juyan sighed. Looks like I'm being called to go now too. Eventually the group landed at the Grand Theater for an emergency meeting. The place was surprisingly quiet and not crowded, as someone had rented it out entirely. Juyan's mouth fell open in amazement. They even rented out the whole Grand Theater. The girl sitting beside him chuckled softly. This time, since all members are elites, no need for performance tests, so no preliminary meetings either. Excited by the topic, Juyan turned to her and asked, but didn't you never have meetings before? So why did they call you this time? Before she could answer, the sharp sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a deep voice. You think there are many players at level S? Both looked up to see a tall, refined man greeting them warmly before walking straight to the stage to introduce himself. Glad to meet everyone. I am Heesung, the raid leader for the Hell Disaster Zone this time. The raid will depart in 10 days, right after supplies are prepared. Everyone here is a top-tier member carefully selected from Cheondo Island. Trust my decisions and show your best skills. Together we will conquer the Hell Disaster Zone. The three clapped enthusiastically, but Hyesung's gaze lingered on Juyan with an unsettling coldness. Then he said, before sharing detailed info about the battlefield, please introduce yourselves briefly. Noticing the odd look, Juyan awkwardly replied, Huh. Hyesung then seriously introduced his specialties. I'm a level 39 melee damage dealer, possessing a unique SS grade critical strike trait. One by one the others followed. I am Kim Muriangsu, an grade buffer. Juyeon sat at the back, feeling a bit puzzled, noticing that from start to finish, Haesung's eyes kept locking onto him strangely. He thought, what the heck? Is this some kind of new class orientation? Why am I the only one noticing his weird gaze? When it was the next person's turn, he eagerly said, I'm a big fan of how Haesung carried the team during the Kaibal match. I really want to cooperate with the best raid leader at least once. Juyeon silently thought, the guy in front is basically confessing, pay some attention, will you? Finally, it was their turn. Sangwook started. I'm Kim Sangwook, an S-rank tanker. He still felt uneasy inside, thinking, no matter how I look at it, this introduction session. Then he looked over at Haiji, who introduced herself. I'm Lee Haiji, an S-rank fire mage, with the unique trait of the Apocalypse Flame. Juyeon could feel all eyes on him, as if everyone was ready to pounce. He thought, feels like everyone's targeting me. Well, I'll try not to disappoint. When it was Juyeon's turn, a flame flared proudly around him as he declared, hello, I'm Yu Juyeon. Some might know me by my nickname, Psycho Pass. After the introductions, the three headed out together. Juyeon invited, want to grab something to eat? You'll probably order what you like anyway. She laughed. Oh, you're quick. From afar, they heard Haesung's footsteps approaching. Juyeon thought, finally he's here. But as soon as he spoke, Juyeon lost any goodwill toward him, recognizing the tone of suspicion. You're the one who stole the boss item. The masked person on Chindo Island that day, right? Haiji wanted to step in to explain but was stopped by Juyeon. That. Juyeon boldly declared, I was the mage who contributed the most at that time, but I wasn't on their side, nor did I steal the item. I saw some suspicious people holding Kanal, but I couldn't stop that raid, so I joined to claim my share. They thought I was part of their team, but calling it stealing. I believe the one who contributes the most deserves the reward. Haesung's eye twitched slightly. Juyeon continued, if that bothers you, I'll withdraw from this raid. Crossing his arms, he waited for a response. Anyway, I think it's best to be clear. If it's not working out, I'll find another way. Still unsatisfied, Haesung probed further. In the battle with Kanal, my team lost 2 people. I need to be sure you weren't involved. If not, I have no objections to your participation. His firm tone and unyielding attitude made it clear he wouldn't stop until he got the answer. Looks like Wonhee still hasn't fully trusted me, which makes sense. Juyeon sighed, while Haiji nudged him from behind and praised, you Juyeon, you were really cool just now. Sangwook breathed a sigh of relief. Things went smoother than I thought. Haiji teased, weren't you the one who wanted me to stay out of this? Don't you feel a bit disappointed that Haesung didn't exclude us? He bluntly remarked, honestly I thought Haesung might just PK Juyeon on the spot. So this is actually better. Juyeon pouted, then turned and walked away. Alright, let's get going. Noticing his unusual attitude, she asked, Juyeon, what's wrong? He turned around, looking downcast. I'm just wondering if I should keep my identity a secret. Watching people leave one by one, his doubts deepened. I thought everyone would be shocked to know I'm Psycho Pass. But their reactions were surprisingly normal. From the user board came a message, review of the raid orientation with the god incarnate OMG, I'm freaking out. Psycho Pass appeared in the Hell Disaster Zone raid. The way he stared at Haesung without blinking made my heart almost burst. But many of the responses were skeptical or negative. Agreed, no proof, nonsense, by. Agreed. Not a credible source, clone accounts. Very unreliable. Dirty tissue, yeah I saw him too. Juyeon felt like he was on fire inside. Feels like I'm just drawing attention to myself. Better to keep quiet. God, I'm so embarrassed I want to crawl into a hole. Lin Xiaoling tossed the info she had just read onto the table with a sneer. Now he's openly bragging, huh? Good raiders are involved in this round too. Let's turn Psycho Pass into a lost soul in the white snow. She ordered sharply. Investigate every change in the raid teams of the other groups. We need to clear as many obstacles as possible. Thick white snow blanketed the wooden rooftops layer upon layer. Juyeon, dressed in 2 or 3 thick layers of clothing, had cheeks flushed pink from the cold, exhaling a misty breath. After several hours on a plane and then more hours on a bus, my first impression of this overseas raid is. He shoved his hands into his coat pockets, his whole body trembling. Freezing to death. His face pale and his voice shaking. he muttered. I wonder if a few fireballs would warm me up. Haiji squinted and smiled, teasing, are you joking? Julian bit his lip, silently lamenting, I'm serious. The man with the hooked nose beside him quickly explained. This place isn't usually this cold. It's because this area is affected by a special battlefield, which causes this abnormal climate. Moreover, as the environmental contamination spreads, more and more ghost towns like this are appearing. He rested a hand on his hip and bowed deeply to Julian. You are our last hope. Please destroy the disaster zone. Julian, feeling awkward, started to reply. Well, about that, but before he could finish, a sharp voice rang out, don't worry. A white cloak fluttered in the wind as a strong voice approached him step by step. We have come at the Lord's call to bring salvation. A girl with golden hair, leading a group clad in white cloaks, appeared. Trust us. On the streets, a group carrying banners and megaphones chanted Jinli Cult, a guild formed by players possessing divine attributes. It began as a small sect for followers to gather, with basic and cheap skills, but quickly grew powerful thanks to a single player. Julian frowned, observing them curiously since he didn't recognize the group. The golden-haired girl squinted, tilted her head, and smiled brightly. That player is none other than the miraculous healer, said to be level 5, or above the holy maiden Imsua. Haiji crossed her arms, speaking with admiration. Oh, that's the saint of the Jinli cult people often talk about. Julian stood beside her, rubbing his chin in thought. Suddenly he snapped awake, voice filled with excitement, now I remember. He quickly voiced his thought. That cult. The moment the words left his mouth, Sue's expression darkened, and she froze. Haiji clenched her teeth in horror and quickly covered his mouth. A man with blue fox-like eyes and messy bangs stepped forward. Placing his hand on his chest, sneering loudly. A naive lamb who has never witnessed a miracle, even the Lord loves ones like you. Suha, irritated, spun around and walked away. The man with narrow eyes smiled and left with a final remark. We need to rest to purify the battlefield, so we'll enter first. Julian's group stood frozen in place, bewildered. Nearby, a group of climbers gathered, and one called out, Is everyone down? I'm taking attendance. Haiji, having collected herself, suddenly got furious and started pounding Julian repeatedly. That mouth of yours, that mouth. Julian winced in pain, eyes watering, trying to explain. But that's the truth. A hoarse voice came from behind them. Well, you're not wrong. An old man with silver hair appeared, raising his eyebrows as he pulled his black mask down to his chin. It's well known that the Jinli cult lures people in and scams them. What puzzles me is why the Holy Maiden is there. Hyesung frowned, stepping forward cautiously. He spoke loudly. And you are? The silver-haired man laughed heartily with squinted eyes, extending a friendly hand. We haven't met before. I'm the raid captain from the Raider Guild. Join my team, and don't mind that guy over there, he nodded toward Hyesung, who crossed his arms coldly. I'm Lee Hyesung, raid captain of the Diane Guild. The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. I heard there was an unfortunate incident during the recent Canal battle. We want to avoid unnecessary conflicts before the boss fight. It's best if each side sticks to their own strategy. His pupils, deep red, scanned the area before settling on Julian and Haiji standing behind. As long as you don't harm each other. He bowed his head and walked away. His subordinates followed, casting a glare at Hyesung before leaving. Julian crossed his arms, sighing wearily. I knew the Raider Guild would join. But it seems they'll be quite troublesome. Haiji grimaced in discomfort. This is public territory. They probably won't go too far. But we still need to be careful. Absolutely no one should wander off alone. Hyesung's face grew serious. He turned, his eyes hardening as he looked at the group behind him. There are 3 teams targeting this battlefield. We need to find and kill the boss quickly. Now, let's set up camp and start the meeting quickly. On a barren hill amidst the raging white blizzard, the day of the raid's departure arrived. Hyesung, clad in armor, stood beside a towering spatial gate, checking all the equipment one last time before entry. A chorus of voices answered him in unison. Yes, understood. His face was serious, eyes sharp as a blade. If everyone is ready, then let's go in, he said. And without waiting, Hyesung led the way through the spatial gate. The scenery gradually shifted, an eerie red hue filled the space, and snow fell thickly. Julian's eyes widened in astonishment. This place, so this is the Hell Disaster Zone. Haiji lowered her eyelids, focusing intently on a cluster of frozen skeletons nearby. What is that? Were those players who came in earlier? The other man beside her froze mid-sentence, unable to believe it. As the two debated, a horse suddenly charged through the snowstorm. Unless you enter simultaneously, the starting positions in the battlefield are assigned randomly, someone explained. A skeletal figure clad in armor glared fiercely, pulling the reins tightly as its horse neighed wildly. Undead, someone muttered. The team immediately drew their bows, launching attacks at it. The frozen skeletons suddenly came to life, lunging toward them. Haiji's brother raised his shield to block the bones. These bastards have bodies as weak as paper, but they throw all their stats into attack power weight. His teeth clenched, face contorted with veins bulging as he struggled to hold the shield. Sword strikes fell relentlessly, scattering bones everywhere. These damn things won't die. Smash their heads, smash their heads. Damn it, they're coming from that direction. Night fell. Exhausted, the team gathered around a large campfire. Damn it, that was too close. I missed the heavenly island already, someone sighed. Haiji let out a deep breath, head bowed in exhaustion. I'm drained. Thankfully I brought plenty of mana potions. Anyway, she squinted, her ash-gray pupils scanning the area. She glanced at the team leader, who was sternly reprimanding others. Everyone, take attendance again. With a sigh, she noted. Li Haiyesung's skills are great for wide-area attacks. And look at my buddy, she added, nodding toward Juyan, who was gleaming with an unusual aura. The young mage named was smiling, eyes narrowed in delight. Of course I'm benefiting from Blood Frenzy. Blood Frenzy X lets me temporarily absorb massive stats from monsters I've defeated. The effect lasts as long as the skill is active. If you have a unique SS rank trait or higher, the skill's effectiveness increases by 2% for every 20 monsters absorbed. When 50 monsters' blood is absorbed, you unlock the Blood Rampage X skill, and all stats increase by 20% while Blood Frenzy is active. A flash of memory passed his mind, his brother supporting him as he faltered, and a woman drenched in blood gasping for breath, after their battle with a giant sand monster. I once experienced the thrill of X, he thought bitterly. But those damn raiders ruined it, so I never got to enjoy it fully. Next was the image of Hyuju hovering in the air with pure white wings. She explained, with passive skills like Transformation Resistance and Radiant Might, if I combine the new skills I just acquired, like Celestial Hymn and Blessing buff, since the mana from Celestial Hymn is 150. For every 150 mana points I have, my attack power increases by 1 rank. Juyan laughed loudly, revealing 2 small fangs. And that's not all. I used to ignore it because I thought it couldn't be activated. But Radiant Might has a really amazing effect. The system panel appeared. When mana reaches 150 or higher, only buffs of rank A or above apply. He inwardly groaned that meant all Radiant Might buffs only applied at rank A or higher. Haiji's brother sitting nearby also looked concerned, warning him, don't get too confident and end up causing trouble like last time. Juyan hugged his sword and grinned. Don't worry, of course. Just in case, I also copied Quick Slash, which was very useful before. As everyone saw, this time to handle the undead, instead of using fireballs, Heesung stood in the middle of the group with a serious gaze and loudly called out, everyone please pay attention. As you've experienced, this battlefield barely has any safe zones. Most monsters move in groups, so even a single fight consumes a lot of weapons and items. Our goal is to defeat the battlefield boss, not to grind experience points. Therefore we need to minimize resource consumption. The sword-wielding mage nearby yawned loudly, clearly uninterested. So, we will form a scout team to find the battlefield boss. Any volunteers? As soon as he finished, Juyan's eyes lit up eagerly, while Haiji and her brother hesitated a little. 2 days earlier, Juyan, bundled up in thick layers, shivered as he took off his backpack. It's so warm now I thought I was about to freeze to death, he said. Haiji settled onto a sofa by the window, waving her hand toward the group. Alright, this isn't the time to rest. We need to discuss your skill setup. I've been thinking about your strengths. Let me explain first. Her face grew serious. Usually, players pay close attention to the traits of the battlefield where they hunt. At lower levels, they might simply choose places with good experience points. But as levels rise, and they move to higher tier battlefields, the elements matter. Fire attacks are strong, wood monsters are weak, Metal monsters have strong physical attacks but are weak elsewhere. As you climb to higher level battlefields, monsters have more distinct characteristics. Remember the canal battlefield in Qian Island? It was full of flying monsters. Juyan rubbed his chin, pondering. Yeah, those who only focus on melee combat would be helpless there. Haiji continued. That can be a disadvantage for those without the right skills, but for some, it becomes an advantage. From a specialization standpoint, even if your level is a bit lower, having the right skills means you can still be an incredibly powerful counter. Heiji's brother sat down beside them, removing the scarf from his neck with a curious look. In that case, Yu Juyan's special ability to swap skills means you can always carry the optimal skill set for any battlefield. The two siblings looked at the mage next to them and exclaimed, "That's seriously overpowered." Juyan beamed with pride, waving a hand dismissively. "You're flattering me too much." Haiji crossed her legs and continued. The Hell Disaster Zone mainly spawns undead-type monsters. Fire-based skills still work to some extent, but they're not exactly counters. Juyan rolled his eyes in frustration. Oh, typical fantasy world. Her brother squinted with a scowl. It always is. Juyan rubbed his chin, scrolling through his matte black phone. If the fantasy world follows the usual formula, then I've found a skill, he said, holding up the screen for the siblings to see. Judgment Spear, Grade D. A holy spear empowered by divine energy. Deals an additional 100% damage to targets meeting certain conditions. Mana consumption reduced by 50% if divinity is 50 or higher. When divinity reaches 100, it applies the execution effect, instantly finishing off targets below 10% health. At divinity 150 or more, it restores 5% mana from those targets. Requires divinity 44. Mana cost 150. Suddenly a swarm of pale, white-skinned zombies fell from above. Powerful magic fireballs launched at them. Juyan bared his teeth in a grin, raising the sword in his hand. A deep purple magic circle appeared behind him as he fired off ball after ball of fire. I'm coming. The zombies were incinerated. Hayeri and her brother watched in awe at the pile of charred undead lying across the snowy ground. She glanced skeptically at Juyan. So what exactly is your mana stat? Juyan smirked mischievously, waving a hand. People say you shouldn't tell your parents your mana stat. Annoyed, she poked his arm with her index finger. And you say that to me? Juyan closed his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest as Haiji poked his cheek. He seriously thought out loud. When I first saw that the skill required divinity, I had no idea what to do. But thanks to my unique trait, it automatically converts divinity into mana. Honestly, it's insanely overpowered. Hayeri's brother frowned, tired of the two mages teasing each other. He glanced around and said loudly, "We've been scouting for 2 hours. If we go any further, it'll be hard to get back. I don't see any more monsters. We should turn back." Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise from afar caught their attention. Through the snowy haze, shadowy figures appeared. Juyan's eyes widened. Judging by their size, that must be another attacking team. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, trying to see more clearly. Maybe it's Jinrikyo? Hayeri stood behind him, hands on her hips, seeing right through him. You're trying to find a skill worth copying, aren't you? Juyan pouted. Judgment Spear isn't bad, but I want something flashier and cooler. At the foot of the mountain, a well-trained army was slowly advancing. Hayeri gasped, what the heck? That's the Raider Guild, right? They can be annoying, but they fight well. The aggressive skeletons charged at their shield wall. Wait, the tide is turning in our favor. Damn it, hold them off, hold them off. The front group was knocked down by the blows, screams of panic echoed loudly. Juyan lowered his head, watching intently. Unlike us, it looks like they're taking quite heavy casualties this time. Hayeri's brother stood nearby, his face expressionless. But the Raider Guild will still win. Clearing a battlefield usually happens like this. The bony hands of the skeletons gripped their swords tightly, and the zombies charged madly forward. Even being stabbed didn't faze them much, making it tough for the guild members. Though these are just waves of monsters. That's why our fight went smoother. He glanced at the confused-looking mage beside him. Is it because of you, Juyan? Still, relying on just one person for strategy is definitely risky. Hayeri called out loudly, Juyan, Look closely, this is our attacking team without you. On the battlefield, several Raider Guild players lay wounded and crawling on the ground. Juyan pressed his lips together but kept watching carefully. Hayeri and her brother turned to leave, calling back, "Nothing left to see here, let's go." Juyan's arm stretched out slightly forward. Inside the black glove on his palm, something suddenly stopped. Wait, hold on. There's something strange here. Pest Servant, level 5. When a target with the Legion of Plague skill is killed, it will revive as a Pest Servant. After revival, it turns into undead. If not destroyed inside the Hell Disaster Zone, it will recover 100% HP after 600 seconds. It is completely immune to pain, with 90% HP and 90% strength. Its power increases proportionally to the HP lost, and evolves by killing enough targets. A strange magical aura swirled around the fallen guild members' bodies, transforming them into skeletons. The three of them stared wide-eyed in shock. What the hell is that? Hee-sun's face twisted, veins bulging on his forehead. You mean dead players resurrect as monsters? Hye-sung anxiously confirmed, yes, even monsters come back to life after some time. His brow furrowed even tighter. What about the Raider Guild? Hayeri's brother calmly recounted, heavy losses, but after disposing of the bodies to prevent resurrection, they've withdrawn from the area. Hye-sung stroked his chin thoughtfully. So that means we have to burn or smash their heads when we kill them. A chorus of agreement echoed around. He went on asking about other scouting teams. 2 other scouts shook their heads. The north is all mountains. There's a lava zone, but with our current gear we can't survive there. Hye-sung paused to think for a moment before speaking seriously. For now, let's continue scouting for a few more days. The blizzard showed no sign of stopping. 3 days later he sat on a large rock, arms crossed, eyes closed in deep thought. The scouting range is expanding too much. If we delay any longer, it'll become a serious problem, something might appear. His thoughts were interrupted when a man dressed in bright yellow clothing came running up hurriedly. Found it. The man held up a rolled film. This footage was taken from a distance, so details aren't clear, but this is definitely not a normal monster. On the screen was the image of a wild bull, armored in silver with a pair of large bizarre horns. Juyan stepped forward, face calm. Oh, this thing is the boss of the battlefield, huh? The wild bull snarled fiercely, its deep red eyes flaring as it wrinkled its nose. After an intense stretch of fighting, Hye-sung suddenly came to a realization. Out of all the SS rank unique traits, the one that delivers the highest firepower is Blood Battle. But it also comes with a fatal weakness. Just as a skull-headed monster was about to strike him, a fireball came soaring in from out of nowhere, blasting the monster away. The one who launched it was none other than Juyan. Fireballs still floated around him, radiating heat. He called out confidently to Hye-sung, "I've got everything ready to finish the target." Hearing that, Hye-sung felt a boost of confidence and charged in, sword in hand. While furiously slashing through monsters, he thought to himself, to accumulate stacks, the skill user has to land the final blow on a monster themselves. 5 hours earlier, Hye-sung had presented their strategy to the group. We analyzed the monster suspected to be the boss using footage from a body-mounted camera. It seems a large number of monsters are following its commands. Judging by its armor, we can assume it has a very high defense stat. After hearing this, Haiji quickly suggested an idea. Why don't we have all range deeps focus their firepower on the boss to reduce its HP and defense? But her brother immediately shot the idea down. I'm against that. We don't have enough tankers to hold off the mobs if we throw everything at the boss. Shouldn't we act quickly before another raid team shows up and snatches it? Safety should be our top priority. If we die, we might even turn into monsters ourselves. His plan was reasonable, and everyone reluctantly agreed with a few nods. In the end, Hee-sung had made up his mind. His face turned cold and merciless as he volunteered for the most grueling role. I'll take care of the boss. I'll hunt regular mobs for 5 hours to build up stacks. After that, we'll take turns resting while maintaining our stacks, then begin the boss raid outside the battlefield zone. Back in the present, Hee-sung continued cutting through wave after wave of monsters. His entire body was now stained crimson with blood. I've always fought alone on the front lines. Maybe that's the only survival strategy that fits with my unique trait. Suddenly he turned his head slowly to look behind him. There, just within his line of sight, was Juyeon standing confidently with a calm smile. A rare warmth spread in Heesung's chest. This is the first time I've trusted someone else to watch my back. Not bad at all. He quickly turned back to face the battlefield again, lips curling into a subtle smirk. In the biting cold of the snowy night, Hyesung's crimson cloak billowed violently in the wind. Behind him, Juyeon stood tall, hands on his hips, continuously summoning fireballs while wearing a smug grin. This feels amazing, he muttered with satisfaction. My stack's rising like a rocket. In his mind he began picturing the outcome. Judgment Spear, comes with the unique trait, Armor Penetration D, so it'll punch straight through and hit hard. No doubt I'll be the mvep of this boss raid and I'll be the one looting it. Besides, no one can actually see the skill effects anyway. Still, I better play it safe and not make it obvious I'm using blood battle. Lee Hyesung, leave those nearby monsters at half health, he thought. After a moment Juyeon called out loudly, Captain. There are 3 over there, finish them off. He was mentally prepping himself to slowly build stacks, but to his surprise, Heesung turned back with a wide grin and called out, good work. You're looking great out there. Juyeon froze, completely thrown off. Huh? What's with the sudden compliment? Thinking back to the way Hyesung had just looked at him, Juyeon shivered involuntarily. Seriously, what was that look? Way too dramatic. Maybe I should just stop helping. Amid the snowstorm, Juyeon's team pressed forward. Suddenly, one member commented with awe, this terrain kind of looks like the perfect fishing spot, doesn't it? Based on our reconnaissance data, the boss is estimated to be hiding in the ravine. Heesung's eyes scanned the surroundings sharply, his brows furrowed in tension. The time-limited quest we've been worried about, time's up. Before he could process further, someone called out to him, raid leader. Raising his hand in a slow gesture, he directed the team with calm authority. We'll proceed exactly according to the predetermined strategy. Please keep the surrounding monsters occupied for now. During that window we'll gradually provoke the weaker ones to reset their aggro. The boss will be drawn out and eliminated. As he spoke, the swordsman beside him spun around and pointed his blade directly toward the ravine. The monsters that emerged were swiftly taken care of by the team. Suddenly Juyeon's expression shifted into something more serious. It's time, he murmured. Tension immediately gripped the entire group. A thunderous roar exploded through the air, making everyone jolt. The entire valley began to quake violently. Rocks tumbled from both cliff faces, raising thick clouds of white dust. The moment the roar echoed through the canyon, Hyesung and 2 other warriors dashed forward without hesitation. Charging in with his sword at the ready, Hyesung shouted a warning to the others. It's out. Everyone, get ready. The others immediately perked up with excitement as they heard the warning. Curious, they moved in closer to get a better look. Who? It finally showed up. Right after the swordsman's warning, a crazed bulltop came charging out at full speed on all 4s. In the blink of an eye, it was already right in front of them, violently swinging its hooves in an attempt to send them flying. Seeing this, everyone instinctively panicked and stumbled backward. Someone cursed under his breath, damn it, while another, wide-eyed in terror, blurted out, why is it that huge? Sensing things were going downhill fast, Heesung quickly shouted out an order. We need to get out of this bottleneck zone immediately. Fall back. Retreat. Retreat. As soon as his command rang out, the others wasted no tying tail and running for their lives. During the chaotic retreat, the swordsman found himself repeatedly slowed down by other monsters in their path. But after a long stretch of frantic running, they all suddenly noticed something odd. Huh. Right in front of them, the bulltop stood its ground with a furious expression, clearly ready to attack, but strangely enough, it made no move to chase after them. Perplexed, someone in the group questioned aloud, why isn't it coming after us? At that point, they had already made it safely across a narrow passage between 2 mountain cliffs and turned around to face the beast. Suddenly the bulltop's bloodshot eyes gleamed with a fierce light. It let out a low, guttural growl from deep within its throat. Then, after a deep breath, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a deafening, high-pitched roar. The unexpected sonic assault overwhelmed them. Clutching their ears in pain, the group cried out, what the hell? Is it trying to blow out our eardrums? After the earth-shaking roar subsided, Heesung suddenly noticed something off. What the hell is that? A teammate, visibly alarmed, pointed ahead and shouted, over there. The swordsman quickly turned in the direction he indicated. Emerging slowly from the thick, swirling white mist was a horde of monsters, crooked, twisted figures shambling forward in a grotesque mass. Their movements were jerky, and the sound they made was shrill and dissonant. Looking at the scene unfolding before them, Hee-sung looked like he was about to explode with frustration. Damn it. Meanwhile, whispers spread through the group, thick with fear and despair, as if they'd stumbled into a nightmare they couldn't escape from. This is insane, you're telling us to charge into that swarm. That's basically a death sentence. Even if we somehow make it in, there's probably only one boss resting in the middle of that whole mess. If we go in, we'll die on the way there. And if we survive that, we'll still die trying to get out. Even Juyeon couldn't stay calm anymore. His eyes fixed on the approaching horde, his expression tightened with extreme tension. Juyeon craned his neck tensely, weighing his options. There were two clear choices before him. He silently assessed the situation, eyeing the battlefield bot looming ahead. The creature was massive, its presence alone radiating danger. A biting wind whipped snow across the terrain, and in the distance, another wave of monsters approached, leftovers from the endless swarm. Juyeon pivoted to scan the surroundings. The current battlefield stretched along a long cliff, flanked by plains on one side and rocky terrain on the other. If his calculations were correct, Hye-sung, standing nearby, flinched suddenly as a bright light flared behind him. Turning quickly, he saw Juyeon unleashing a blazing fire spell, launching it straight at the horde of monsters. Hye-sung's heart leapt with anxiety. What is he trying to do? He thought, witnessing Juyeon boldly charging the bot. Flames licked relentlessly across the giant creature's body, and Hye-sung could not hide his astonishment. Is it really that effective? Then, Juyeon abruptly turned back and shouted, if their armor can be broken, it is better to take down at least one of them first. Hye-sung immediately relayed the command to those behind him. Everyone, move to the battlefield bot now. The group surged forward together. At that moment, someone turned and saw the horde of monsters closing in from behind. Panic set in. They have caught up. Suddenly, a flash of fire struck, disintegrating the monsters instantly. The remaining creatures were flung off the cliff, tumbling to the ground far below. Juyeon muttered under his breath, damn it. The team now stood before the colossal bot, a monstrous formation in itself. Hye-sung's voice rang out, recalibrating the formation. The position has changed, but the raid strategy remains the same. Despite its size, it is still just a monster. Its moves have not changed. He began assigning positions. Tanks would hold the remaining monsters near the rocky area, while agile melee fighters would draw the bot's attention. The rest quickly fell into place, ready to provoke and bait the creature. The bot lowered its head, eyes blazing with fury as it fixed its gaze on the group. With a roar, it charged. The team sprang into action, each member executing their assigned roles flawlessly. Someone panicked and shouted, we are surrounded, attack with everything we have got. Meanwhile, on the other side, Juyeon unleashed another blazing fire spell, raining destruction down on the bot. Everyone immediately unleashed their magic, striking relentlessly at the massive body of the monster. Hye-sung tensed, eyes fixed ahead, a thrill of satisfaction running through him as he saw the attacks hitting home. The creature writhed in pain, lashing out wildly. If they just kept this up, they could maintain the upper hand. Shields went up across the team, each member bracing themselves, ready to sustain the assault. Suddenly, Hye-sung noticed something strange, a nagging sense that something was off. Wait a second. He thought. Somehow, they had moved dangerously close to the cliff's edge, and behind them yawned a bottomless chasm. How had they gotten so close without realizing it? Someone near him shouted in alarm. That bastard's cornered us toward the wider part of the cliff. Before they could react, a team member slipped, tumbling down the precipice. The bot turned its gaze back toward the rest of the group. Damn it. It is pushing over here now, they realized, scrambling to adjust. Hye-sung no longer hesitated. Gripping his sword, he charged, meeting the monster's massive horn head-on. The clash sent a deafening roar across the battlefield. Allies shouted warnings, fear and excitement intertwining. Turning back, Hye-sung instructed the team behind him, a stationary bot is just a punching bag. I will handle this with my skills. Juyeon, seeing the opportunity, summoned his swords, igniting them in flames. The fire spiraled outward, striking the monster. It bellowed in pain, retaliating with rapid, brutal strikes toward Juyeon, ignoring the incoming attacks. The flames seared a particular point, and Hyeseong realized it had hit near a critical spot. The beast reared and roared sharply, pain radiating across its massive frame. Observing carefully, Hyeseong noted that much of the monster's face and neck were exposed, likely weak points, vulnerable targets. Juyeon planted his hand firmly on the ground, focusing amidst the chaos. A voice seemed to whisper in his mind, its left leg. That is the true weak point. Acting instantly, Juyeon directed his assault toward the monster's left leg. The strike caught it off guard, and the creature wavered, staggering to one side. Hyeseong, standing opposite, lowered his expression into a grim, focused look, readying his next move. He raised his sword high, shouting as the system notification appeared, "Breakthrough, Extreme Rank S. Yu Juyeon. Strike the leg no one's watching, disrupt its balance," he thought, gripping his sword tightly. He brought it down with determination, refusing to remain a passive target. Hyeseong's eyes gleamed with intensity. "It is time to show them the rank S skill I earned after reaching level 35. He swung his sword with blinding speed, a single strike cleaving everything in its path. One strike, sever segment S rank. Every slash cut through the battlefield, consuming 50 stacks of blood frenzy, adding an extra 100% of his strength as damage. If one possessed the SS rank passive trait for melee classes, the damage would be increased by another 20%. Furthermore, if his strength was 100 or above, he would gain an additional 50 points of agility or stamina for 10 minutes. Immediately, the monster's agonized roar filled the air. This time, he thought, I will be the MVP. But then Hyeseong noticed something alarming and shouted back to the team, its leg. It can regenerate. Do not let up, keep attacking. The people behind froze for a moment at his words. Juyeon's expression mirrored the shock of the moment. A shadow enveloped Hyeseong's form, his focus sharpening as he faced the massive body of the creature before him. It straightened, and the leg they had just struck began to regenerate. The system flashed notifications, impact area A activated and null weak point S activated. The monster's leg had fully regenerated. Juyeon, watching, could not help but feel bewildered. These battlefield bosses acted almost like transforming robots, adapting with terrifying efficiency. The system's skill panel appeared, impact area A, activated when Vartan's armor was completely destroyed. All stats increased by 30, defense rose by 1 tier. Soul-linked weapon summon S, attack increased by 1 tier. Meanwhile, the monster opened its massive maw to devour something. The system updated with null weak point S. Damage from enemies below level 55 would be ignored. Levels 54 to 45 would take 20% reduced damage, 44 to 25 reduced 50%, 24 to 14 reduced 70%, and 14 or below reduced 99%. The team stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned. What the hell is this thing? The system announced again, level 21 receives 70% reduced damage. Hyeseong sighed in exasperation. Now I can only deal 30% of normal damage. Great, just great. Seeing the massive bull-like creature charging toward them without a scratch, their hearts skipped a beat. Is it even wounded? Not a single mark. Damn it. Lee Hyeseong furrowed his brow, gripping his sword tightly. The monster had a passive damage reduction trait, but with that injured leg, its mobility was already impaired. He felt a surge of confidence. Taking it down would be far easier now. After a brief assessment, Hyeseong quickly turned to his unsettled teammates. We need to focus on the other leg. Suddenly, someone stepped past him, moving forward with purpose. Hyeseong smirked knowingly. He had anticipated this perfectly. Sure enough, Yu Juyeon's palm was gathering a glowing orb of magical energy. Without a second thought, Juyeon hurled the orb straight at the monster. I knew you would think the same as me. The attack hit its mark, the flames and magic striking true. Despite having predicted the outcome, Juyeon could not hide a small grimace. Of course, it works. As he assessed the situation, the monstrous bull lifted its massive axe. Is it over now? It slammed the weapon down with devastating force against the rocky ground beneath, shattering stone and soil instantly. The shockwave rippled outward, shaking the surrounding area violently. Hyesung braced himself, trying to maintain balance with his sword, his body trembling from the impact, yet he still managed a defiant smirk. It is forcing itself into a position where it can only stand on one leg, digging its own grave. Juyeon froze momentarily, his thoughts racing. It is starting. The scene now matched his memory perfectly. This was phase 2. The bull twisted violently, breaking its weapon against the ground and thrusting into its own flank. Someone witnessing this shivered, whispering, "It is insane." The broken weapon clattered across the ground as the creature's eyes burned red with rage. The entire area shook even more violently than before, sending everyone staggering, screaming. The ground itself seemed to give way beneath them. The situation was life-threatening, and panic gripped the hearts of even the most steadfast. The cliff's edge expanded ominously. "Careful. Damn it, I told you to be careful." Meanwhile, the bull continued to swing its remaining weapon wildly, like a frenzied madman. At least it could still stand barely, but the threat it posed was terrifying. Kim Hae-ji clutched the arm of the young knight in terror. "Oh my god, all those core training sessions. Where did they go? Keep your balance properly," she yelled, her voice edged with panic. The knight, drenched in cold sweat, could only shout back helplessly, "What does that have to do with this situation?" On the other side, someone reached out a hand, calling, "You Juyeon, over here." But before Juyeon could grasp it, the ground beneath him cracked and collapsed. He plummeted downward, causing everyone to scream, "You Juyeon." Still dazed from the fall, Juyeon tumbled through a cavern, muttering in frustration, "I can't keep using the bathroom as an excuse to copy skills. What a pathetic situation this is." Regaining his composure, he perched on a stone ledge, pulling out his phone. "All right." He opened the system panel to check his stats, Blood Battle X, Transformation Resistance. He equipped the default Blood Battle and Anti-Transformation sets he had pre-saved. Then came Extreme Breakthrough, Heaven's Authority, Restoration and Healing buffs, Celestial Skills, Judgment Spear, and Swift Strike. I really hate having to copy each skill individually. Suddenly, a flood of notifications and stars popped up on the screen, making him jump. Huh. 3 copies of bosses activated. Juyeon rubbed his palms together with a grin, feeling a surge of anticipation. They have rolled out the red carpet for me. Huh, time to burn bright. Back in the present, Juyeon, whom everyone thought had fallen, was now hovering mid-air. Using the skill caught him a little off guard. He was not quite accustomed yet. 5 a skill that allowed flight at will, required 90 magic and consumed 5 mana per second. I always wondered when I would get to use this skill. Kim Hae-ji frowned, muttering under her breath, "That bastard. He is flying." She stared in amazement. Incredible. By now, Juyeon had flown up to confront the massive bull-like monster. 5, however, was extremely mana-intensive, burning 300 mana per minute, and his damage was already reduced. Better concentrate all remaining mana to finish off the bot. Another tremor shook the ground violently, sending the 2 Kims wobbling. Kim Hae-ji quickly grabbed Juyeon's hand. He looked down, dazed, hearing her satisfied voice, "Ah, I feel alive again." The 2 were so close that Juyeon silently wanted to scream with gratitude in his heart. In the midst of this strangely romantic moment, the older knight brother's face flushed red with frustration. "Hey, hurry and get down here," he yelled. Juyeon's expression hardened into a teasing smirk as he replied, "Oh, you want to come up too?" But Kim Hae-ji, either intentionally or not, exclaimed, "No, you can't, you are too heavy. That is past the limit." Kim's older brother understood immediately, his frustration bubbling over as he muttered, "Just wait until all this is over." Turning back to the main issue, he refocused. The bull-like monster, clearly irritated after being ignored for so long, stomped the ground furiously. "Now we have to act." He swung his sword, and a beam of magical energy shot straight into the creature. Other teammates, recognizing the signal, dove into the battle without hesitation. Lee Hyesung, thrown back by the impact, suddenly noticed something. Kim Hae-ji, too, seemed to realize Juyeon's aura was weaker than before. Frowning, Juyeon explained, "I already used 1 strike severing, it drained all my accumulated battle stacks. The smaller monsters below were being wiped out, and most of the creatures he could have used to rebuild his stacks had already fallen over the cliff. Haiji added another point, plus, with your balance off like this, your attacks won't land perfectly. The opponent silently nodded, agreeing. The two of them one serious, one optimistic talked strategy. We need a decisive strike, Haiji said. But that figure has pretty high magic resistance, how do you plan to handle it? Touching his chest, she asked softly, you have something stronger, do not you? Being intelligent, Juyeon understood immediately. Ah. Yes, he thought. Meanwhile, Lee Hyesung was still struggling with the monsters, gritting his teeth. Damn it, if this keeps up, the whole team will be wiped out. Come on, Lee Hyesung, you are the raid leader. After a moment, Hyesung could no longer hold out and sank to his knees. The bull raised its axe coldly, like an executioner. Hyesung clenched his teeth, ready to face death. Damn it. At that exact moment, the system notification popped up, S rank increasing. Juyeon and Kim Haiji touched down on the ground. He recalled his past life, though people had said the monster's weakness was its left leg or something. Ultimately, to defeat a creature like this, the system displayed external effect, adjust stats automatically to suit the user. One strike severing activated. Reading those lines, Juyeon felt a deep satisfaction. As expected, one hand wrapped firmly around Kim Haiji's waist, while the other gripped his sword, poised forward. The final weak point of the bull had fully revealed itself, its neck. The moment the blade cut through the creature's head, the system congratulated him. One strike severing SS activated, severs all targets in two halves. Consumes 100% accumulated blood battle, adds 100% magical power as extra damage. If the user possesses unique SS tier melee trait, adds 40% bonus damage. If magical power exceeds 150, increases all attack stats by 50 for 20 minutes. Defeating an enemy with this skill restores 50% of blood battle stacks. Everyone watching froze in stunned amazement. The bull's head fell to the ground. Its massive body slowly wobbled. Both legs buckled. And finally, it collapsed onto the earth. Juyeon felt a surge of pride, thinking, alright, that is handled. For now. Across the field, Lee Hyesung could hardly believe his eyes. That was my skill. No, it is far stronger than I imagined. Juyeon's face glistened with cold sweat. I have no idea how to explain this situation. How am I even supposed to deal with this? Through the combined efforts of everyone, the monster had finally been defeated. Juyeon let out a weary sigh, thinking to himself, I can't believe they are announcing the ranking lottery right now, what a pain. Meanwhile, Haiji leaned close, whispering her advice, just follow the plan. Everything should work out that way. Juyeon shook his head, countering softly, I mean, he is no fool. There is no way that excuse would pass him off. Suddenly, Hyesung shouted, you, what skill did you just use? Juyeon feigned surprise, replying aloud, Fong Thiet, incredible, while inwardly thinking, forget it, just let it be. Hyesung looked skeptical, but Juyeon hurried to explain, earlier. Fong Thiet is an SS tier skill, insanely powerful, honestly. Kim Hyeji's brother groaned inwardly, does he really think that is a reasonable explanation? Clearly, Hyesung was not convinced. No matter how he looked at it, that skill. A soldier suddenly blurted out, the soul has not merged. Hyesung froze, thinking, do not tell me. It is not dead yet. Everyone watched in astonishment as the monster began to shift. That was the weapon the bot had wielded. When it was smaller, it had been easier to deal with, right? Juyeon, however, reassured himself. No, I am certain it is dead. Even the weapon, clearly an item belonging to the bot, has completely dropped. They asked each other, yours too, my stats have not changed either, Juyeon's mind raced, they are right. The soul has not merged. Even the conquest mission window for the battlefield has not disappeared. Do not tell me, do not tell me. And then, in horror, he realized it was not the battlefield bot after all. Hyesung suggested, I will share the item status window. The system window popped up. Dual Blades Barton S8 paired sword weapon forged from the souls of the dead, once wielded by Captain Barton. Stats, attack +5, strength +20, stamina +10, restores rage and HP upon defeating enemies. Effect, 5 minutes. When rage reaches 20 stacks, can use Earth Shock A. At 40 stacks, can use Destruction S. Reduces all incoming damage by 20%. They discussed among themselves. So that was Captain Barton. Look at those stats. Why are there stars? This is insane, impossible. Then they asked, so what is the raid leader planning to do now? Juyeon's team watched curiously as Hyeseung stepped closer. Hyeseung spoke, since you are the MVP of this raid, you get to choose an item. In Lee Hyeseung's raid team, that is the rule. That is the moment when, after defeating a battlefield bot, the MVP, the player who contributed the most, gains the privilege of first choice on any dropped item. Inside, Hyeseung wrestled with the decision. The axe. He wanted it, of course. But rules were rules. Juyeon thought to himself, there is no doubt about it, this time Juyeon is clearly the MVP of this raid. Hyeseung was taken aback when Juyeon spoke up, raid leader, do you want this item? If so, I can sell you the priority purchase right. Suspicious. Hyeseung asked, you are serious? Juyeon explained calmly, I understand. I am an SS tier mage, so I do not actually need the axe. But I also can't waste the priority I have earned. Knowing there is no such thing as a free lunch, Hyeseung immediately asked, so, what is your proposal? As expected, Juyeon requested unconditional priority to purchase any item dropped by the battlefield bot. And the price he offered was to pay 50% of the item's value. Hyeseung weighed the pros and cons. What he would gain was the opportunity to buy the Barton dual blades with priority. Even if he obtained it, he would still need to pay half the appraised value. Just that alone was easily worth over 10 billion won. On top of that, he would also pay 50% of the bot drop's value, but Hyeseung probed, you do not even know what the bot will drop, do you? What if nothing drops? Juyeon replied nonchalantly, if it does not drop, so be it. Is not that the kind of gamble worth taking? Hyeseung stared at the axe he had long coveted, hesitating. To everyone's astonishment, he made up his mind. All right. He declared firmly, this agreement will be witnessed by everyone here. Haiji raised an eyebrow, skeptical, are you really okay with giving up the axe? Juyeon sighed. The broken sword is already cumbersome, now if I add the dual blades. Forget it. There is still the top floor bot ahead. I won't get another chance to grab this item, so I need to ensure it. Haeji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I hope it drops a magic staff. If I find it. Juyeon blinked, well. That is not bad. But why? She explained, I will share it with you in rotation. Juyeon exhaled. We are not exactly close enough for that. Haiji pressed. Come on, starting today we can get closer, right? Juyeon, wary, thought, I can feel a selfish, impure desire here. I have to refuse. After negotiating the conditions, the system confirmed the arrangement. The resentment of Captain Barton vanished. Meanwhile, Phase 1 of the plague spread through the disaster zone, inflicting the poisoned E effect. Far away, in a region blanketed with heavy snowfall, players were struggling to traverse the treacherous terrain. The masked red figure cursed in frustration, damn it. My HP keeps dropping. The poison effect triggers every hour, this is so annoying. The silver-haired man spoke up, his tone sharp, we can't keep wasting the mage's mana. We need to quickly find Psycho Pass, take him down, and claim the bot's treasure. If we had eliminated him from the start, it would have been much easier. He reminded the group firmly, the order is to take him out quietly. No need to draw attention. Glancing around, the masked red figure whispered, Captain. There is an unidentified entity up ahead. What is that? The captain assessed it coolly. Judging by its size, it is not human. And there is only one of them. A team member perked up, excitement in his voice. Looks like a lone straggler. Just one, easy as pie. I am exhausted, so let us handle it quickly. Ahead of them, a monster in the form of a skeletal figure emerged, its red, blood-like heart peeking from beneath a tattered cloak. Elsewhere, another group was facing a poisonous spider. The poisoned E effect had already been applied. Chulman, giving orders with authority, called out, the poison cooldown is over. Purify everyone immediately. The players cried out, mana. I am running out of mana. Screams echoed as the spider spewed its sticky silk, trapping them tightly. At that critical moment, someone stepped forward. She activated Divine Seal A, and the group gasped, "The Saintess." Grateful voices rose. "Thank you, Saintess." She directed them further, "Those who applied debuffs, now unleash your holy element skills." Yes. Instantly, the skeletal monster was overwhelmed and defeated within moments. The system then updated sequentially. The resentment of Captain Barton has dissipated. Phase 2 of the plague spreads into the disaster zone, applying poison D. Cholman again expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Saintess. It is thanks to you that we have succeeded in this holy war." Yet once more, she refused the offer to stay in the rear lines, choosing instead to return to the front alone. Suha hesitated, worried. "If you had not done that, the followers would have." Cholman interrupted firmly, "Is not it thanks to the protection and blessings from God and myself that Lady Suha has remained safe until now?" He issued a chilling warning. What would have happened if the Saintess had been alone, in that strange, warped space known as the battlefield? Could she have returned unharmed? At the same time, he reminded her sharply, "Do not forget. The power of a single human is small and powerless. Even you, Saintess, are no exception." He continued, matter-of-factly, "Moreover, all the followers, including yourself, are merely parts of God's plan. The one you are meant to aid, the hero sent by God, is not the followers." He did not hesitate to admit it plainly. "Yes, it is I, Kim Cholman." Then Cholman concluded firmly, "Stop making your own judgments." With a tone that brooked no argument, he threatened, "You only need to follow my decisions, Saintess. Only then will your mother awaken." And he repeated, "As always, trust my words, and everything will unfold according to God's will." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the scene was stark and striking, a snowy landscape dotted with blooming crimson flowers. A foot stepped down upon the scattered stains of blood. The silver-haired man stood unmoving, facing the piercing cold of the wind and snow, his life uncertain. Beneath him lay a field of corpses, strewn across the ground. No one had survived the deathly scythe of the monster. Suddenly, a long sword plunged through the throat of some monster. This area had already been cleared. An older man in the group held his sword and muttered, I am so tired from hunger." Meanwhile, another voice cleared its throat and ordered, "Remove the debuff here as well, please." Kim Hyeji's older brother looked over in confusion and asked, "What is Baek Injong doing over there?" Hyeji, holding a water bottle, guessed, "Looks like they have taken down some kind of mid-bot, with a D-tier recovery effect." She then handed the recovery potion over to Yu Juyeon. "What kind of area bot throws debuffs like crazy while fighting? We do not even know if it is really a zone bot, so we can't ignore it." Juyeon silently listened to their chatter, thinking, "This is driving me insane." At the same time, he was quietly calculating, "At this rate, are not we just accumulating debuffs non-stop?" Just then, a blinding flash of light appeared. Both the right and left arms of the monster had already been destroyed, instantly drawing the attention of a nearby male hunter. Now, he was heading straight toward them. Lee Hyesung eyed him suspiciously and said, "Is that divine power?" The hunter, worry etched on his face, turned and warned, "Judging by the scale of that skill, there is a high chance we are in the middle of a bot fight. Join in before it is too late." Immediately, the other hunters followed suit, trailing behind him into the snowstorm. Then someone in the group exclaimed, "Huh. Is not that a raider?" Lee Hyesung cursed in panic. "Those bastards, they would not dare sneak in and take the bot without notifying us, right?" But in the next moment, a skeletal figure wielding a scythe appeared, commanding a horde of demonic creatures to attack their group. At the same time, the system notification suddenly popped up. Juyeon whispered 2 words, "Sorry." Kim Hyeji, confused, asked, "What?" The notification displayed the full details of the mission, Subquest A, defeat Havrid, the plague lord of the hellish wasteland. General Havrid leads a ruthless army of demons from another dimension. A special reward will be granted for defeating a unique zone bot. Reward, 50,000 SP, Plague Seed S. Havrid the Plague, level 66, unique trait, Plague SS, skills, Plague Legion SS, Instant Execution SS, Plague Catastrophe SS. Stats, Agility 31, Endurance 24, Magic Power 114. Juyeon's reply came promptly, That is definitely a zone bot. Lee Hyesung furrowed his brow, observing the scene, and noted the bot's tail. Ah, the raider is familiar with it. Still determined, he stepped forward. I am not entirely sure if this is a zone bot, but we can't let the Truth Order take credit. Suddenly, the skeletal Havrid let out a loud roar, causing the hunters behind to hesitate. Juyeon's feet suddenly stuck to the snowy ground, unable to move. He ground his teeth in frustration, a low gritting sound escaping him. Finally, he stomped forcefully on the ground, breaking free. He stood tall in the howling blizzard, the silhouette of his past ghosting behind him. But the skeletal Havrid's two blood-red eyes remained fixed on Yu Juyeon as if nothing else existed. He startled, eyes widening, and swore under his breath. God damn it. At that exact moment the skeleton emitted a sudden, low roar. Careful, you're being targeted. One unlucky member of the party took the brunt of Havrid's attack. The man's body went strangely still, and his teammates' faces drained of color as fear set in. What is happening to him? Take him to the safe zone, now, someone cried. A cleric from the order gasped in panic. The man's limbs were rigid as stone. He is not moving at all, another cursed, eyes wild. Then Havrid materialized abruptly in front of the trio, lifting its scythe with a motion that made the air thicken like tar. The order's henchman flinched and raised his hands to shield himself by reflex. When his eyelids finally fluttered open a moment later, he peered at the skeleton and asked in confusion, "Why is not it attacking?" Kim Hyeji's brother frowned. "Should not we strike now?" Hyeji replied, "Sharp and practical, my skill's an area effect. It will hit allies too. Juyeon, your judgment spear." She called his name again, but Yu Juyeon was staring at the system window with a stunned look on his face. The skill, it could not be broken by ordinary attacks. He paused, then finished in a flat voice, "That guy will die in 20 seconds. At that moment, a member of the order leapt forward and unleashed an attack at the frozen skeleton. A beam of white gold light shot straight at the motionless form. But the follow-up strike struck only Havrid's barrier, the plague shield S. The attacker cried out, "Die," as he poured his magic in, but the shield held. In an instant Havrid found itself surrounded by arcs of white gold light from all sides. For a heartbeat it seemed as if the onslaught had snapped it back to awareness. The scythe in its grasp became unnervingly tangible. A flash of crimson sparked in one of Havrid's eye sockets. Then, in a single brutal motion, the blade swung. Several people in the group were sent straight to the afterlife instant execution SS. Screams cut off mid-word. Warriors from other factions gaped in stunned horror. Even the survivors from the order stared wide-eyed, pale as paper, as the battlefield swallowed their comrades. Kim Hyeji spun around, eyes wide in shock, and yelled, "What kind of skill is that?" At that moment, Yu Juyeon suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "It is coming again, no time to explain," he shouted. The skeletal Havrid let out a deafening roar and struck. Juyeon yelled as he sprinted, "Quick, get out of its 100-meter radius." Both Juyeon and Kim Hyeji's brother froze in alarm as they saw her slump to the snow. Kim Hyeji had taken the hit, sitting motionless on the icy ground. Havrid immediately seized the opportunity, raising its scythe high to strike her down. But then, as if sensing something, it abruptly glanced in another direction. Yu Juyeon's eyes narrowed, teeth clenched, and he cursed under his breath, "You bastard." Her brother scrambled to her side, panicked. "Hyeji, please. Wake up. Please." Juyeon furrowed his brow, thinking silently, to break an S-rank abnormal state, he needed at least a 5-star purification skill. And there were only 20 minutes left. Amidst the chaos, he spotted Suha precisely where she needed to be. There was no time to neutralize the effect conventionally. In this situation, there was only one option. Yu Juyeon suddenly appeared in front of Suha. He reached out and grabbed her hand. "S-rank abnormal status purification," he shouted. His eyes locked on hers as he bellowed, "You have it. Do not you." A long-haired figure standing nearby pointed at him, furious. "Stop that man, how dare he be disrespectful to the saint?" But Juyeon did not hesitate. Clutching Suha's hand tightly, worry etched on his face, he said, "I need you." Then, ignoring the hands reaching for her, he pulled Suha into the air, lifting her up. Right there, in that instant,